the role player first. We send him into the site, you know, break crosshairs, whatever.
Congratulations, we have an agent for that now.
We can do that and also live.
Yeah.
Works wonders. Interesting smoke putting that back plat to counter out an op or anything like this.
Trip broken on the entrance. Icy will pull back, and that'll expire his refract here.
And the thing about a smoke like that, hold on. This kill on the
Yeah,
spam.
a little unlucky for Derek there.
The smoke they're putting on plat, because Waylay doesn't have a smoke herself, normally Jet could like smoke dash into that either top side or on plat, and you can use sort of your omen smokes as a way to guard your duelist going into the site.
Look at the walk up here from 2G.
Allô?
Askia alone towards A. Niji's gonna look for
Allô?
here. He has a gate crash on A. The flash is up and he just chooses to get out of there. An ult popped. That's from Zap. Can he find a connection? No one really to receive it. Ye's lurk activates for a kill. Now the ultimate use from the Waylay. And Askia is stuck on this side. He has no way to get out. But Zap backs
C'est
him
good,
up.
je suis bien écouté.
Ouais, ouais, vous êtes très bien entendu, monsieur le Turc.
Long enough. That's the nature. And now it's just Zap on A, but EG's not headed here.
Yeah, into mid. Ye just broke a tripwire, so full awareness from silence.
Ok, je suis bien écouté, mais avec un gros retard quand même de ce que j'ai pu observer.
20 seconds left is only
Vous
just
êtes entendu. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
It will be Zap playing over in the corner. Really tough angle.
Ok, bonsoir à tous ce soir. Oui, on vous écoute très bien. On vous reçoit 5 sur 5.
Eh bien alors, bonsoir à tous. J'ose espérer que vous allez très bien. Nous revoilà pour les VCT. Nous sommes au Day 3 et aujourd'hui, le premier match qui se passe, c'est 2G versus Evil Genius et il joue sur Even. Nous avons comme d'habitude notre co-présentateur, le Turc Blake. Bonsoir à Turc.
Lui-même. Bonsoir à vous, très cher maître Panda. Aujourd'hui, on se retrouve sur le match de 2G contre Evil Genius. Le match a commencé assez fort. Les deux équipes sont assez au coude à coude. Mais bon, sincèrement, je ne vais pas mentir que la team Evil Genius avec Waylay, c'est vraiment très fort. Tout à l'heure, Icy a pris un très beau kill sur Yoru qui essaie de battre, mais bon. Icy a dash sur lui avec Waylay, il a pris un beau kill à la shorty.
Nice. Ce fut un régal pour nos yeux. Et d'après vous, qui part favori sur cette game? Parce que j'ai cru comprendre que 2G c'est une équipe récente. Ils ont joué lors de la première partie, lors du premier split, mais c'était pas wow.
Only a minute left on the clock, but now's the time to break Cypher utility and threaten going for a split into that C.
And basically still full utility for Evil Geniuses. Trip broken in garage. They have a nice setup for a split onto an uncontested C site. It looks like 2G's just going to try and play
Oui, 2G comme c'est une équipe qui a fait son entrée cette année en Ligue majeure des VCT, elle part pas favori face à Evil Genius, mais vraiment depuis le début de la game, les deux équipes, comme je disais, sont au coude à coude. Là, vraiment, j'ai pas de pronostic précis. Déjà, on est sur la map à 2G, donc voilà. J'ai pas de pronostic précis pour la suite. Mais j'aimerais bien voir 2G gagner. Sincèrement, j'aimerais bien.
Oh le clutch! Oh ce clutch! Il a été magnifique de Askia. Apparemment, 2G ne compte pas se laisser faire.
Ouais, c'était très bien joué. C'est ça l'avantage d'avoir un bon dueliste, un dueliste qui peut réitérer les clutches.
Exactement. Le dueliste, si toute la team meurt, tout le monde compte sur lui pour faire des clutches. Mis à part rentrer sur site, son rôle aussi c'est de faire des clutches. Et là, on vient de perdre Askia dès le début du round.
Ouais.
Can't be dying on those angles
Là,
as they
en fait,
go.
je suis bien. Je pense que là, il n'y aura pas trop de retard parce qu'en fait, j'ai fait une erreur. J'étais
Et ouais, je me disais
sur un
aussi.
autre stream et puis voilà, j'étais sur un autre stream, donc j'avais des retards de réponse.
Oh là là.
Là, c'est bon, je suis là directement sur le Discord.
Et oui, il faut vous wake up, monsieur Turc.
Ice spam down from heaven. Smoke a little late, but the trade is good.
Là,
out
je
of
suis wake up,
nature.
je suis wake up, je suis
Ok.
wake
Yet
up.
again, they meet resistance.
Mais
and
vraiment,
they pivot.
Event, c'est pas une map facile à jouer, sincèrement.
C'est vraiment pas une map facile à jouer.
Je comprends pas trop le choix de 2G de jouer sur cette map, mais bon. Ils s'en sont capables et j'espère qu'ils vont gagner cette map. Moi, j'aime bien Split, donc j'espère qu'on aura droit à 3 games juste pour voir une game sur Split.
Bah, on verra bien ce que ça va donner avec le temps. On verra si... Parce que moi, je pense que cette première map, même si c'est la map à EG, même si c'est la map à 2G, je pense qu'Evigenius la winera. Oh, oh, ça a été bien joué. Ça a été bien joué par Nature.
I think very good patience from them, realizing when they got stalled out, waiting for that perfect moment to get past the utility, and turning out very successfully. Nature has been, I feel like, one of the most underrated players in Americas. Obviously, EG has not been super great since he's been on the roster, but I feel like he's always been so consistently good for this team.
Yeah, the thing that impressed me with EG during kickoff was Icy and Ye sort of fighting together, especially on the defensive side. So seeing him take the reins on the attack, gonna be powerful. There you go, anti-eco outlaw purchased.
Another eco round for 2G, another fight into a lobby, and EG, same anti-eco setup where they're just full containing.
I have liked how EG have called a lot of these rounds. You know, they saw a few rounds back this Cypher camera put on the B site, and what they did was they just put a front B smoke down. Once they heard that camera clicked into, it actually pulled multiple players of 2G onto the site. That was when EG were going for their C split. So if they get audio on that camera again, I think they're going to be trying to go for a similar type of play.
Right there.
Barrage is a bit of a gap right now, and Huskia, again, caught on the walk up.
Icy's already got the convergent paths back up again. It's the ultimate, if anyone's wondering. But now just a camera placed down into garage for a little bit more information. If you don't see anyone there, I think EG are going to be mindful that Gobert could have crept up into this corner. Surely, right? Yeah, EG deals with no problem. And the flank too. It's just a little bit too simple for them as, yeah, silence. You're not going to get anything done backside there with the Sheriff.
I love that whether he has his abilities online and he's ready to refract out of there, Icy's just jumping around every single corner this game. Like, if you're holding an off angle, he's going to jump at you, you're going to get triple swung. It's been tough thus far, but guns coming back online for 2G. Finally, some ultimates getting close to being in play.
Looks to me like someone's calling a timeout. All right, it's going to be 2G. Time to reset. And honestly, for them, I feel like 2G have been very focused around these early A lobby fights, right? And EG have been matching them blow for the most part. But then they've also been sticking around in that space, trying to refight onto those angles. I think it would serve them well to try and do some hunting in this mid space. You think about how many times Ye's just be able to walk up into garage, sit on out there. I think 2G might want to play the center of the map a little bit more.
Yeah, either that or trying to get more info down C long. They found a lot of value with just camming there at the beginning of the round and having info for basically the entirety of that round. What do you think about Waylay's ult? It's kind of a weird one because it feels like situationally it can get a lot of value and it's nice when you combine it with stuff, but on its own, like you mentioned, it's not a breach ult. You're not going to win a round off of it,
right.
At least not most of the time.
Well, I think the main thing is you have to be comboing it with other things. I think it's better to think of the Waylay ult as like a more powerful breach stun or Omen Paranoia, where you need to combo with other, big chunks of line control, the breach stun, the Paranoia, to fully clear away a site. So you could use that if you're trying to exec Z over on, back plat, where the breach stun hits back site. The Paranoia goes over towards
Same, like Paranoia left side and then Waylay off the right side, something like that. Get full coverage.
It's a little bit less effective in solo queue than it might end up being for our pros.
EG out of that timeout, move away from the A lobby default instead, putting an emphasis in mid. Might just look to convert this one into a B hit. Down on the left side, dash up and over for Icy. Silence, trying to find this player. He's been spotted out now, and the trade instant from EG.
Bit of a mess on the site right now. 2G weren't able to get in for any control.
I think they might want to fight into C-Link here. Icy ready with an ultimate. He's gonna pop it. A-Link instead, the destination. Doesn't follow it up though. Just keeping these players sectioned off and sticking around. Buying time alone on this site. Two players C-Link. Icy ready for it, but Gobert, that's great from him to win that duel. Did Icy do enough? It's a question. A lot of time bought, and finally, first tap on the spike coming in as EG swing forward. No half defuse, no one left alive on this site as EG overwhelmed. Gobert needed more than that. And LZ, he's just got to run for the hills.
Yeah, Gobert just a little bit too slow to get out of garage. He was busy focusing on that C-Link fight before he went for the flank, and the rest of his team falling down. Just couldn't pull it together for 2G.
Gotta credit Icy, single-handedly buying 20 seconds alone on the spike site. He's been having a pretty great map thus far.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing about the Waylay ultimate, right? Is if you are able to use it in tight chokes like he did here, sending it over towards A-Link, then it becomes a guaranteed hit. It's just a great stall tool in the post plan.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
It's now 3 rounds won in a row for EG. Icy's gonna buy up another outlaw. I love how often EG's been investing that on their opponent's likely half armor rounds.
Ultimate coming out from Zap. That's a great tag from him, but Derek's got the moves. No stranger to the Sova. He only gets hit the one time.
That Sova will now rotate into A though. 3 players here for 2G. But as is often the case, EG have an option to cancel and fall back into Ye's lurk. They're going for it though. Flash through, Icy scales up, gets his kill and dips out of there. Now the re-aggression. Sova spotted Nature, trying to take care of him with the trade again. Great from Icy, and Ye's lurk as well. Tries to mop this one up.
Ooh, now no one actually cleared short. Oski is waiting here, only a sheriff in hand. But he knows where the player planting is.
Planted.
Could expect Icy to maybe be in this
They're
corner.
clearing it though.
Not doing a great job of it, jumping into him. It's now a 2-on-2 and he's got the ult to dip into.
Doesn't see either player. Supa's made it through heaven. Oskia desperately trying to find someone. Maybe now suspects it, but not in time. Supa swing successful in the clutch. Comes down to Gobert, but it's Ye on a timing instead. And EG locking up another round.
Just a different little look there. I think using the Waylay this time, right, because we have the sniper in hand with the outlaw, it's a more calm approach into the site. Grab the pick, dip out, and then we're dashing in to be like the baiter entry, I guess. The rest of the team is running in, and then you're the second one to come in from behind. It's really unique stuff.
Take what's useful.
But the Waylay allows you to take more risks in how you enter the site than you would on Jet or Raze. If it goes wrong, you just refract straight out of there. I think Icy's taking full advantage. Here's a re-clear play into A. Oski is up, rings true for the first shot. And 2G will try and disengage. No! They send it back in and lose 2 players as a result.
That's tough. Silence is also trying to move because there's
Je
a
suis
Hunter's
de
Fury coming
retour,
at his
je suis de
forehead.
retour. Excusez-moi pour ce
Straight into
petit
Supa's
souci
crosshair.
technique.
If you check out outside garage right now,
Suis-je écouté?
he is waiting to creep on forward for that. This C site super weak, just the camera. Gobert is tapped into right now to see the cross into garage.
Ok,
Yeah, finally
super.
shows
Et on
that
reprend.
camera.
Oh là là, c'est Evil Genius qui mène 6-3.
Does that pull rotates back
Mais
towards C.
bon, on est là, on y croit, on y croit. On y croit pour les deux équipes. L'équipe qui aura le meilleur jeu gagnera.
2G trying to play
Ça, la
sticky
vie
over
sur
towards his A
Valorant.
site with 2 players. But because this front B tripwire right now, there's a lot of control given from 2G. They're not too worried about getting walked up on, especially now that Gobert's crept into garage. Gobert could catch a nasty time
Evil
here. It's
Genius
just
qui
a
va
camera
tenter
to watch his
d'attaquer par
back.
le,
Ye hasn't
par le
clicked
B.
into it.
Here he goes.
Il vient
Derek
d'être fait la
turning
seule fois.
though, loses the fight.
Spike planted.
Gobert now gonna dip
Voilà.
back away. As 2G
Deux équipes prennent les
have to
kills.
group up for this retake. LZ holding things down, but only getting 1 kill as Oski is off. Takes down Ye. It's all onto nature.
Oui,
Gobera,
nice
a
kill de
very good shot from
Askia.
him. Wins
Bien,
2G
bien,
their
il
fourth
défend bien.
round now.
Nice.
Yeah, that is
Nice.
a beautiful
Déjà
round from
a pu
Gobera.
win ce
Again,
round.
his garage was super weak, especially once he lost the camera. But going for that risky play, down in numbers, right, where he has the two tripwires guarding B and C, he's like, okay, I'm going to run into garage. The only way we win the round is if I can steal back this space. After this early round, dipped away from them. And then winning the 2 duels there, locks it up for 2G.
And when you were watching 2G in kickoff, it was pretty rough across the board. But I think you did see some solid moments from Gobera. He was one of the few players who did have a couple standout rounds. Good to see him keeping some of that form here in stage 1. Cam spots 3 down C long.
I must wait a moment.
No one to actually break that dart for Gobera. Might encourage EG to speed up into the site. There's that back flat smoke once again.
Icy ready for it. Stun onto the Cypher, but just contacting out instead. Gobera, how does he win that duel? He'll stick around in backside, ready to spam onto Super. Successful at that deed, but can't get away with any more.
Hold on, 2G are still flooding into the site, using these cages that Gobera got off right before death to sneak back in, and Evil Geniuses have left the premises.
But this time, they don't have a great lurk to call back into.
And Zap's got a judge in garage door, so good luck. Yay.
Yeah, he avoids it though. Walks up B instead. Might have a duel against this ISO.
EG have really tried to deny any amount of information in these mid-rounds, playing super quiet after the minute mark, getting these slow creep-ins.
2G have the ISO ultimate though. They can let this spike plant go down,
30 seconds
kidnap
left.
one player, go for the retake off of that in what's essentially a 3v2. Shield up, here's that ult. Who does Silence get?
That's the
Nature
spike.
on the other side. Silence swings through and wrangles the shots in time. Now into a 4v2.
10 seconds left.
Yay, finding that kill is absolutely massive. Derek out of the paranoia. I mean, Ye's just fighting forward. Evil Geniuses, even down in numbers.
Ok, on est là. Let's
Getting stepped around.
nice.
LZ finds the
Les
player,
deux
but
jeux qui,
just aren't there.
oui, 2v2.
It all comes into a one-on-one. Zap, the leader for
Est-ce
2G
qu'ils vont
now.
réussir? Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à
Working
pouvoir prendre le
against
round?
it. Yay, all four
Ah,
Evil
il a
Geniuses.
paniqué là, il a
A
paniqué
stellar
1v1.
round from
Nice.
Ye. He's been having impact on his lurks all game.
Il a la position.
But in this one,
Oh,
stepping up
purée, ils n'ont pas
individually as
pu,
well.
mais c'était bien joué, c'était bien joué. Et puis Jenny se remporte
Getting that shot onto Askia.
cette ce round. Mais l'avantage, c'est que bon, s'il n'y a pas trop d'écart au score entre.
12-6 right now.
Right
S'il
alongside
n'y a
Icy.
pas trop d'écart au score entre les deux équipes, vu que c'est la map à 2G, il y a de fortes chances qu'ils vont pouvoir remonter lorsque ce sera à eux d'attaquer. C'est la dernière manche avant la rotation, donc là, je pense que ça va aller très très vite.
No doubt a shorty beside that.
And he's just loved placing the refract and then walking into sights instead of going for the instant double dash.
Running out of time on his refract. He lets it time out as Gobera takes a one-on-one against Ye. He loses it.
It's always Ye, isn't it? Now EG can speed up over into the A site.
The players in short are a problem for EG, but they have to pick an avenue of approach.
Look at that stun!
Aski is stuck in the corner. He's dead too. And Gobera, I mean, they're just falling left and right. Silence is down. And there's only one gun left to try and bail 2G out of this.
Yeah, LZ, his ultimate can't find anything. He's got to cancel that one. I mean, a beautiful round from EG against the half-buy. Nature, that stun into short, killing both players was just crazy.
LZ, okay. Couple nice shots, but he wasn't going to get any more than that.
Nice, NT, c'était très bien joué de la part de 2G, mais bon, ils n'ont pas pu face aux stratégies des Rejoins-nous qui sont déterminés pour gagner, menés par leurs rivaux qui sont déterminés.
Crazy entry duelist, you can also keep it a little bit more reserved at times.
Well, let's see what that waylay looks like on the defensive side when we return.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
G's newest player, Askia, had some moments in the first half of that game. Now they switch over to the attacking side, running the Yoru ISO, and I think this is where we're going to really get to see what he can do.
Yeah, honestly, I want to see a half where 2G can, play the tempo of Valorant they want to, play around Askia a little bit more, because it did certainly feel like when they got stalled out in these mid-rounds, he wasn't able to find that same level of impact he had just finding the opening kills the first 3 rounds.
Ok, la team, on est de retour. Première rotation, c'est terminé. 8-4 pour Rejoins-nous. Là, c'est au tour de 2G d'attaquer. On espère, on y croit pour tout le monde que la meilleure équipe gagne. Et puis voilà.
Après, c'est un peu comme je m'y attendais. EG et Rejoins-nous à Cook. Et vraiment, je les vois favoris.
Ouais.
Wouh! Ah, Waylay, qu'est-ce que Waylay vient de faire là?
Mais c'est ça le truc. Le truc, c'est que si tu as bien remarqué les trucs précédents, c'est la team, comment je pourrais dire, c'est la team qui attaque en deuxième phase. Déjà, c'est toujours ça pour la team à qui appartient la map. C'est elle qui attaque le plus souvent en deuxième phase, qui, voilà, fait des remontées. Donc, Rejoins-nous peut plier ça très vite, comme le jeu aussi peut se remotiver en attaque. Peut-être qu'ils ont commencé par leur point le plus faible, et puis voilà.
Pour gérer ensuite.
Ouais, pour gérer ensuite, effectivement.
Ouais, mais après...
Mais on y croit.
Ouais, moi, mes pronostics, ça reste victoire de EG pour la première map, sur la map à 2G, et victoire sur leur map. Voilà, 2-0, je vois ça plier.
2-0. Bon, moi, sincèrement, je vois un 2-1, mais en favori Rejoins-nous. Je sais pas pourquoi, mais je vois un 2-1. Je pense sincèrement qu'on aura droit à une troisième. Purée. Regardez les angles.
Ace. Il a ace. Oh là là. Et la dinguerie.
C'est un très beau ace.
La dinguerie. Écoutez, quand je vous parle du best cypher on split, lui, il vient montrer sur Even et il a cook. Vraiment, il a cook.
Non, il a carré.
Ouais, vrai, il a cook. Nice.
Ça a stringer.
En vrai.
20 HP.
Oh, il a cook. Oh, c'était beau.
Et là, on peut déjà observer les fans de Sentinelle qui sont dans l'arène parce que juste après... Ok, 2G qui va essayer de rentrer par le B. Nice line-up de Cypher. Ils sont rentrés, ils plantent. Bien. Ils ont pris les positions. Là, il faut défendre. Il faut défendre. Faites tout, mais défendez.
Silence is playing that angle so aggressively. He's got the shield up, so it makes sense. And EG timed that out perfectly.
Wow, nice. Non, Iso, c'est vraiment devenu trop fort là. Il a... En une fois, il a bloqué le Sova. Oui, nice.
Yeah, that's a good one for 2G. They hold on to 3 rifles, 2 players that bought full armor, kept all 50 of it. The other player that survived had regen shield. So in terms of building up some hope here to come back, win a few rounds, that's the type of round 3 win you need.
These shots from Silence, not only do they look nice, but he's also earned himself that ISO ultimate here. A really great tool to play with on your attack side, and getting those ISO Yoru ults rolling is one of the keys to success with this composition.
Get those online, hitting sites is just a breeze. See, right now they're playing pretty quick into Garage, wanting to take care of the side of the utility very fast, maybe ulting on in to 1v1. Silence. Picked up Supa, deals with him, and that's the C site for 2G.
EG now having to play the retake down numbers. They used a stun at the beginning of the round, so don't have that tool just yet as Silence. Holding strong in Garage, yay! Stunned down by Silence.
And at the same time, this Waylay's crept out into mid, so a flash into Garage, setting up for Icy, who's coming in around the corner on the flank. Has been spotted out, shows some presence here, and 2G are just knocking him down. EG a little bit loud on the approach, and well, the shield keeps him alive for a moment. Derek can pick up a couple of kills. But 2G have done what they need to win this round.
No time really for Derek to work with. Wanted another exit kill, but he won't be given the chance. So 6 rounds for 2G. Starting to build something up on this attack.
I like this though from 2G, right? Because you think back to the first half, these slow mid rounds where EG were able to work the map. That's where 2G were faltering just a bit. This time, they just speed up directly into the C site. You know, once that stun line is gone from nature, it's like, well, let's not waste any time. Let's just go, go, go. EG want to fight around their utility, and 2G decide not to really give them the chance.
Really good confidence from Silence too. Winning out in the ultimate, then single-handedly holding space in Garage. It's going to be a brawl towards A.
Hero rifle on Icy down sewers.
Paranoia catches on to some. Nature's flashing through. Icy up in the air. That's lovely from him. They have to look towards the sky, but Icy, silver space is welcome. And now 2G has flipped this round back into their control.
All right, it's fine. Look, the one rifle in Icy's hands could have done some insane work, but the angle trying to shoot down between his legs a little bit too much on that one. So Supa's gonna be able to find a gun off of that.
It's a 2v3.
Derek's gonna secure a rifle as well.
Husky is ahead of the rest of the team here.
2G got in this position in the last round's post-plant as well. It's so hard to play on the defensive side to work through these angles. It's just not going to happen. And the teleport into long off of it too is a bit silly.
Standing ahead.
Derek chose to pick up this outlaw. Unfortunately, only doing 140 to LZ.
And in the last few days, we've seen a lot more of these like half armor buys or regen shields. 2G went full heavy armor on the anti-eco, not trying to take any chances against EG.
Makes sense after how much Outlaw Icy was buying in the first half.
It's true. And also, just once you're down like this, you kind of just need to guarantee win the rounds.
It's always funny when someone gets into an angle that you never have to fight, like ever. You can see everyone a little befuddled to deal with Icy, but...
Because even Raze would have trouble getting up to elevation when you have to double satchel
You'd
from
be
so
like
low
hitting
on
your
the
head
ground.
on the ceiling.
Yeah. But I like that little play, and you can always count on a coach like Potter to like come up with ideas like that when there's a new agent into the mix, a new map, whether it's angles you can abuse with the Sage Wall on Icebox, spam you can make happen, or even just little dash plays like that.
Now, though, the attention is more on finding a macro change up here. EG has lost 3 rounds in a row to 2G, which have honestly just been a lot of hard hits. 2G has been controlling this pace, kind of running it down with the ISO Yoru, but that's what their comp excels at. Yeah,
and the thing for EG is they had a lot of success in the first 2 rounds, right? On the garage like trap play off the Paranoia stun line that Ye was able to find the ace with, of course. But then when the execs were working for 2G, EG just don't have the tools to like fast flood retake when they're using the early breach stun or something like this. So I'd like to see EG maybe go for more aggressive fights into the mid space using that utility, or try and fast flood out behind their Cypher cages on the C side of the map. Get active with this Waylay.
Opping on the Waylay.
Oh.
Bit more difficult than the Jet. You have a pretty limited time frame to use that refract. Now you have to pretty much be in cover to escape with the dash as well.
Come into the unknown.
It's a little bit more challenging to work with. Looks like Icy's going to be playing this one down from ground level as well.
A long control for 2G. And it's going to be a pretty open site if they want to just turn this into an exec. And
it feels like 2G have kind of guessed perfectly how to approach this round out of the timeout, hitting an empty A site.
A full 5v5 retake. No ults. But nature has all the util he could dream of. As the last players start to arrive, here comes the retake. Paranoia, stunned through Icy in the air, taken down by LZ, and it's only nature to find the board. 2G shut EG out of the site.
That was a quick one. Zap still having some fun out there. Honestly, what a strange round, right? Icy trying to double dash into the site, gets instantly plucked out. I think he had 2 players trying to drop out of heaven at the same time. So a nice idea for them, but again, this is a situation where you don't have a jet smoke or anything to buy time once you dash in. You're very much reliant on your teammates hitting perfect util to set up the entry.
Zap bringing the energy.
The decibel level in the studio is going off the charts.
Ok, la team, on est là. 2G qui, je peux dire, ça reprend du poil de la bête. Ils reprennent du poil de la bête.
Just walking his way through as Husky's already contacted out onto the site, and it is yet again a 5v5 retake.
I mean, EG have 5 ults to play with. I don't know if they're going to actually use any of them here on the eco. But it's annoying how 2G play these post plays, right? Just leaving Oskia back on site. The rest of the team falls in pretty deep towards long. They've got the solo to play with as well, so if EG take their time, yeah, this round's just gonna slip away due to time.
Ça joue les pompes du côté de Heavy Genius. Et du côté de Heavy Genius, cette manche sera peut-être la manche de la win, parce qu'ils sont tous en ult là. Là, ils sont tous en ult, donc ça va être très compliqué. Voici où il est. Bien. Waouh, 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 cette défense. Bien, 2G. Ok, 2G qui a su gérer. Ils ont su protéger leur fight malgré les. Mais bon, Heavy Genius ils n'ont pas utilisé leur ult, donc 2G a très bien couvert ici sur cette manche.
That's now 5 rounds in a row for 2G. They're going to have buys secured for every round moving forward. And they've kind of just beaten EG by running onto sites, as silly as it sounds. EG are playing for this heavy flood retake. Not even flood retake, heavy set retake. And it's not working.
2G have done a really great job of being ahead in these post plants and fighting into EG's retake.
Who's next?
Punishing them there. And you know, you're talking about the executes. Here we go again. It's a split into C with the Yoru all through. And yet again, EG has to play set retake.
How active does Oskia want to get here? Chooses to pull out of the ultimate. They put the spike down. And here's the thing. Again, 2G can just play active. Okay, that's a good opener from Ye.
You and me.
With an ultimate to pluck out Supa. This could take away smokes. This would make the post lane so simple for
Here's
2G.
the retake though. 2 ults used on in. Stove ultimate as well. Slowed down in spawn as Icy gets established on the line. Trying to hold this one down. There's a late flank coming, but for now it comes up to the stall. Nature sacrifices himself to get it halfway. But it leaves it down to Icy. He holds the spike, and no one stops him. How is that slipped away?
I mean, Zap goes for the third Hunter's Fury charge there. The flank is slowed down because LZ, even though he ulted out of the Whaley ult, still got hindered. And even with a player in full vision, EG steal it away.
But credit to Ye. Got the kill on the lurker in garage.
I got active there, bro. I was going in.
And got active down low.
It's true.
Et 9-11 pour Evil Genius. La game
EG
est
finally
serrée.
broke the streak.
Oh, is no one buying for Supa? That's tough. Well,
That's a bit of a tough start.
hold on. Nature's still backside, though. Fake teleport into the back. 2G not looking to accelerate off this too much.
Yeah, they're gonna cancel.
Yeah, hunting for Cypher tripwires or something before leaving Oskia here and resetting the round.
Honestly, a tough trade though, losing your smokes this early in the round. Might make EG a bit more tempted to play the Flood retake this time.
2G now droning over into the A side, trying to make some presence in lobby. Already you can see they are successfully pulling a few rotates into the A side, but really setting up for a split into C through garage. Only the tripwire and this op to potentially spot out the split hit. But the timing here from 2G is everything, because as soon as this tripwire is broken, I don't think Supa can commit to this angle into long with his back exposed. So yeah, trip is broken. He's got to fall back onto this line. This is more achievable from 2G, but apparently not. Supa's gonna get it.
4v3, again, it's a retake for EG.
EG have 2 players working into mid, choosing not to go for the flank, instead regrouping with numbers.
But 2G fought into garage. And that's exactly where EG is heading. Call it off.
Oh my.
The flank is active. Gobert spotted one. How much can he get from this? Oskia holding strong, stalls things out. Another lurk. Oh, he gets nothing. And Zap put in position to clutch. A wide angle, a first shot connecting. Zap! He gets them both.
I am loving seeing this version of Zap. The Red Bull clutch for him. And 2G on double digits. That smoke, he's playing around perfectly, getting active up there on the site. Popping off too.
And that is such a big round for 2G. EG's money is reset. And 2G are about to tie this game up.
Mimi, I don't want to start this too early.
Ok, on est là, la team, on est là, la team 10-11 pour Evil Genius. 2G a gagné une très belle manche avec un très beau clutch de Zap. Il est en situation de 1v2. Il a
Round after
suivi.
round after round, games were slipping away. 2G winning what, 6 of the last 7.
Ok,
As
Yai
echoes
essaye de
of that
bloquer, mais
kickoff
bon.
performance.
C'est
They've
plus
got to
le
sure this
moment.
up.
Ok, ils ont fake.
But this round might not be the one to do it.
2G qui a
2G,
fake.
yet again, do a
Le
great job
B,
of
là, il
finding the
tente
weak side.
de passer tous par
Even dodging away
par
from
le
some
A.
of the active looks
Et on
of
voit
EG into
directement
mid down
comment
C long. Now they've got a
la
free plant
rotation
A.
s'effectue instant du côté de Evil Genius.
One
Ils viennent
shot. That's
directement
all
sur le
Silence
site A.
needs. The flood is coming in. Silence! Oh
2G
my,
qui
the
plante.
aim is just
Nice,
impeccable from that
nice,
man.
nice. Silent qui prend le kill. Il prend un troisième. Ah oui. Nice, il a pris 3 kills, c'est bon. Oui, 1v4. Bien, 11-11.
Starting to get
Très
that
bien géré de la part de
momentum behind
2G. Trop bien géré même.
And it was all about momentum when they won Ascension, when they made it
C'était
here.
une très belle situation et
Yelling like
Silent
he
qui a
is now,
pris
winning
3
rounds
kills
like that.
avant de
that clutch
mourir.
again.
C'est ça,
I love
Nguyen.
it.
C'est ça, c'était très très bien joué.
And Silence, he was the guy that they needed. You're missing your star player. He's not old enough to play in the league. Silence has to fill a lot of those shoes. So that's a Red Bull clutch and EG going into their second time out of the half.
Didn't need any of those in the first, but yeah, apart from the pistol in round 2, they've won a single rifle round, Mimi. And even that wasn't pretty. That was a losing post plant that they just stuck the defuse on. Nothing has been working for this team right now. And I really think a lot of it, to me, is around the retakes. I don't think that when Icy has been dashing into the site, there's been support behind him, right? Again, it is the weakness of this agent. When the follow-up is not there, when the utility isn't catching every single player. I think for EG, it's less about playing for the retake and more getting active. I would love to see Icy play around the center of the map. B, garage, get out in front of mid, instead of playing for the A lobby control, and react quickly to flood out onto the sites before 2G have actually planted. Yeah, Icy had a stunning first half. He's had about 5 kills in the second. They've been just feeding him into the meat grinder on these retakes. And 2G have been very happy to receive. Looks like EG are going to go for this full-on fight over the A lobby space. Paranoia sent over from the B site. 2G keeps finding the weak site. Whenever EG call an active play, they pick the right site. It's unbelievable. Silence also with the kidnap for the post plant if they want it. It's you and Dart sees nothing, and the ultimate is not going to connect. Still, that means free plant, and keep your eyes on Gobert in window. If EG tried to flank, he could be finding 2-3 kills. Here's the drone and backs away in mid. No way! How is he ready for that? He's still going to be a problem, holding things down, and Zap swings in and trades out onto Icy. 2G,
Nice
change their
kill,
approach.
nice
They fight
kill.
towards spawn. As
Ok,
EG
on a la
to
position.
approach this site, yay out.
Bien,
Back up from
Zap,
long.
bien.
Zap, ready to go. Needs to be massive as there's 2 players awaiting him in this corner. There's the first, but Derek good on the swing. Now a 1v1, LZ.
Oui. Encore Zaps. Encore Zaps dans le back. Il sait qu'ils sont là. Il sait qu'ils sont là. Il a pris un. Nice. 1v1.
How is that the way EG went around? That should have been impossible. I don't know, maybe it's close. 0.32 for EG.
No way.
And Ye clutches it up.
Oh
The cipher
là
trip that
là.
wasn't broken in garage. Ridiculous. And teleporting over it only to re-hit it.
Qui remporte le round.
Once he was already past it.
Bien joué, bien joué, bien joué, bien joué.
Is this really how EG win their rounds? The bag may have just been fumbled.
C'était bien géré de la part de Virginius. Cette trappe, oh là là, cette trappe qui fait pas beaucoup de dégâts mais qui donne la position complète. Et ça change tout.
A win is a win. EG are going to take that, and this time setting up aggressively into the mid space. But 2G go for a teleport back into spawn, and the rest of the team works A. Derek was ready. LZ dead in an instant. And now no smokes for this execute. For this post plant, and Derek with an ult ready to go. Icy has gotten all the way into mid window. Could try to jump up and over this tripwire on the other side, but Zap will hear it playing into long. Zap needs to live. He has the Hunter's Fury. Good info, especially for the lurker. Hunter's Fury popped from both teams. Icy loses the fight on the plane, and into the site now. EG go. Askia so good at holding it. He's better! 2v3 now. A lot of time already bought as nature starts to hold on despite the shot darts. They need to connect. They
EG qui renverse la situation. Non. On est en situation de 2v3. Est-ce qu'ils vont arriver? Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir? 1v2, Zap. Fatigue clutch. Oh là là. C'était bien joué maintenant. Et c'est Evid Genius qui remporte la première map. Oh là là. GG. Ils ont fait une très belle game, ils ont remonté du mieux qu'ils ont pu, mais bon. Evid Genius, c'est faire, ils ont géré. On se retrouve dans quelques instants pour la deuxième map. Et là, ça va être compliqué pour 2G de battre Evid Genius sur leur map, mais bon, on y croit. C'était une très belle game.
Well, 2G,
They are definitely here to play today. A close map one against Evil Geniuses. We head over to their choice, Lotus, when we return from the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age strategy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we about to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. 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 Hands up, look to the sky, 'cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age strategy, I got it all.
Mas o LG garante mais um abate, teve a passagem!
He's got to be careful. You've got Ye close by.
Spike down A.
Ye gets the third on the round. EG gets a 10.
Two unreal rounds to close it out for EG on that first map. And Potter, you talked about bringing surprises. We just saw the Waylay from IC. It was a crazy back and forth, but now we're going into a map of Lotus that we haven't seen from you in quite some time. So what can we expect from it? More surprises?
Definitely more surprises. I think every team probably on Lotus has been going back and forth for the past 6 months since the Viper changes with the Teo coming out. We've also been having a bit of an identity crisis, but we're feeling very confident on Lotus. Feel like we got the first match jitters out of the way, hopefully on map 1, and hopefully going into map 2 we can have a little bit of a more good Valorant.
Excited to see you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Potter wants good, honest Valorant, but I think 2G might have some other plans. And that's a sentence I didn't think that I'd be saying going into map 2, folks, because it was a 13-11 win for Evil Geniuses, but 2G truly showing some grit out of that one. Wyatt?
I'm flattened. I am a two-dimensional human.
No. Why? Why are you flattened?
Last couple rounds. I mean,
no, that was brutal.
But they gave you 11 great rounds.
Sadness. But they almost gave me 13.
That's true.
They almost gave me a great map. It almost gave me a great day.
And then Prime Yeaster shows up alongside Icy, hitting some unreal stuff as well. I mean,
let's talk about that.
That set the pace, didn't it, for the first half, I think, of this map, right? Like, these guys, we talked about, even Potter mentioned in the interview, right? Having this identity crisis of the team, trying to figure out what they want to run entirely. And whatever this was, it was working to such a high degree.
I mean, it really was just the old reliable comp with Waylay instead of Jet, as Jogamo said a lot of teams are doing, and we got to see it. Icy's Waylay was looking nice. He had a really solid performance, especially that first leg of the game. He was the standout.
And I think what's helping him here too as well is he's taking a lot of these fights and really disrupting these timings, and he's been going really aggressive in those early engagements. So it's actually been pretty cool to see Icy take advantage of that. But then on the flip side of that, you got El Diablo. Yay, back again, and he picked up an ace. He was looking phenomenal. I mean, this guy, Bren, was, it looked like we were back in Istanbul.
He's farming a couple of eco frags, you know what I mean? Like, okay, but that only...
He killed some players in tripwires, too.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did that because... we won't talk about it. We won't talk about it. But he's looking good, to be honest. And if they want to just solidify that and put Ye only on Sentinel as a role and make that his thing to define once more, I'm all okay with it, to be honest. And for 2G,
listen,
you're flat, but genuinely, that is so much better than what we saw of them in kickoff. So much better.
Absolutely. Round one, they win the pistol in a 1 versus 1, and immediately I'm seeing the fire in Zap's eyes. What I witnessed across their entire Ascension run. This guy was the driving force of the team emotionally. He was keeping them in it during the game, between the maps, between the days. He was the life of this squad, and it was awesome to see them back in that state.
This is what I want to see, though, when I see Brazilian players on the stage. I want to see that passion. I want to see screaming across, like you said, that old 2009 LAN style. Just they're throwing
put that pressure on them,
you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. But previous in kickoff, they looked like they didn't even want to really be there. They were looking, they were scared to make the right play to win. They were playing not to lose. This is completely different. Despite the fact that they lost in the fashion that they did, you got to not let that get you down. This is a completely different 2G that we're looking at. They're not a free win. They're not a free win by any stretch of the imagination here. So signs of life. I'm happy to see it. I'm very happy to see it.
I was over the moon, genuinely over the moon. Zap was giving us everything that we wanted to see. But let's actually get some words from Coach Faith, the coach of 2G, to hear what he has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm here with Coach Faith ahead of map 2, and that first map slipped through your fingers a little bit. You're hoping to recover for the second and third, but I want to ask about one of the guys that was the big win condition for a few of these rounds. It was Askia. 2 years ago, we saw him in Ascension playing Duelist. Last year, he was playing a lot of the Initiator instead, and then he was on the Academy team. So what can we expect from him? Because we just saw Yoru in the Double Duelist.
Yeah, so he's a real complete player. So he can fit everything that we need, and that's what we kind of needed for the moment. And so he's a really complete player. Yeah.
I mean, it was really close. Best of luck for the second map.
Yeah, thank you.
I tell you what, it's great to see the way that Dryad just, she just, as always, finds ways, you know, whether it's Dryad, I don't know how you do it. Is it levitation? What's your trick?
Rack in the back.
That's what it is. That's what it is. He was talking about Askia there, what he brings to the table, and what that was, you heard it there from Coach Faith. Flexibility was what they wanted in this, and he, you know, look, it wasn't, he had his moments. There were some moments that I'm sure he would like to take back, but overall, Wyatt, I will say that he did the thing that they needed him to do, especially on that Yoru.
Absolutely, and when you have a sub, another player coming into this team, at some point here, I'm going to be done talking about Spike, but he was playing a flex role, a lot of duelists, a lot of initiators, so you need someone that's going to be able to pick those pieces up. Gobera, the other sub for this team, has continued to be phenomenal. He was the standout during kickoff, had a great map there, and I was really happy to see Silence picking things up.
Silence
he
was
cooking everyone
like,
in the kill
3 and
contracts.
4 in the kill contracts?
3 for 1.
Oh, yeah.
3 out of 4. Yeah,
3 out of 4.
Yeah. But he was cooking people with the ult. He was looking really good. He had some of those nice streaks going where you get that first kill shield up, and then you're just stringing them together, getting the double taps.
I think it's a good sign from them, like you're saying. They're inserting a player into the system very much last minute and playing a comp that, on paper, it looks like it's easy to play, right? You're just playing Euro ISO, you're trying to pinpoint the players so that the ISO can vacuum them up and put them into the gulag. But genuinely, it's a hard comp to play on the attack side. You need to be thinking about your motions and the way that you play it. And that was one of the things that was really missing when they last played Haven for me. So they've already made corrections in terms of how they're playing in their attack side macro on that map. I think that speaks volumes, actually, for the kind of corrections that they've had, honestly. They've spent this month doing good prac and good work.
And I may need to get that tank of coke back out and take a few big hits. But honestly, I think despite losing, 2G are going to walk away from that game happy. I think they should walk away from that feeling like, oh, we can compete. Yeah. We're right there with them.
Look, I mean...
in fact, we should have won.
Yeah, they should have.
Because they should have. Sorry, they should have won.
They should have won.
Damn game, man. Yeah. They should be up 1-0.
It was the garage play, man. It was the tripwire that was the greatest tripwire of all time.
That's brutal.
It truly was. Doesn't get better than that.
But despite that, I want them to feel good, and they should. Because now they know that kickoff, that's in the distant past. We can compete with these guys. We're at their level.
Without a doubt. And of course, for 2G, a win here would be massive. Let's not forget that every single win that you get in this stage gives you a championship point, which gets you one step closer to champions at the end of the year. So these games, always going to be important here, especially for 2G, who, well, as we had talked about extensively, right, in kickoff was, just not in that rhythm at all. And yes, you can make the argument they didn't have Spike. They were bringing in, a lot of new faces onto the team to try and account for that. But overall, what we're getting here today, much different team, exactly what we want to see. Gives me hope for this squad in the future, honestly.
What Potter said into this Arrival interview as well, just to pivot it to EG a little bit as well, or not the Arrival interview, but a winning interview where, she was looking ahead to talking about Lotus as the next map coming up and talking about the meta being in flux for the last 6 months as well. I wonder what direction EG are going to take this one in, because you can run, a lot of teams running the solo duelist play where you have Breach Teo, for example, Reclearance, G2 are the best example of their, I think, playing that particular composition on Lotus. They do it so damn well. But teams have had success with the double duelist as well. Like, if you want to run some Euro ISO, you can keep doing that as well. But, obviously, I don't really know how the pieces are going to be working with that one. Maybe that puts more demand on Ye if they want to be putting him on more flexible positions himself. But it's very winnable for 2G. The overall point I want to get at here, which we've all just been hitting over and over again, is that they should be coming off the back of that map thinking, man, we should have won that, right? That's got to speak volumes. You can't get yourself down thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, folks, we do want to let everyone know that on stage, I'm sure you kind of put 2 and 2 together here. If you haven't yet, you should learn some math. But essentially, we have a little bit of a delay on stage, so we're going to be taking care of that and getting things sorted and ready to go. But in the meantime, though, we'll give us a little bit of a pause for the cause. And when we return, we're going to jump right back into this series here. Mat 2 underway. It's going to be Lotus with EG up 1-0. And as always, we'll see you on the other side right here at VCT Americas.
Super easy. ti no estoy busy. Bebé, como tú y sí.
And welcome back to VCT Americas. In case you're just joining us here, we want to let you all know that we're still sorting out some stuff on the stage, so we'll be sure to get going as soon as that is ready to go. Of course, I'm GB alongside Brendan Wyatt. So we're looking to break everything down, and from that first map, what we saw was a completely different 2G than what we were getting in kickoff. And I think that one thing that we have to stress is that this is a big game for 2G, right? An absolute critical one.
We were kind of mentioning it, but it's a must-win, arguably.
Yeah. It's like, go out there, have fun, but you got to
strength of schedule that's coming up. I mean, listen, I pulled it up here. They've got Loud, Crew, 100 Thieves, Sen as their next upcoming games in this stage. So out of all of them, which ones are the most winnable for you? It's probably going to be this one coming up with EG, right? When EG is still struggling to find out what they want to play, what roles do they want to solidify and cement for themselves. This is probably going to be one of the better ones to try and get that early win that is necessary to get a ball rolling. 2G can't let this one slip. They really just cannot let it slip.
Yeah, especially not when they have some wind in their sails and belief that they can actually win this after pushing EG to the limit and losing a map that they should have won. I will never not say they should have won it. They simply should have won that map, and they didn't, sadly. But they can definitely take Lotus. They can definitely take this series. And you're right, it just gets a lot tougher from here. You know, maybe the next match against Loud. Sometimes you have those weird inter-regional matchups where it's like these teams know each other way too well, and then it leads to some strange outcomes at times. But yeah, you are obviously looking at this one as the must-win. And I promise this is the last time I'm going to say something about Spike, you guys, because we have just really beat that narrative into the ground. But it is true that he's coming back in the next stage, so they want to be able to get some wins on the board. Get in
for the skipper.
Get within this for the skipper. Get
Et nous voilà de retour pour la deuxième map pour ce troisième jour de la reprise de VCT Split 2 Amérique qui oppose Evil Genius à 2G Sport.
I don't know if I've ever seen a room with more 2G copium than the analyst desk.
On tient à rappeler que Evil Genius a remporté la première map, c'était sur Even, sur un score de 13 à 11. La game était assez serrée. Les deux équipes ont joué, elles ont vraiment joué. Et là, on est sur la deuxième map, la map à Evil Genius et Lotus. On voit les compos d'équipe. Et 2G part avec une compo double hélice, Iso, Omen, Sova, Cypher et Raze. Raze c'est très fort. Et c'est Evil Genius, ok. Raze, Terro, Fade, Clove, Viper. Ok. La compo d'Evil Genius est assez équilibrée. Clove sur cette map, c'est très fort comme contrôleur. Viper aussi, voilà. Evil Genius a décidé de miser sur 12 contrôleurs. C'est vraiment très fort pour pour couvrir les espaces et on peut voir comme d'habitude les fans à Sentinelle qui vont jouer, on vous le rappelle, juste après le match Evil Genius 2G, on aura le match Sentinelle Sanctuary, deux grandes équipes rivales. Allez. Let's go. On souhaite bonne chance sur deux équipes et voici la game qui démarre. Ouais, ça démarre assez vite. Deux jeux qui attaquent très fort et très vite ralenti par direct au point B. Zaps qui prend l'info aussi.
for them
Zaps,
right
il y a
now. Just
Zaki,
kills
lui,
traded
lui,
out.
il a vu, il a vu, il a vu, lui, il a
Doesn't
vu les deux.
dissuade 2G from fighting. They still wanted that one.
Finally, they
Un
will
kill de chaque
tuck tail
côté.
them. Head back
Ok,
the other direction.
une
It's a
rotation s'effectue
4v4
encore
and
pour
there's
2G.
really no util left for them except their smokes.
Well,
Vont-ils
annoyingly, because
retenter
Cypher
le
died,
B
they can't
qu'ils
actually
n'ont
go
pas
back and
pu
trouble and bank on that
tout à l'heure?
utility. So they regroup 4 players in front B,
Oui,
clear
ils
out this
reviennent.
back box, and
Are they just going back, see?
yeah, open the door to make sure no one
Ils ont
pushed up
check,
into the.
personne.
Unfortunately, there's still
Ils vont
2
sûrement
players
faire une
here, and
fake.
EG is ready for this one. Super
Oui,
holding
effectivement,
things
c'est ce qu'ils font.
down. 2 kills, a smoke in their face, and 2G have been shoot away.
Nice kill
Now
de
there's 2
Superman
players also
sur
on opposite sides of the door.
Silent
Zap trying to
et,
find something front B,
et
but
Aska.
LZ has the spike. Can't really get out of here.
2v4. Là, il n'y a pas
Door
grand
open.
chose à faire pour 2G là.
Can LZ survive? Nah,
Le
they're
C,
swinging
c'est
him
pas
somehow.
possible.
He Houdini's his way out of that one, and
Il est
they'll
vite
at least
rentré,
get the
il est
plant
vite
down on
rentré.
B.
Yeah, I mean,
Vite
it's the
rentré
little
sur
things
C.
in a round like
Ok.
this.
Oh, does he even get that? The missiles nearly kill him. He runs for the hills, but a nade now going to be coming at
Et
his
il a
feet.
réussi à planter,
And that's
il a
the death
planté,
of LZ.
il a
Poor
bougé.
guy couldn't do anything. Super sticking, and this round is over.
Il meurt par la nade.
Zap can't even find a kill on the way out
Ok.
either. So
Et
4
Evil
goes
Dennis
carried
qui
over
va,
from EG.
qui va remporter ce premier round.
Not too bad.
1-0 pour Evil Genius.
Felt like that early fight just 2G were so committed to it, but because
Oh,
3
ça,
players
ça
were
prend
tethered
directement
and
des
didn't
arrêts
really
du
go for
côté
the
de
swing,
Evil
Gobert
Genius.
was just kind of hung out to dry there.
Ça
The sole
s'annonce fort.
player out
Ils
in
ont
the
envie
open.
de vite, très vite prendre l'avantage sur 2G.
This guy doesn't lie.
Je vous rappelle que le pronostic de Panda,
2G
c'était
head
un
back
score
the same
de
direction.
2-0
Five-strong
pour
fighting
Evil
towards
Genius.
C.
Moi, j'ai
Just
pronostiqué un
hoping
2-1
beyond hope to
pour
get
eux.
a spike plant down here.
Parce que
2G
voilà,
loved the fast execs back
je
away.
veux,
It's not
j'aime
working though.
voir
This
des
boosted spot from
parties
EG
se
is
jouer
just
sur
doing
Split. Donc
numbers.
voilà. Ouh,
On 2G.
purée, mais Superman
Not a
qui fait
single
un
player to
travail
drop on the
de
initial
malade.
wave.
And you talk about
c'est
some of the
complètement
disadvantages
là.
of running the Viper and said the
Le
Omen. Biggest advantage on
point,
their
c'est
defense.
complètement
Viper's stall
contrôlé là.
util is crazy to lock
Personne ne
down C.
passera
We've seen
par
a
là.
lot of teams switch
Ce
to
point,
solo controller,
personne ne
but
passera.
Viper has always been one of the strongest
Et
agents on this
voilà,
map since its
Icy
release.
qui vient prendre les
the
deux
orb for
derniers
C control is
kills
fantastic. You also have the
mettre
wall that
fin
hits
à ce
front B
round.
and also the area outside
2-0
rubble
pour
to
Evil
make sure you can
Genius.
throw that up if the door on A is ever
Le
being
round va être
tapped.
Yeah, she has kind of
décisif
a
vu que là
global
tout le
impact
monde
that not
peut
many
être
other
en
agents do on
Vandal
this map.
et Spectre.
Yeah, now the one thing is
On va voir
usually you
comment
get
ça va se
more
passer
value
du
out of
côté
that
de
in a
2G.
Viper wall, like
Pour le
defensively,
moment,
when you have like an
ils
Omen
arrivent, ils
on
ont
your
du
team,
mal
you
à
can
rentrer
TP
sur
up on
site,
Rebel fight,
surtout le
then if
site
they're getting cleared
qui est
out,
gardé par
throw up that
Superman.
wall, TP behind it, get on out.
C'est
Because
trop
they're
fort,
running the
c'est trop
Clove and
fort. Il a
Raze
pris
isn't
3
so
kills là,
flexible
c'est le
on
round
that
précédent.
TP mobility. Can't quite get that value here.
Icy looking to contest towards A. Knows there's a couple players here, but can't commit to a duel.
Il a vu. Nice.
EG might have some trouble re-clearing into space as well, right? No flashes on this composition for them, so it's much more about taking these off angles, going for the dry swings themselves, but if the shots aren't hitting, it's going to mean a lot of space gathered for 2G.
Ils ont l'info. Que vont-ils faire? Ok.
Only a single member anchoring on A for EG.
Yeah, that's because there's a double flank coming in long on C. So EG are going to pull back off the site, wait for that flank to come in. There is a camera and a tripwire spotting that one out. It'll be all up on Gobert to deal with those two players.
Gobert was very good map one though.
Lui, 2G qui rentre sur cible.
Especially in positions like
Il
this.
faut aller check.
2G
Il
are
faut
playing
aller check
super
au fond.
actively on the A site.
Et 2G qui plante.
Gobert's been
Ok.
spotted by the drone. Molly at his
Bowman
feet.
prend la hauteur
That's
pour
going to
Gobert.
try and help him, but
Dans
there's
leur
no
back, ça
saving
arrive avec
Gobert.
Superman.
Overwhelmed by EG.
Superman qui a pris l'info sur le Cypher. Il va prendre le kill, il va prendre le kill. Lui, il a pris le kill.
Shots aren't quite there.
And now it gets a little funky.
Kill.
2G have flipped the map. They're full playing towards spawn, but some of these players still stuck on the site. And EG about to head their way into it.
Tous sont
Tap
regroupés
on the
sur
spike.
site. Ça va
Derek
être
holding
une mêlée
strong for
générale là.
3, and EG
Une
just
véritable
mops it
mêlée
up.
générale. Ils ont
I'm
tous
sorry, where did
l'info.
2G go?
They disappeared. That's the
Oui.
magic trick.
They had 4 players there and then they didn't. Poof,
Et
gone.
c'est Evil Genius
Derek Derek
une
doing
fois de
incredible
plus
work
qui
there on the
vient
retake.
clean
I think
ce
he found the
round.
first kill on Gobert, called in all the utility to flush that poor guy out of rubble. And then almost because 2G had committed everyone into playing backside, like they're having to swing into this unfavorable line. Usually it's the attackers that get to play over in tree like that.
Pendant que Superman était en train de diffuser, il y avait une très très bonne cover sur lui. Donc,
try to sound a little more enthusiastic, Derek. Come on. He's keeping it calm.
So EG win the bonus on their defense side.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the teddy bears? Okay.
Et voici la mascotte du pass du combat actuellement.
They were there.
Poor guy in the middle.
Ok, Echo run pour 2G, ça va pas être évident, mais bon.
Really just being carried through by LZ on the guardian.
LS a pris
Going for the active work doesn't pay out.
Ils vont encore retenter une fois le C. Aïe, LS qui est tombé. Aïe, Obera qui tombe.
And again, 2G disappears from the round.
These C hits are looking brutal right now from 2G.
Il n'arrive pas, Superman
just trying to force through the smokes. Nice shot from Zap. This is looking much more like the control of the first half of Haven we saw at EG.
Il a réussi à prendre un kill, Zap, c'est déjà ça, mais bon. Le site C va être un enfer pour eux, ça va être vraiment très compliqué pour eux de prendre sur ce site. Surtout quand Superman aura son ult, il y a moyen de couvrir à lui seul sur ce site avec son ult. Comme LS, il a trop piqué solo, il aurait pas dû piquer solo comme ça.
2G have a second shot at a buy round now. And again, they're really favoring the sit-in towards C. The biggest issue, yet again, is going to be Superman and his orb.
On continue.
Suppress is good, but they're not going to be able to scale up in time to convert off that gap.
It seems to me like 2G want to play these slower rounds almost, although now that they have the ISO ultimate, could try to speed up off of that one.
Grab the Teo. Silence has a 1v1 outside Super. Gets a kill as well. But Silence is the important one. Finds his.
They're right on top of him. Where's your team? Wait, what happened? He won his 1v1, and then he comes back to the wake of a battlefield.
That was the EG players who had walked up B at the beginning of the rounds, hearing that ult, immediately pinching into that space and cooking the rest of 2G's players.
I'm saying though, 2G are trying to, run the fast round playbook like they did on Haven. To be fair, really exposed EG on their retakes, but EG are playing much more fluidly this time. Actually holding on to their sights, going for these walk-ups.
And they have a lot better active solo util. Every round, 2G is getting locked out by the Molly and the Viper Orb on C.
Il va safe.
30 seconds left.
It's pretty annoying. Especially because, apart from the round previous to this, 2G haven't done anything really quickly over into the A space. They've been throwing the same Cypher Cam, up against the wall in the back corner there. They've been throwing the same cage over on Rebel too. But they haven't been using those. And usually when you play utility, defaults like that, you're trying to show some presence on the C space early, threaten that you've maybe left someone there to be a late lurk, and then move back into the A space and slowly try to push forward over the course of 40 seconds to a minute. But because of the pace that 2G is playing at, it's not allowing for any of that concern over alert coming in and over any concern of players creeping up against EG. It's very simple rounds for EG to play on.
Très mal pour 2G, d'autant plus que la phase d'attaque sera sûrement, probablement à l'avantage de
The ISO shield scaling up behind that with the dive from the Raze is one of the reasons why T1 was so good with this comp. Something I don't think we've really seen them do most this half.
Du nettoyage sur le site C là.
Quick A look
tout le
is
monde
like
de
from
rentrer.
2G, although it is just 2 rifles. Ooh. Okay, not as much damage as I was expecting. A little high there from Nature. But still, EG, because they, C players now, they can throw up the wall, buys a ton of time on the stall. You've got players creeping out of that C space too. And what it means for EG is, again, brilliant map control round to round. Now using the drone outside of the mound space, sees that there's no lurk on this side, might even actually ping Gobera, so that's a pretty high likelihood that 2G have all 5 players in the A space.
And look at the damage, Zap. Knocked down to 11 health just from the Odin spam. EG is winning this battle via attrition.
And perfectly reading, too, that 2G want to split back into Baby Door. EG have 3 players here, lying in wait. Supa with a brilliant timing on the mall. He catches these players. And an ultimate, too, trying to force them out into the open.
Et IC qui essaye d'empêcher au maximum. Ils ont fait la rota par B. Ils ont fait la rota par B. Ultero.
The spike finally gets
Wow,
ferried into
très
B.
belle ult terreau. Ils
The
ont réussi
next
à faire
wave of
tomber
this
Spike.
EG retake is soon to come.
But this is where it's trickier for EG. No flashes to get back onto the angle. Just a prowler for nature.
Silence
Spike est planté.
alone.
La deuxième fois
As the
qu'ils arrivent à
Vandal in
planter
hand,
le
one of the
Spike,
few
est-ce que
hero
là,
weapons of
ils
this round.
pourront
Knows nature's just on the other side, but caught out
Nature,
by the utility
Nature
and
face à
sprayed
Silent.
through on the Odin.
Silent à la position de
EG
Nature.
now getting their foot off on Askia. He's back into it. All popped. Him alone
Oh,
against
purée,
nature.
il a pas pu, il a pas
Up
pu, il a
over
pas
the
pu.
top he
Bien.
goes. The rocket.
Bien.
It's good. 2G's newest addition finds 4 and finally grants them a round.
Bien.
2G were
Askia
desperate
qui
for a round
permet
win
à
there, and they
2G
can finally
de
get
win
it.
ce round.
Askia got his first 4 kills of the game there.
Win ce
It couldn't
round.
have come at a
C'était
better
très
time for
très
2G.
très 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 bien joué.
Playing in this position down in the pit of B. And that's a deceptively hard angle to play with the showstopper too. He had to boost himself up onto the box there. Have much to shoot it off against to get that final kill.
2G again attempt to take space in A.
Derek was playing back in spawn, anticipating an Omen ult at the start of that round. Has now crept into the mound space. Again, same round from EG, same round from 2G. But this time, 2G want to push into that A side.
Nature has the ultimate, he'll pop it, but he's getting overwhelmed very quickly. Silence runs him down. 2G will attain a post plant, and Askia again towards heaven, now brings it up to a 5v3.
And now EG have 3 players all isolated on their ones. Derek on a very delayed flank.
Ici est tombé. 3v5.
DA dealing with a trip, trying to regroup with Supa. EG need time to play with here, time to work back into this space. It's time they don't really have, Mimi.
Derek is going to be so late. I think this might just be a save at this point.
2G playing this smartly as well. You can see all going up the rope to exit towards EG's own spawn.
Okay.
How do you feel about the save call? Because 2G is pretty close to their money breaking. EG would have been able to buy even if they lost these guns.
It's true. It wouldn't have been the worst thing. I do think there's a point to be made around ultimates as well, right? EG don't really have the ultimates to go for, and I guess EG are trying to take some of the kills.
Là, peut-être,
EG might have also
oui.
thought 2G would just escape towards their own spawn.
Ils ont réussi à faire tomber l'arme de Superman.
Yet that is 2 rounds in a row now for 2G.
Qui est tombé. Une fight dans les dernières secondes, c'est toujours bon de faire tomber les armes. 5-2 pour Evil Genius. C'est peut-être le moment de déjà peut-être trouver la solution pour pouvoir enfin rentrer sur le site et planter Spike.
Don't think we can grant that one. It's going to be another fight towards that. But this time, EG's committing to the brawl themselves. Sees nade, Teo missiles. 2G held at bay for now. But they didn't use their burst of utility just at the beginning of the round. Instead, they held it. And now we'll go and fight for this re-clear.
Yeah, as soon as the clove smoke goes down, they can get back into the space. EG have abandoned entirely. Now an Omen ult into backside A. 2G have found much more success towards this side of the map than the fast hits on C. Realized EG are playing pretty weak on this area.
Et lui, LSCTP.
LZ making a play.
2 rounds in a row, this is risky.
Oui.
Askia tries to bait him in, and LZ disengages.
LS qui cover top.
Smart to fall out of that space, I think. 2G may be looking for a bit too much there.
Couple ults,
Silence.
Has the kidnap zap, has the Hunter's Fury. The first one pop, that'll grab Icy. In comes EG, straight to the blender of LZ. He's found his way up above. 2G, they decimate Evil Geniuses as they fight into the site. It's a near flawless round for 2Game.
That was a sick little bait and switch between LZ and Askia. Askia's the little rat playing underneath his own smoke. Askia over into drop. But because LZ takes these first shots and then TPs up in the window that everyone else is trying to react, those players are all turning around trying to find where this Omen is. No one's anticipating the Rays to be there too.
Losing 3 rounds in a row, EG will call their first time out of this second map.
Here's the thing though, Mimi. again, similar to EG's defensive side of Haven, they're struggling in the retakes, right? When they're holding the C site in those early rounds, it's beautiful. They can play it behind their utility, it's no problem. But here again, 2G are abusing all of these very aggressive angles that normally you'd have, you know, some breach utility, stuns, flashes to clear away. Right now, EG are failing on that front to deal with them.
Last 3 rounds have all ended either A or B. And 2G's been opening with a lobby control every time. That's been the secret sauce thus far.
Seemed like last round, you remember how EG were playing the A space. They put down the early clove smoke, had Icy playing there for a second, but fell off pretty quickly. But it's harder with the clove smoke duration to keep recycling that smoke over towards trouble. You can't really maintain that control for EG, so they almost need to be more willing to fall back, unless 2G just opt into that straight up brawl. Looks to me like the setup in this round from 2G, splitting up 3 players towards the C side, actually bringing 4 over, anticipating a switch up from Evil Geniuses,
complètement les empêcher de rentrer sur site là. Normalement, c'est ça la strat en fait à OLO et au niveau pro lutte de Viper utiliser de façon défensive.
Do they check on him? Do they consider the option? Nope. No one's looking thus far. That's one, but the shield, it saves the day.
Hold on, Icy stepping into front B. He found that kill. EG could be right back in it. As it stands, Gobert takes the warning shot, falls back into sand.
Yeah, he's gonna do it instead. There's one from him. And Icy front B takes down another key player from 2G.
Au point A pour éviter de tomber. Bien joué de la part de Icy.
EG have plenty of time to work with.
La zone.
Falling back to regroup together as 3.
Aïe.
Gobert needs to seize this window.
En situation de 1v3.
Yet takes his timing to clip ahead. Now in a 1-on-2 finds another, but nature will take him down. EGC yet another C plant through.
Bien, il a pris un kill.
And the drought continues on C.
Bien, bien, c'était bien joué, c'était bien joué. Nice try. Il a fait de son mieux, c'était très bien joué.
Switch setup. Got a couple for EG, but I think the real crux of that round was their fight back into B main, opening that door and pressuring 2G from behind as Ye just held in spawn and let them run into him.
That's something EG have looked for a couple of times after they've heard the early attack into sand. Walk into front B, open that door, go for that delayed pinch play.
So back to the well for 2G. They're going to take another round opening a lobby.
EG's fight is quiet here so far. Ooh, but a dart not broken.
Okay.
Force those players back.
6-3 pour Heavy Genius.
They have conceded space
EG
because of it.
retente encore une percée au A.
Suppression added to the ISO kit, a little bit annoying to deal with as well. I see no chance to stall, but he pings it
il faut pas changer la méthode qui
No
gagne.
one's there to recover it. LZ has to save the day, and he'll sneak away.
Lurks on lurks right now. EG have pushed out of C, and Gobert is front B. No one's ready for that. With the A out of the picture, the round becomes so much simpler for 2G, and Gobert is still going to keep moving.
EG going for a double flank play. But this lurk, an ever-present threat from Gobert.
Ils ont bien joué avec Gobert qui a pris par le back du B. C'est très bien joué. Là, ils savent qu'il y a un ennemi dans leur back et le spike est planté. Ils ne peuvent pas trop s'empresser d'aller sur site, sinon l'ennemi du back va les kill. Mais là, Gobert, il attend d'avoir l'info de la position des ennemis. Ok, ils ont l'info de Fail Raise, il a l'info de Viper. Donc Gobert effectue la rota, lui, et il effectue la rota dans leur back. Bien. Gobert qui prend la turbe, lui, Gobert qui prend les règles. GG, bien joué, bien joué. Bien joué, c'était très bien joué ça.
And it just put so much pressure on these EG players. Tried to make it a little chaotic with all the smokes, the Viper's pit going down. At the end of it all, that lurk was just too big.
Et là, pour la suite, Gobert a son ult.
Sees nade early on A. Ooh, that might actually catch on the supply zap. Oh, he doesn't care.
What are we doing with the classic 2 zap?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the Silva attack outlaw technology.
They don't know about it.
Does a little bit better than most folks.
And in about 15 seconds, Round is all but one for 2G.
All right, Mimi.
Okay.
Put yourself in the mind of Zap right now. You're calling round 12, the last round of the half to tie things up. Do you hit C site, where you've lost every round, or Mimi, hear me out, do you hit the A site, where you've won every round?
This might be revolutionary, but I think I would go and open A rubble, and maybe then hit the A site after.
Okay, let's see what happens.
I'm not a mastermind like him, so we'll see.
I would say if Zap called to hit C and it works this time because EG overload bodies on the A side of the map, give this man a medal.
Classique.
He's trying it.
They've got an attack
C'était très bien géré ça.
up and outlaw to take these first fights.
Bien géré.
Guns to fall back into
Dernière
after,
manche
I'm
avant la
sure.
rotation.
Only 2 sets of
Déjà
full armor on
succomber
EG.
sans retard.
And some
Et
guns to back
s'ils
it up.
vont le faire, je
Oh,
pense que
Derek,
là, ce serait le
finding that
moment.
opener onto Gobera. He's been so successful on those lurks. Not this round, though.
This is an annoying round because 2G, I think, wanted to accelerate into C using this drone to fake it to A.
Gobera
But now they're calling back into the space. And yet somehow Zap has called around this. Again, this A site is weak. EG anticipating Zap's moves, but maybe just 10 seconds behind him.
Nature jiggling from the baby door.
Zap.
Zap holding this angle.
Il peut.
Nature
Il nous a
knows
déjà
now.
montré mieux, donc il y a moyen.
Oh,
Il
the
a
rocket,
vu, il a
that's
l'info,
headed into the
il
site.
attend. Il attend.
And that'll allow the spike to come down uncontested for 2G.
Zap getting so active up into stairs. Trying to walk on the back of that, but Ye takes him down. It's now 3-on-5.
Alt for silence.
Ultra, ça fait toujours fuir.
Been very good
C'est bon
in
à
these
prendre
ultimates
parce que
thus
ça fait
far.
toujours
It's no
fuir.
different here.
But EG now trying to flood into the site. Down in hell again. Oski has been so effective. Nature on 2 puts LZ into a 1-on-3. And with the ultimate's utility winding down, pushing against him, Evil Geniuses will take a 7th before the half.
Truly a half of 2 sites. EG every time
Bien
successful
joué,
in hard
bien
anchoring
joué,
C with the
bien
Viper,
joué.
but
GG de la part de
again,
Evil
struggling on their retakes.
C'était
Finally in the
bien
last
joué.
round
Et
though,
cette
they
première
figured it
rotation
out.
qui est pour
They get the
remporter
retake down
7
pat on A. Put
par
themselves
Evil
in a good
Genius.
position to close this game out.
Voyons voir ce qui
Yeah,
va
they
se
just
passer.
punished the individual
attaque.
walk-ups from 2G. The
Pour
lurk
eux.
on B from
Ils
Gobert was so
ont très
quick.
bien
Zap
défendu.
2 falls. EG can play out the numbers nicely.
2G competitive again, but they still have to come back if they want to send us to map number 3.
C'était beau, c'était beau.
Red Bull gives you wings. Le bundle recolore à Saint-Yves.
2G had a lightning start to the second half on
D'ailleurs,
Haven.
tous
They
les bundles
almost
sont nice.
rallied that game back against EG, but now they're down
Tiens,
a
on va
map in the
rappeler que
series,
acheter
and
un
they're
bundle
tasked with
permet
the
de
very same
soutenir
thing here on
votre
Lotus.
Yeah, the last few rounds have gone very nicely for them, winning 5
Moi,
of
il
the
y
last 7.
a moyen, je vais prendre le
You can see,
bundle à
like, basically every
AG2,
time
mais
that Zap
j'aime
is
trop le
popping off in a
bundle
round,
à
the rest of 2G
Sanctuary.
rally behind him. Good pistol here could be the start of things for 2G. It looks like Evil Geniuses geared up for a sand fight. Only LZ to spot this out from 2G.
Clove smoke down to get out towards C.
Yeah, just break the one way. threaten popping out of this.
Double controller comes and let you commit smokes for that.
Thing is, EG have a ton of damaging utility, not so much raw initiator abilities. So they can catch you, they can combo utility, and when it works, it works. That's one down on the C side, and only Zap here to hold.
He's got to get out of here.
Yeah, get on through. And with Nature flying in too, I mean, this round's falling
Et on
apart
est
from 2G.
reparti pour la rotation de cette game. Donc, on va voir comment ça va se passer désormais. Et là, c'est Evil Genius qu'on en attaque. Okay. Il a l'info du domaine top. Oui, c'est évident, là ils vont balancer toutes leurs spells, c'est évident. Ok. Wow. Ils sont rentrés vraiment comme un tank là. Ok. La Turquie tombe. Oui. Bien. Attends, le spike.
No more to come of it.
Okay.
EG take the pistol.
Ils ont pris les positions de défense. Oh, avec 4, est-ce qu'ils pourront? Non. On va. 2v3, 2v2.
Because they threw the season into back bend, right? So even with the classics, just firing bullets off through that smoke, you know the guy's got to try and run and get out of there.
I was
Bien, Zap. Oh, c'était bien joué de la part de Zap. C'était très bien joué de la part de Zap, mais malheureusement, il se fait arrêter par Superman.
Another very conservative eco round from EG.
Not so much from 2G. Couple of sheriffs, the marshal for Zap. That's something I remember even during kickoff he liked to do. Playing an off angle backstairs. This guy likes those snipers.
Et Zap qui était à 1 kill de Ace.
There's a little gap
Allez,
to play with on
on y
that
croit,
smoke
on y
too.
croit.
I'm not sure if anyone's going to be walking into it.
Ok, cette fois-ci, Evil Genius attaque par le point A.
Derek has the stun in hand.
On a Nature qui fake sur le B, histoire de faire utiliser les spells des ennemis.
Finally, they're going to hit
Ok.
that go button.
Wall Viper pour masquer. Ils ont pas l'info à cause du wall.
At least one player is flooded out, LZ. Inside of a smoke, and everyone has rotated over for 2G. Okay, now it gets a little dangerous. That's one pick found, but here comes the pivot.
Mimi, we're on 30 seconds. Yeah, EG have to go back into Link, into B site. Ye has laid the foundation for an exec.
Attends, ils ont pris les
But EG did
positions.
lose one of their 3 rifles. It's an FPX buy for them.
Ils remettent le
It's
wall.
not the simplest round to play out.
Not a lick of armor on 2G
Ça
though.
réconne fait.
So even the ghost in the
On
hands of
s'assure
Derek is going to be
à ce
potent.
qu'il n'y ait pas d'ennemis, ils ont
Nature
l'info.
facing 2 on the other side. The smoke, he gets
Ok.
nothing, and neither does Derek. Yay!
Ici qui
Has to do
tombe.
so much here. Down to 1
Bien,
HP.
bien.
Silence with another shield ready to go. And LZ
utilise ses
beginning
spells
this
pour faire reculer les
defuse.
ennemis. Une
Someone
guardiane
has
est
to
ramassée
stop
du
it.
côté
Someone has to swing.
du
Yay!
G.
He doesn't have the spam. And 2G steal an eco round.
Fait la rota.
With how the last map ended,
Toujours
2G
cover back.
needed to get a
Voilà.
diabolical round like that. Take that one
Voilà,
straight
ils ont
away.
l'info du Omen.
Just put the smoke on the ground.
Là.
And really, it all came back to that first kill they secured
Mais-
overall the A site. Taking one of the guns out of EG's hands.
Il a
And then one with a
clean là.
classic and a guardian from main. Spiking or smoking the spike and trying to stick that one is just going to work more
Il
times.
n'arrête pas et il la diffuse.
That's got Zap back
Nice.
high on energy.
LS qui a pas arrêté sa diffuse et c'est passé.
Still
GG.
2 guardians from EG.
GG.
Because the
8-6
half by
pour
last round.
Evil Genius.
Gobera, nice shot from him. He'll escape. Got his reward. Now an advantaged retake for 2G.
Even if this round doesn't look too hot from EG, Nature's going to be pretty close to the Nightfall. Assuming he gets the spike down here. Also, don't forget about front B. While all the fakes are going down on the spike plant, Superman has taken some space. He could get a pinch going. With only a classic, you can't imagine he gets more
Il
than
est
one
rentré
kill.
par le C, ça balance ses specs pour déloger les ennemis. Ok, premier kill est pris par Gobera. Équipe, très bien joué. Prendre le kill et attendre que les alliés viennent. Au moins là, ça les place en situation de 5v4. Ok. Zap et la team en info. Zap envoie ses fléchettes. Notre fléchette, bien, bien.
EG have already laid the groundwork of these
Ça
early
peut,
rounds,
il y a une réalité où ça passe.
against 2G, right?
Non, non,
They've
c'est
shown
pas
so
possible,
many of
c'est pas
these
possible.
looks from
Ok.
Simba, whether it was, you know, stepping all the way through A
On
on
a
the pistol
Superman
round, this
qui est
last round
dans
of the
le
eco,
bac de
going into
toute
B
la
lane.
team
So
à
I
2G.
think 2G is
Ils ont
gonna be
l'info,
thinking
ok,
about
ils ont fait tomber Superman, ça diffuse, ça couvre.
flush out the
Oh,
mid-rounds, first B
GG.
especially.
GG.
2G also has some
GG.
beautiful ultimates
Ils
to
ont
play
géré
retake
ce
with
round
too on the ISO
en
and the Soba.
parfait.
EG, 1-3-1, walking their way up B.
But the paranoia there too is a bit shocking. EG, they can just heat up into this B site. 2G can't hold their ground. A bit overloaded there as the fight continues into Baby Door.
They're gonna keep it going. Zap to take down Superman. That was the lurker over towards A. So an A pivot is a little difficult now because there's overwhelming forces from 2G. The ult!
Whoa!
Excellence from Zap. Icy. Now a bit stuck into this corner as Ye comes back to life and takes down Askia.
This is where the power of the clove kicks in. Yay, sped up. Pushing into this A side. Zap on the off angle. Gets 4 on the round, but it's still a 2-on-2.
Ils ont l'info.
Derek has the missiles back.
Les Gobera qui sont là. Il n'y a pas 90 000 cachettes sur ce site. S'ils sont planqués là, si le spike est placé à une zone, c'est qu'on sait où ils sont planqués. Ok, Gobera. Ok, pour faire utiliser sa spell. Ok.
And he's not rewarded. Now missiles and Icy ready to run into this smoke. It fades. And so too should the chances of Gobera. Icy for 4 and EG.
Nice, bien joué de la part de Icy. Bien joué de changer de position pour avoir un meilleur round. Très bien joué.
In Baby. And win that round is nothing short of a miracle. You also have to consider that 2 versus 2, right? When they have the utility to put down onto the spike. You also have Ye after death putting down a smoke. So 2G, those players are constantly checking behind their backs, trying to figure out if they're getting wrapped on, whatnot. Had no idea both players were actually set up in tree.
You have to feel bad for Zap. Got 4 kills that round. With the Clove res, though, it was still a 2v2 that his team couldn't win.
So pistol round, he gets a 4K, loses the round. That round, he gets a 4K, team loses the round. Send some help.
He's gonna need it. They'll take a timeout. Get
Pas
Coach Faith in for a word.
Le coach doit intervenir histoire de ne pas trop laisser Evil prendre les points d'avance.
We can't be having that. Someone gonna deal with him?
Sancho's not even here. We don't need that kind of violence.
Don't check his stream. He's on top of the world right now. Just brutal scenes out here in Americas.
Pivot round here for 2G. Money's on the edge. They have a nice ult to work with.
Sending the Cypher over towards this A side, so 2G ready to fight into the mound space. For a second, I thought they were going to have the undercut from Silence chucked on out, but instead, he wants to play front B. Can maybe support from there, open door, get across the box if he wants.
Just send out his ult.
Oh,
to support the fight for the smoke. Askia dies. Elsie could be in trouble too. Has a second TP in the ult.
Ils ont décidé que la meilleure défense c'était l'attaque.
And it's all crumbling for 2G now.
Yeah, once again, it feels like Zap's here in a 1v5. His entire team falling and getting pinged out by the drone is just brutal.
Tout premier duel perdu en nul.
Over before it even starts.
EG not even taking a lick of damage.
Aïe.
And back in the pole position.
Gobera. Il y a moyen ici. Vraiment,
yes, that was the round we had ults, we had a gun, we had just talked to the coach, and
la meilleure chose à faire là serait juste essayer son arme.
Feels almost like you waste it after a moment like that where everything goes wrong. You've got to change the plan. You can't run that same look again. Now that you've spent those key abilities.
Look at the money, too. They are going to be pretty broke this next round.
Well, they've got plenty more time to think about heading into the next one. But they need to tap into some of the magic they found in the second half of Haven. Getting blocked out these last 2 rounds. Now, things they're going to be considering, money miserable for 2G, but also a nightfall over for nature. So winning something like that could be big for them. Again, in theory, EG's comp should be a little bit more reliant on their big exec ultimates to take sites.
At the same time, they found value with getting players lurked up late over towards A, threatening the Clove on these B lurks, and really consistently kind of forcing 2G to worry about a lot of different avenues of approach.
If you think about one of the things that, you know, this 2G comp does so well, we saw T1 using it a bunch, was using those undercuts very aggressively to dominate fights over a rubble, but also having the flexibility to, you know, play that ISO over on the B site, then walking up front B. You can be very fluid and influence the map from very far away.
The issue for them is without an omen, EG is never going to want to early fight into a rubble when they know there's a risk of an ISO being there. They are only ever going to re-clear a rubble.
EG can kind of, I don't know, wait for 2G to reveal their hand, then step in a little bit more on delay, and set up these utility combos to clear out rubble.
Yeah, talk of the re-clear, here it comes. Molly, nade, the orb up, and that space is in the hands of evil geniuses.
Now this is where it should in theory be a little more difficult, and I like Askia getting active back on the angle. I want to see more of this of 2G on the second wave, getting in front of things, but the Nightfall is going to make it impossible.
Just a straight up exec here for EG. And already Silence is dead. Zap is going to try and desperately swing it too, but
Nature qui prend le kill à travers Smoke sur Sap.
They're not going A. They're not going A. Of course, Yay is lurking up into B. This guy loves it. Sure, a camera's going to spot him out, but the cavalry's here.
Both hero weapons still alive for 2G, but now it's just them.
Nature qui prend un deuxième kill sur LS.
The fans know it. They know what's coming.
Il va prendre un autre kill, Nature.
2G, both players completely alone. Walking into the site. He's getting one. Satchel for a second, okay. Oski awake, but that still puts Gobert in a 1v3. And there's no chance for him to win this.
You don't think?
No.
6 HP, not enough?
Tail missiles,
Ouais,
satchels.
mais malheureusement là, c'est encore la meilleure
Starting to
des
slip.
choses
Still,
à
I mean,
faire.
again, that was the half-life for 2G. Not going to be too bad. They got the Nightfall. It's the small victories for them. Those aren't going to cut it in the future rounds, though. They need the big ones. Especially now that EG have just proven round after round. These mid-round pivots are really exposing 2G's defense. This B site is always a gap later on.
Round 19 is going to basically be the last chance for 2G.
So if we get into a slow round again, 2G need to be way more proactive at clearing front B. I feel like they've had 3 players fighting this A space, then they get forced back, and then they stay on that side of the map. They're not playing so fluid at the moment. And it's allowing EG to just best them on a macro scale.
After showing a bunch of slow rounds, pretty much sitting in spawn, EG open a bit quicker, taking space in C mound. And if they choose to go here, there's only one player to anchor. 2G is going to basically be forced to play retake.
Paranoia out already from LZ, but it's dodged. Icy already into the site. The swings are coming on through, and Silence is unable to find his mark.
Couple kills back from Gobert over towards mid, but it might not be enough. It's a 3v3. The Hail Mary, the rocket from Askia.
Nature is already one off of the Nightfall?
That's insane. He used the last round. There's the rocket over the top. Askia finds Ye. That's what he needed, but they're going to need a little something extra. His off-site EG plays. The satchel onto mount. Askia swings in, and now it's only Nature. Gobert holding this down, and Zap defends his teammate well. They needed that round.
Bien joué, c'était le round à gagner pour ne pas se laisser trop distancer par Rejoins-nous. Ils peuvent le faire, 2G. Ils peuvent le faire.
Right, every single round we've seen it. We've said it. EG have had these lurks, constantly punishing 2G. That kill you just saw there, so meaningful. Also, Oskia seeing his shoulder gets 2G right back into that site. Nature's got Nightfall again.
That he does.
Derek's got his ultimate. Good luck playing the site. It might be time to abandon C, 2G.
The last couple rounds, EG has hit C. 2G have committed 1-2 players onto the site who have died, and then their team has ended up at a disadvantaged position on the retake.
You're going to see Zap playing just off site, probably, and then trying to flood back in after the Nightfall, assuming EG stick around.
They broke the trip, the cam, and now they'll head back and look for an A re-clear.
Yeah, so right now, yeah, we're going to use the Nightfall over towards C more than likely to try and pull this player. Because the smoke went down, EG think and assume that someone is up here and really need some help settling on this fake.
I think they spotted LZ at this point. Paranoia, and he backs away. Ultimate used to try and flush anyone out of blue room. No one's home. And that'll confirm EG that they just want to send it into A. Rotate's coming in for 2G, but they might be a bit late. Only LZ here, he's just getting bullied by utility, dead to the missiles. Icy on the entry, but silence! The savior for 2G.
And Zap down into drop. Looking for a moment, gets his. 2G are pushing forward on the retake. Even as the spike goes down, but it's just Zap with no gun out! What is going on? Gobert was miles away.
And now it's a retake into a pit. A 1 versus 2 for Gobert. But the Viper just on the other side and dead. 1v1.
Bien.
Gobert.
Allez, Gobert.
Up against one of the greats. A tap on the spike, but he doesn't know where Ye is. Ye and all to work with, and that round is his. EG.
Oh no.
1 away from putting 2G to bed.
EG just not wasting a moment on that exec once they committed. And it's unfortunate too, because LZ tries to teleport out, all he has is the Sheriff. And Zap, I think because the pit goes down with the spike being planted, he thinks he has a moment to try and catch a really fast timing. And he knows the pressure's on, because Gobert is so far away. He is in a 1-on-2. It's an unenviable position.
Icy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a brutal way to start this. Oscar dead in an instant, a lot of ults being used. They absolutely need to win this. No! And they don't! The silver lining of Zap getting that kill, but it's still a 3v4.
LZ has held on to the space interrupble, has called in reinforcements of Zap. But LZ still doesn't have a gun. You'd almost expect 2G to creep forward. As Drone only sees the typical lurker. That is fake information.
And 2G, do they fall for it? Walking up is LZ, straight into EG's trap. 2G though, great paranoia. That gets him the space to escape.
Honestly, that is fine. And the truth is, with LZ having the ultimate, he could potentially ult over to C if 2G wanted to try and hold on to this site. I don't think they're going to have the opportunity to do so. As missiles go on in, clear away Cypher trips, and camera spots out all 4 players on EG.
Gobert in the smoke. One of the 2 Vandals in his hands, but he's already dead. And now only 2 left alive. Make that one, yay. On this Clove. He's got 2 lives to close this one out.
Zapping a 1-on-4. But Ye's up there, not gonna happen.
Zap.
EG start off stage 1 strong. Taking down 2G in their opener.
13-8 on map number 2. It was a close one to start. 2G had their chance, but in the last 2 rounds it slipped away. And it's going to be another 2-0 loss on their record.
Opposera Sentinelle face à centième.
Still looking a lot stronger than I think we saw
Et ce
from
match
2G
qui
during
promet.
kickoff. But on the other side of things,
Allez,
evil
à tout de suite.
geniuses. They're able to equalize in that first map, even once things start getting a little bit ugly towards the end, and come back with a much stronger Lotus to close things out 2-0.
Yeah, a great day from Icy and Ye.
Oh,
Icy
yeah.
especially, I think, super impressive on that Waylay map 1.
Yeah, the Waylay was so fun to watch, especially the slower side execs, because you'd expect a double dash into side, everything like that. No, Icy was a little bit more composed than that, taking his fights as they came. And Nature, too, with some huge rounds on both of those maps. They're having some fun up there.
Second win of the season for EG. Hoping to build more off of this. But looking at the strength of schedule, this was the one they needed to win. They have that goal checked off, and now it's on to even harder opponents.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time in stage 1, right in the regular season. Got about 5 weeks of gameplay. 5 opponents trying to take down. Getting this one was big. I do also want to shout out Askia, right? First time stepping onto the stage here with the 2G squad. That first map had a couple of big openers towards the start of things. Here too, clutching some important moments as well to take some rounds for 2G.
They did a good job today, I think, of dispelling the narrative of being the free win team. Kickoff, they only won 17 rounds. It was a stomp into another stomp. It was brutal for 2G. Today was different. This was a close match. 1 or 2 rounds different on either of these maps, and it could have been theirs.
I think they already won more rounds today than in kickoff. So
yes, quite
success.
literally. 19 today, 17
There
in
you go.
kickoff. It's only up and up from here.
Yeah, it was also great, like seeing Zap up there, finding himself a little bit, fragging out, having fun, getting rowdy, getting loud. That was a good look to see from the leader.
It absolutely was. I mean, just great stuff across the board from them. But EG looking great today. They have their first win of stage 1. And for your Verizon post-match interview, it's Dan Dryad standing by with Icy.
Thank you guys, that's right. I'm here with Icy after that 2-0 win against 2G. Can we hear it for Icy, everybody? It has to feel good to start stage 1 with a win. And also with your Waylay debut, can you tell me what it was like to play this agent? You were going insane on that map 1.
I mean, Waylay is just really fun, I'm not gonna lie. It's a fun character. I hope to play on more maps and just, you know, keep owning. Because I was dashing in there, shorting people. It was a lot of fun. So it was, yeah.
It looked really cool. And something that we noticed as well on the second map is you guys are experimenting a little bit with the compositions. We saw Ye on the Clove as well, as we just talked about as well, you on the Waylay. So how do these compositions come to be? Is it just Potter? Is it everybody kind of having an input? And how do you feel about the meta right now?
A lot of it is Coach Potter, but I would say like a lot of it's just like comfort roles, like what we feel nice on. You know, we try a lot of comps in the like break time between kickoff and stage 1. So we were just trying things, and I think we found the comps we were looking to play in the meta, so feels good.
And a lot of them were really clutch, and everything that you were able to do in these maps was pretty impactful. So going into the expectations, because on kickoff, we didn't really get to see much of you. So what are the expectations that people should be having for Evil Geniuses on stage 1?
I think people should expect more wins. You know, I think that we had a rough kickoff, and we all know that, and there's things we're touching up on. So I think we're improving on the things we need to improve on, and we're feeling better going into stage 1.
And that's something that I like to hear for EG. My last question is, it's a double question. So number 1, that next match is 100 Thieves against Sentinels, that classic. But those are also the next 2 teams that you're going to be facing. So tell me, who's winning that next match, and how do you feel about facing those 2?
My prediction is I'm going to take Sen 2-0.
Okay, 2-0.
And then, let's see. I mean, I'm looking forward to both those games. I think it's going to be a good game today, and I look forward to playing both those teams, because I know they're both pretty solid. So, yeah.
That's going to be a good matchup, and that's the one that is coming up next. Icy, thank you so much for the interview. We're going to throw it to a break, and then we have El Clásico.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Rivalry between Sen and 100 Thieves is fun for us because we get to have as much banter as we want.
We got to see them at Masters. They looked horrible, thank God.
Prowler might force him off to the side here, but 100 Thieves still need to get this defused. It's up to Zelsis. The Vibes Merchant himself has to salvage. And Boosty Boy gets his team in the game again.
I mean, Booster as a player is terrible. Like, I actually don't know how he won a champs. It's kind of like me winning Madrid.
He's horrible.
Actually, now that I'm talking about this, we're kind of the same, and I hate you, but I love you at the same time.
This is it. The Null Commander set them up, and instantly around the corner, Zelsis waiting. Oh my God! What a thrifty!
Xander's insane. I mean, he's much better than Bang. I just want to beat Sen, so Bang cannot say anything else and make him like regret his choice of leaving us.
Now it's up to Xander. Can he stop this? One headshot, two, and a defuse for the raid is interrupted. Xander has arrived.
We're gonna destroy him.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and a big hello to all the clout chasers, co-streamers, social media gremlins, and anyone like that on the internet that enjoys some good drama, because it's now time for Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. We got GB here alongside Brennan Wyatt as we break it all down. Fellas, we've sung this song multiple times in the past.
It's like Rocky V at this point.
Really is.
You know what I'm saying?
It really is.
I said a hot take before we even came into this. I was like, just put the game in the bag. I'm tired of this match between these two. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't want to deflate the hype out of the room here. You guys can
the game that is placed the last of the weekend to drive the
carrying
most
the
hype and
viewership.
excitement.
It's like really pushing.
It's the main event.
Yeah, Bren's like, don't want it.
I was more excited about 2GEG.
Ooh, hot take. That actually, hold on a second.
I'm expecting more pushback at this point.
Or this one.
By the way, none of this is planned. We can get into this segment actually anytime we want. None of this is planned.
Well, look, guys.
It's this one. Oh, I mean, this does. Honestly, you kind of segue nicely into this point, which is that it keeps happening.
Yeah.
We've been getting this for a long time.
And it's a little one-sided.
Yeah,
it's a little one-sided.
We all remember when Sen took the win in the JBL Quantum Cup.
Yo, I think I casted that one. Which one? No, never mind. That one's later. Never mind. I casted a JBL Quantum Cup ages ago. I remember, and I don't know if I got paid. Jokes aside. In any case, I'm kidding. Of course I was paid. Come on, guys. Mimi tells me I'm rich all the time. Now, in any case, though, folks, it is the thing, right? This is the Clout Wars, as we had talked about previously. And it's because these are two very popular teams. A lot of people love these guys, you know, whether you're a 100 Thieves fan, you know, going off online, or whether you are a Sentinels fan who has just constantly been huffing the copium after Bangkok. There is a lot going on here, but I think it's safe to say, though, that this, Wyatt, is still going to be an exciting matchup because we got to see what's going on with Sentinels post-Bangkok. What's going on with 100 Thieves?
Oh, yeah. Listen, people always post the image, this isn't a rivalry, you know, the whole thing, and that's because Sen always seem to beat 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I think they've got a great shot at winning today. They had a fantastic match against each other at the beginning of kickoff. I'm excited to see them run it back, personally.
Big questions, though, I think, for the Sentinels team, because they did have a really strong kickoff performance. They peaked towards the end in the finals against G2. I think they played the best that they really have all year long, and we didn't see signs of that, really, over the course of Bangkok. So that's what I'm going to be looking at, to be honest, for this one. And, of course, you know, you get your drama. It's like drip-fed to you at this point.
Yeah,
you're just locked into
spoon-fed drama, you know?
Locked into the machine.
Get it all set up a little bit.
I don't know why I'm so bitter coming into this. I got no reason to be bitter. I got no skin in the game here. I don't know why I'm so jaded about all of this. But listen, it's...
You know what it is? It's because you made Brandon to a 2G fan. That's what it is. You made Brandon to a 2G fan.
So and somehow I've
crouched down. Let people see the tweet. We're blocking the drama.
We're blocking the view, guys.
Look at this.
Hold on. We just got to make sure that we let everyone see the tweet. Now, here's the thing, guys.
Can you move your head?
When a team struggles, we often hear about the vibes being an issue. Here's what Zelsis had to say in his Bangkok press conference.
Oh, shut.
A big thing we're struggling with right now is we need to find the balance between hardworking and having fun. I think everyone on this team is super hardworking and wants to win, but I think a big thing of wanting to win so badly and wanting to work so hard is a little bit, you know, sometimes you're just running into a wall at a point, and if you forget how to have fun, then you're really just running into a wall. So I think a big thing for us is we need to find the balance between working hard and then also enjoying what we're doing, because if you're not having fun, then I mean, it's very hard to play when you're not having fun, right? It's a video game at the end of the day. It's competition, and you know, if you're not having fun competing, if you're not having fun as a team, then it's very hard to pull through.
And you could definitely see the mental of Sentinels was really rattled post-Bangkok here. Did not have a great showing out there. Going out 0-2, not what they wanted to see, not what Sen City wanted to see. Brent, what were the takeaways that you got from Sentinels in Bangkok?
You can definitely feel like something was off watching their gameplay, I think, overall at Bangkok as well, in terms of the chemistry. The players, the coaches, like Kaplan has spoken about it to death at this point as well, because it's been quite a while since we've seen them. But there were issues that they need to correct, that they have been working on these moments. I think what Zelsis said, it kind of hits the nail on the head, to be honest, which is you need to have fun at the same time as winning. You can't take it entirely seriously, applying all this pressure on yourselves to perform under this aspect of competition, because when you crack, when things go wrong, you need to be able to smile about it, brush it off, go next. GG, go next. And I think that's the biggest issue that I've seen currently with this iteration of Sentinels. They've got the talent, but in terms of that like mental resilience, that aspect of the game, it's not tangible. You can't measure it in terms of stats, but it's missing there, I think. They lost it when they got rid of, well, not got rid of, but when Sassy and Tens were leaving the roster. I think they missed that aspect somewhat along the line, even though they've shored it up with more firepower.
Yeah, I agree. It's not tangible in the form of stats, but it's tangible in this. Yeah, there's a presence, there's a feeling.
Like, I feel comfortable if I turn to my left and I see Sassy right next to me. You know, and honestly, like as a player.
Beautiful bald man.
Oh, yeah, that is true. true. I mean, I am impartial because we're both, you know, beautiful bald men. But I will say that, like, when you see someone like that, and then you turn to your right, and you got freaking 10s right there too. It's like that's a big confidence boost, right? But now you got a lot of young people coming, a lot of new faces coming into this one. Makes it a little challenging.
We got a lot of young people coming.
Got a lot of the youth.
Video games.
All the youth coming together here, of course. Now,
right, old man.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna punch you in the neck. Now, here's the thing. Sentinels released a revealing clip that showed the team after they were eliminated. Let's actually go ahead and check this out. We'll talk about it.
We're gonna be emo. This blows. But I'm gonna say some stuff and it's gonna be kind of harsh. But if I don't say it right now, it's gonna eat at me. And the things that I say apply to me as well. I'm not just yelling at you, like lashing out at you guys. Like it also applies to me. But like truly, we should be embarrassed and disgusted with how bad we looked. Like there were so many rounds that we threw, and this series should have been an easy 2-0. And even when we're at our, like, it should also be a bit positive that like even when we looked this it should have been a 2-0. But like truly, we looked completely fucking terrible. And I think our biggest thing is we have no adaptability. Like Cap can give us a bunch of game plans, and Amin can micro us however much he needs to. But when we're in a situation that we haven't seen 100 times already, we just crumble and freak out and lose. And that's going to be the biggest thing going forward. Like we can go back in VOD and be like, this round's never going to happen again. This round's never going to happen again. This round's never going to happen again. But this whole game is rounds that will never happen again. Being able to adapt and do on the fly in the moment and do it together, that's what makes the good teams good. And we just don't have that right now. And I mean, I don't have a fix-all solution. Like we can work hard and get better at it, but I think we need some urgency. Not like in the server, in the match that we need to play with urgency, but like in our regular lives, like we need to get better at this, and we need to work together to get better at this if we want to win these tournaments. We get in so many good spots, and then we just throw. And we can get in these good spots as much as we want, but if we don't know how to close them, if we don't know what to do in a 3v3 or a 3v2 or a 4v2, we're just gonna lose. Like we can close these rounds so easily and make these games so clean. We just need some adaptability.
Damn, that was the harsh truth, but exactly what that Sentinels team needed to hear in that moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, I hard agree. And for a player like Zekken as well, who's quite young overall, but he's having to step into that maturity leadership role for Sentinels as well. I think this again speaks to this gulf and this gap that's been left by Tens and Sassy going away. That was a lot of experience that you're now going to be missing. Zekken has only been around very mature individual players, and he's been molded currently into a fantastic one. Potentially one of the GOATs of all time. We'll reflect on his career, I'm sure, thinking about all the accolades that he's going to be piling up. But it's a lot to ask for because he's the one having to step up and bring, you know, even having the hard conversations with the rest of the team.
That is a really good point, actually. He has been molded by some of the most mature players in top Valorant history, going back from Xset into Sen into
also been coached by Kaplan for such a long time at this point as well.
Absolutely. One thing I do want to extract from that whole monologue he had, though, was the mention of urgency, and not just in the server, but outside of it, and tying that back to the Sen team when they returned from Madrid last year, how much they struggled off the back of that tournament and the time spent there, and now failing completely to meet their goals at Bangkok, having to come back against a fresh 100 Thieves team that are hungry off of a loss to Sen. And they're going to be firing on all cylinders, I think, despite where they were at. They were so impressive. So that urgency needed to kick in, needs to kick in for tonight.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. You're going to need that, and you're also going to be looking to some of the key players here, some of the newer faces joining the team. Players like Nari, for example, who, you got to feel that for this individual in this moment in time, Brent, he's got to meet the moment. He's got to be here with the Sen squad. Kind of like what Zekken said, show that urgency with everyone else.
Absolutely, but I think it's no secret. Everybody knows it. Narrator's a player that wears his heart on his sleeve, is the kindest way to say it. He is incredibly emotionally driven. When the going gets rough, it can be very tough for them as a team. There's been many moments where Zeltis is having to step in and really just interrupt Narrate before he really gets going and bringing down the general vibes of the team. Like, this is something that we've seen repeatedly since he's been brought into the roster. And I don't say this to single him out as an individual, but it's a very good moment for him to reflect on his own career later down the line. Look at this as a moment of reflection for him. How do I turn this around? How can I keep the emotions in check, not let it bleed around the people around me, the teammates around me, having to constantly be telling me, it's okay, listen, we'll keep it calm, it's okay, just focus on to the next round. That's what's missing when I see this team right now in its current iteration. And that's the difference between what makes a good team a very great team and a team that's going to be lifting trophies. So I don't say this to single out in the race as an individual. I don't ever really want to be put that pressure onto him, considering the amount of pressure that's always on these Sen players. But I think for him, this is a golden opportunity for him to really evolve and take the next step as a player. That next step that really turns you into one of the greats.
No, you know, you're so right. And actually, we did get an opportunity to catch up and narrate earlier on today. Dryad standing by.
I'm here with Narrate ahead of that 100 Thieves versus Sentinels matchup that everybody has been waiting for. And Narrate, you already played your first international with Sentinels. What are some of the learning lessons from that international event in Bangkok that you're hoping to apply for stage 1?
Yeah, so I think in Bangkok, you know, we learned a lot about our team, what makes us, you know, play better, what makes us play worse, the things that affect us, you know, during the game and outside of the game. I think one of the biggest things we learned is, you know, just, you know, keeping the team vibe up, learning to enjoy the game as we're playing it on stage and off stage. And yeah, I think we're going to go into that match with that in our heads today, and yeah, hopefully it'll go well.
Excited to see it. Best of luck.
Fun is the word of the day for Sentinels, but when I do think of a team that likes to have a good time, it's 100 Thieves on the other side. You got Boostio over there walking around the hallways here at the Riot Games Arena with his freaking boombox, living his life to his best degree here. But here's the thing, it ain't all sunshine and roses for these guys either, right? They got eliminated at kickoffs by NRG after Sentinels put them in that spot, Wyatt. So this is an opportunity for 100 Thieves to really correct a wrong.
I really believe that this 100 Thieves team were performing far better in this server than if you just look at the standings of where they finished at kickoff actually shows. They were a high-quality team. They played some fantastic maps. I think they really just owned themselves with some bad map pick ban decisions, really overrated their bind, kept picking it and losing on it. But on other maps, they looked phenomenal, like on Split, where they completely dominated Sen on, you know, in that matchup that they eventually lost, you know. So I'm looking at them to be cleaning that aspect of the game up, having some better pick bans, and hopefully figuring out their bind.
Yeah, no, there is, well, I mean, that's something that they won't be needing to worry about too much here as well, right? Which I think is a bit of a plus for them. But, of course, we'll see what we get from 100 Thieves when they take the stage in just a little bit. For now, though, let's hear what Asuna had to say as to Dryad ahead of today's match. Excuse me. Enjoy.
Hey guys, I'm here with Asuna, and Asuna, we saw on kickoff that you guys were finding your style, you were playing a lot of the neon, and it was fitting you really well. What can we expect for the stage 1? Is it more of that? Is it maybe a little bit of Waylay? What can you tell us?
Obviously can't hit anything about Waylay, but definitely a lot of neon and movement characters, you know, just trying to surprise people, but we'll see. Maybe we'll lean into G2 style comps. You never really know with our team because we have a lot of flexible players and we can play anything, so yeah, but it should be exciting in this Sen game.
Can't wait to see you. Good luck.
Now, I hard agree, I think, with some of the points that Wyatt was saying before we even got into this, that 100 Thieves didn't look as bad as their standings were overall showing. And a part of the reason for that, I think, is that they come into these rounds, these games, with very good ideas overall. And Zik's preset plans is the key to victory. See how this happens, and they end up sending a fault line, Sage slows over the top, salvos come out along with the nades, and it's all combined. If you take that into account and you build plans around round 1, round 3, round 13, and the bonus round conversion if you eventually get it, that's going to be a key to victory. The second moment that I pulled as well is their pistol round 13 as well, so let's play this one out. It starts off with a very standard A-ramp take where they send it flying forwards. Round 13 is from the exact same game again. They send it all the way flying forwards. It's a bit slow to begin with. They catch the contact, they use the fault line, they push them back and away. But the overall goal of it, actually, if I just zoom in real quick onto the minimap, is to get a bit of a collapse going as well. They're going to path all the way through into vents to try and capture these players, push them up through mid on top of it, and get the squeeze going onto them. Now, it doesn't end up working out. In the end of the day, Sentinels end up realizing this. They react appropriately. They pull backwards and away from it. So these opening advantages. But the point of this that I really wanted to show you is that they are putting clear thought into these opening game plans to try and snowball these advantages. And when it works really well. On this particular map, on split against Sen, they ended up winning in a dominant fashion because of this exact scenario that I'm talking about, with Ziggs putting in the thought with these preset ideas. It's also one of the reasons why 100 Thieves should be much better, I think, in this week-to-week format, where they have a week to prep for every single opponent, rather than going into the tournament and having to play and prep just every single other day. So, listen, I'll send it back over to Des to just talk it over for the final few moments of this one, but 100 Thieves should be looking better overall. Just, I think, in the group stage, it's going to be suiting them a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, Wyatt, you've been big on the 100 Thieves stocks. You think this is going to be a win for them today?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, in our 90-50-10 prediction thing that we did at the top of the day, my 50% chance was 100 Thieves go undefeated in this group. It is the softer group, though obviously there's still high-quality teams, but I really do think that there's a strong possibility that they could pull that off, format being a reason. I think they're going to look good today.
All right, folks. Well, here we go. It's now time to get the show on the road for Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out NA's finest. And let's go ahead and welcome out your first squad from San City. It's the Sentinels. Fun fact about this Sen roster, we've been doing things all throughout the weekend here with our block party. Sentinels only team that has been here every single day, and even when they're not playing, they have been putting in a ton of work to support the community that's coming out, and you hear the crowd. They love these guys.
Yep, I already submitted my Hollow Tens card to PSA. Hopefully I'll get that grading back soon.
You are ridiculous.
And flip that on eBay later.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and see if we can bring out their opponents here in just a moment. But there goes the set. This matchup.
On se retrouve pour le deuxième match de cette soirée qui oppose la team Sentinelle à la team Sanctuary. Deux équipes qui ont l'habitude de s'affronter. Ça promet. Ce match, il promet. Voici l'entrée de la team Sanctuary, dirigée par son Nigel Postio.
And there's a bit of beef between these two teams. We were kind of alluding to it, I think, at the beginning of this block before we even got into this game here. But with just, Bang moving over to Sentinels. These 100 Thieves boys, they're kind of out for blood, honestly, a little bit. Now, I mean, I'm sure it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek ever so slightly, but there is that rivalry between these two teams, not just the history over these entire years of VCT that has existed as a competition where they've played countless times, but even just internally, these players, they want revenge, I think, for what ended up happening this year.
Yeah, they most certainly do, Wyatt. Let's see what we get with the maps here.
I'm excited to see this map pool. And, coming in from Sentinels, 100 Thieves taking us to Haven. That is very interesting. And we had a split for the last map. On Pearl, I'm keeping a close eye on cryocells because
Pearl Haven is split. C'est quoi ces maps bizarres?
Where they were down, he goes on defense, drops 20 plus just on that half.
Ces games vont être bizarres.
It's outrageous. But in kickoff, his hopping was some of the worst we've actually seen from him. I need to see a bounce back from him, and he could carry them over the finish line on this first map.
Yeah, the pressure is on for both of these teams, I think, in terms of just showing up expectations. It's a weird scenario to be in, but with Sentinels having performed so poorly at Bangkok, they're going to be wanting to come into this match setting the kind of tone and pace, I think, early on for stage one. And for 100 Thieves, it's a little bit about revenge as well, and actually showcasing that they're not just going to be going out early whenever they get the chance to play in some of these tournaments. This is the big one here. The map pool, I think, is shaking up as well to be really quite interesting. You've got big maps that allow for a lot of slow macro play. It's really going to be coming into, I think, the calling to some degree as well for these teams. Opening with Pearl and Haven,
Let's
we are
go. Let's go.
We are getting from Sen. They're taking us to what we've been seeing from them. Hell of a lot of Zekin on Yoru. John King playing the Tejo, Celsius, his Vice, and towards the end of kickoff, really
on voit les combos. Ok. Narat va jouer Fade. Ok. Sentinelle mis sur deux initiateurs, Yoru, Vice, Astra, Tero et Fade. En face, Sanctuary mis sur deux duellistes, Fade, Yoru, Vice, Astra et Neon. Asuna et Cryo, c'est très fort. Déjà, un seul d'entre eux il met très mal, mais là ils ont deux duellistes vraiment qui peuvent et qui mettent hyper mal. Astra, oui, son pic en tournoi pro est primé, surtout sur Pearl, c'est très primé Astra.
That's right, we're ready to get into this matchup. It's going to be a good one. We see Sentinels bringing out the same comp here for Pearl. 100 Thieves bringing out a third different comp and 3 plays now. And they're going with a double duelist comp this time on Pearl.
Exactly. You can't start week 1 of VCTs without an El Clasico, or as Xander liked to call it, the El Clautico. And I like to call it that way too. But the most important thing into those changes that you just mentioned, Riviton, for 100 Thieves is the first time that Cryocells picks a Yoru ever. So now when Wyatt's talking about, hey, I want to see a resurgence of Cryocells going into split 1, how he's going to look like with the operator, he has a good chance to do this with this Yoru, especially on this map, and on the defense is where they start.
Interesting that their evolution has been a Killjoy and a KO to the KO and the Vise, and now a double duelist, but still keeping that Vise in there for 100 Thieves. They look over towards the B side here with a bit of a default look towards the right, but great pressure as they push forward. John Cutie starts us off with first blood.
Ça commence très fort. Ça va commencer très fort.
Cycling back and forth, doesn't look like
Wow.
100 Thieves wants
4
to give
sont
up
déjà en
space
avant
too
comme ça.
much. They will continue to push back Sentinels to figure out how much they want this B long position. And great hold by Cryo as he already teleports back over to see what's going on today.
And now we get into the mid-rounding where Sentinels,
Zeken, tu peux mieux faire. Rota, il faut déjà avancer la Rota. Et les autres l'ont compris. Les autres, ils ont compris ça.
They kind of just crumble, and this is a
4
perfect
4.
example right here with this double
Narat
duelist
est
that 100
tombé
Thieves
du
are
côté
coming
de
out with.
Sentinelle,
And
Asune est
in this
tombé du côté
mid-mark
de
where Sentinels
Sanctuary.
are kind of split across the map,
Sanctuary qui
giving up
essaye de
here
passer
this
par
B,
le mid pour
this
essayer
B rotate in the very beginning because they were getting pressured by 100 Thieves.
d'interrompre
But they're slowly going back into this
la
split.
Rota.
Yeah, they're very healthy. Easy to
Bank
keep
qui est
picking
mis.
that long side.
Oh
100
nice,
Thieves are gonna
Sentinelle qui a
sniff
fait
this out
une
and start
fake
leaning back to
Rota.
the correct way.
Ils ont fait de
Seeing the
Rota.
stars go down,
John
they
Cutie
try
et
position for a bit of
Zeken,
defense, but this street
ils sont
lurk
toujours au B,
could be
ils n'ont pas
huge
bougé.
once the
Santiago a
engage
compris que
happens.
c'était une fake Rota,
His
ils
eyes
reviennent.
are on that position. Oh, but his eyes get closed really
Z6
fast.
et Bank qui
Lights
sont
out
par le
for
mid.
him, and Sentinels come flying through. Xander just able to creep around the backside of the site now as he waits for Cryo to come in. Zelsis and
Zeken
John
passe une
Cutie
TP.
trying to pressure the plant.
Ok, Z6, bien, mais c'est très bien joué.
Creeping from Cryo, ever
2v2,
so quiet, is
2v2,
able to get that
2v2.
first
Le
one. And
spike
just a
n'est pas
sliver of
planté.
health here for Zelsis. It looks all too over here in favor of 100 Thieves. Zelsis says no. Zelsis says no. Does find out where
Ouh,
Cryo
John
is.
Cutie qui
Gets out
tombe.
another Vines.
Ça va être chaud.
Starts to delay a little bit more.
Misses it.
Il reste que
6 shots
Z6.
in the ghost. Knows the defuse is a fake. Sees the leg.
Bien.
Gets to play the time. Gets to
1v1.
play the position. But now behind the box device, the Vines go down. He's playing Cryo. And he gets Cryo. The triple coming in from Zelsis for the Red Bull clutch.
What a start from Celsius! Going on this Vice on a 1v2. Missing the Vines, going on to the spike, but still we just
Et il l'a
talked about
fait.
adaptability.
Il l'a fait, Z6 a fait.
And keeping Cryo
Nice,
stick
nice,
onto
nice,
the
nice,
position.
nice.
Even if he loses the duel, there's a possibility
Sentinelle
that Cryo
qui
loses
remporte le
from
pistol
HP
round,
running back to the spike or losing on time.
c'est vraiment très bien. Allez, Sen City.
Big battle coming in from both sides from the pistol round. And it ends on a 1v1. Beautifully played by Zelsis. And Sentinels continues with early aggression on the A side. But so far for 100 Thieves, they've been reading the correct stacks from the pistols to the second round. Looking to once again maybe surprise through with Asuna at the point. But looks like finally they'll decide otherwise. Falling back from that smoke, giving a chance here for Sentinels to potentially take control of this long A and the orb. But they're just using this scenario to insert.
Santiago qui veut
Zeken
vraiment
as the rest
empêcher
falls back
Sentinelle de
toward
rentrer
middle.
sur site.
Yeah, they look around, 3 towards a position, pull back. They did the same thing towards B last time
Sentinelle
Sentinels
amorce
did.
une
They
Rota.
feel comfortable having that kind of default on the map so they don't have to fully regain any position with too much utility.
Big map
Ok,
manipulation. So Zeken already taking
toujours
back with
mid.
everybody else. You see here now the inserts on the initiator of narrate instead. So at that minute mark, they're trying to see if
Santiago
100
qui
Thieves are going to
rebascule
push
par le B.
out. But 100 Thieves have found a little gap. They've gone behind Zelsis. They might catch players
Zeken
off
qui
the
prend
rotate.
l'ordre.
Busu's going to hear this.
Ils font des tirs. Z6 est passé par mid, mais il y avait encore des ennemis, donc son back n'est pas cover. Le spike est tombé mid, Bostu a fait tomber le spike. Z6 il va prendre. Lui. Z6 qui a pris par le back. Il a fait tomber Zander. Sanctuary remporte cette manche. GG. Pourtant, Sentinel avait déjà pris le kill sur la Stra. Mais ils n'ont pas regardé sur les côtés, ils se sont précipités.
The third round now is going to be phantoms almost across the board. We still see Boostio with the lower buy, but Sentinels with a death ball looking to clean up one of those weapons and see if they can't pull back a little bit with some power.
Exactly. Pack mentality. You already have a TP back towards the spawn. 100 Thieves are in a good spot here to just have the numbers to stop this push.
Ooh, tough spot for Xander. He's going to have to spray a bit. That's going to be a phantom in the hands of, what is that? Celsius? Narrate crabs. It has to plant towards the right side now.
Out towards the church. Big Visalt coming out from Celsius from how he popped off on the first and second round. That's going to delay the retake even more for 100 Thieves.
Keeping that Phantom protected here. You see it right in front of Celsius on narrate. They start to move in. Forefront of this is going to be Asuna to make the distractions, break the crosshairs. The rest of 100 Thieves come through with shots over the shoulder of their teammate to clear the site. And John Cutie Sheriff has to really ring true here if they're going to find anything. Cryo cleans that up. A nice job making sure A was clear. Another round for 100 Thieves.
And very good for 100 Thieves to even not split up here on that retake. It was a long rotate back after the Visalt from Celsius was popped out. So staying as a pack mentality on the defensive side allows for you to have better trades here with better weapons. Again, the only thing that they had on the side of Sentinels was that Phantom picked up by Narrate when Xander got caught a little bit off. But in the end, still a good round for 100 Thieves. Still very clean. No shenanigans coming through. Back for Sentinels. And we talked about the op now. At the desk here from Wine. Already is about to get tested. Cryocells looking to get control on the top of B. It's fairly slow for Sentinels, though. They are just trying to expect maybe that type of Euro peak TP away, so they just want to play it a little bit safe in the very beginning. They also don't hear too much initiator utility coming out. Finally, as the Prowler comes through, they know here that EU is playing towards Art. I'll try to push him back.
Super quiet. And everybody's kind of on a solo mission right now.
Yeah.
With that safety, a gate crash, it's easy for Zekin to look for that first kill. You see the same thing as you were saying from Cryo. Still pushed up long. So that information to be sourced, Sentinels is definitely working the middle of the map because you also have Boostio and Asuna so far up street.
Everybody could be heavily focused towards the middle A side because of this position right here from Crowd. Even holds for information. This now confirms the hit towards the A side, and Sentinels knows that they have to come through, but the decoy brings up the wall, and now it actually even slow things down even more. And now 100 Thieves are in a perfect spot once again to stop the push from Sentinels.
They still have Boostio on that lurk, so the focus is now towards A site. Zekin's trying to open this for his team. Maybe some util over the shoulder to gain that space. But it's just going to be some of the dry peaks. Relay bolt coming out. Yeah, that's going to be a hit and no more movement forward. But Narrate still finds Cryo. They're trying to peek out of the woodwork, and these are the shots coming in favor of Sentinels until 100 Thieves close in from each side. It's, however, just Boostio left after the firefight inside the site.
And they don't know where he's at. It's been a while here since the action has continued.
Nice. 2v1.
Very nicely done as Sentinels are able to tie things up 2-2. 100 Thieves did a great job to delay as much as they could here with the information that they gathered, the wall that stopped things up, the stuns that came through from Asuna. But towards the end, a refresh out from the util from Sentinels to re-hit back towards the site. They were actually pretty good in those protocols.
That space taken, space used. You saw Yoru walking up through, getting that art area. Really nice job coming in from the side of Sentinels as Zekin just freely moving, and they say, let's take it again. See if they can do a little bit more damage here. Some ults coming online soon, Vans.
Big ones. Big ones for sure. We start towards Art, already spotting two, but nobody to help out on that. But that's going to help here. Sentinels start pushing forward. And even the wall from behind. Also is trying to close the gap, but he's alone.
Oh, he does hit Zelsis before he gets behind the smoke. Zekin joins the team, has to get out of dimensional drift. Narrate will watch the flank here, but it's actually a ruse. Asun has already run back.
And getting that pick also forced out the Armageddon from John Cutie. Sentinels were ready to split towards this A side, and it's so smart here for Asun to fall back, play the numbers, and also waste the time out of Sentinels. Now they only have a fatal to move forward and try to retake a site. At this point, it might be, we have to re-clear with Util. We give our positions away, but the Nightfall might be the key thing. So Narrate has to stay up so far, but he's about to peak up against Boostio.
They have this backpedaling information. Now Boostio can stay safe, but look, Asuna still pushed. Okay, didn't stay too safe there. A nice pick off by Sentinels, pressuring mid. They still have a lot of work to do. Inserted is Bang. But they got about 30 seconds to get back to the site. They're going to have to work through 3 members of 100 Thieves to get that spike down.
Should be a lot easier, though, as we mentioned, this Nightfall available. That should hit all 3 of them if they don't fall back. And it should be an easy take. But a grab well and a spam through, and it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah. Great utility usage.
Bien. 2v3, bien.
Dashes it into the smoke, tries to get that spam, see where they might be. Wait, goes in the ultimate. They're going to peek it, they're going to swing it together. Beautifully done by Sentinels to pick the round.
GG. Très bien joué de la part des Sentinelles.
The fundamentals continue here for Sentinels. It's
joué
been
de la
chaotic
part
so
des
far every
Sentinelles.
single time that
Ils
they've
ont
went into these
complètement
hits on the
stoppé
attack side
Asuna
of Sentinels.
dans son ult néon.
Keep going
C'était
back
très
and
bien
forth. I'm
joué.
just loving so far the communication and positioning from both of these teams. And it comes down to these raw fights where whoever steps up to the plate, whoever feels it more is going to take it. It's Narrate. He's been pretty good and consistent so far. And although an emotional player, he's actually bringing the vibes up for sure with how he's opening up these sites.
A fantastic job all around. The mid-round calls are so good from both teams. 100 Thieves in great position to see where the calls are coming from. And John Cutie and the squad, like you said, knowing they have Nightfall, well, it gets the most value where they think we're going. So right on A, and they're able to push on through.
Yeah. I got to say, though, at least in the 5 rounds that we've seen so far from 100 Thieves, they've been, again, doing a great job understanding where Sentinels start on their defaults, or at least in the round.
Very true.
The pistol round.
Ok, 3-2 pour Sentinelle. Sanctuary qui a demandé un temps mort. Le coach veut tout de suite s'assurer à ce que Sentinelle ne prenne pas trop d'avance. Sur eux. Donc cette manche va être très décisive, que ce soit pour Sentinelle ou pour Sanctuary.
Push the forefront and get those perfect trades and not get too much value of those that are able to flank in the very beginning.
Zelsis qui est top frag de la game pour le moment.
Something that they did a lot during kickoff as
Il
well.
a bien démarré, très bien démarré.
Double initiator comp, they can work a little bit with that push and pull. If 100 Thieves do give them a window to work with.
There's that pressure.
That window going to shut though.
Beautiful flash.
Okay.
That almost caught Zelsis there, and thankfully for that flash, they pushed him back.
On a Sanctuary qui attaque.
The pressure's up on middle, but the smoke's going to keep them from working a little
Ils
bit here.
défendent, ils sont...
Into the A site.
Ok, ils ont réussi à repousser Sentinelle. Sentinelle qui... Je pense qu'ils vont fake une rota.
Continue to push the tempo against Sentinels.
You saw a fantastic seize there from EU too.
Okay.
Just how everybody walking away marks. So Sentinels was pretty stopped on that entryway with the smokes that they had coming in from.
Valorant est à leur avantage parce que les autres sont en écho. Ils vont peut-être tenter un mid B ou un mid revenir sur A. Le point B est safe. Pendant que les autres passent par le mid, Z6 lui. Oh, ça c'est peut-être pas la bonne stratégie, mais un kill va peut-être être pris. Asuna qui n'a pas check. Asuna, il revient. Ils ont l'info. Oh, Asuna a pris le kill. Asuna est tombé.
Marked, so they know they can get around the corner here to Xander, but he wasn't cleared by the Prowler on this.
Est-ce qu'ils vont rentrer? Est-ce qu'ils vont rentrer? Est-ce qu'ils vont rentrer? Oui, oui. Bien joué. 2v1. Oh. Bien. Toujours des situations de 2v1 en ce moment pour Sentinelle. Et c'est à chaque fois, à 3 reprises déjà, que Bossio est le dernier de Sanctuary. Nice, bien joué. 4-2 pour Sentinelle. S'ils restent concentrés, ils peuvent le faire. Bien joué, mais ceux qui vraiment
Zeken aurait dû prendre le kill sur Asuna. Il aurait dü prendre le kill sur Asuna.
All right. We go back in. Round 7. Ops there for Cryo again. Certainly looking to slow things down at B.
A little bit of a change for Sentinels though, going with the 2-1-2 and adding a lot of pressure in the very beginning at the long B side. That forces a team to run away, but really you can't
Il a pas check, il a pas check derrière.
what this drone does by pushing cryocells away.
Narat qui
if
part le
100
mid.
Thieves are actually going to react more towards middle. So they're just waiting for these pincer maneuvers that 100 Thieves may be cooking up with. That's just going to be
Ils ont laissé le
stalemate
spike
at the very
à
beginning.
l'entrée du B. Ils se sont un peu éparpillés cette fois-ci. Ok. ZL6 et Narat sont par le mid A. Est-ce qu'ils vont tenter de rentrer? Zeken, il est déjà proche du site B. Ok, ils sont là. Ok. Ils savent qu'il y a un opérateur. Ils savent qu'il y a un opérateur en face. Ok. Asuna qui est obligé de bouger. Narat et Z6, ils contournent par le B. Ok, ça a été détruit. Bien. Ok, ils ont la position. Ils savent que Neon est là. Ils font beaucoup de bruit par le mid afin d'inciter. Ok. Bossio qui veut ult. Oh! Kiro qui a pris le kill sur Zeken. Bossio ult. Sont-ils rentrés? Sont-ils rentrés? Non, non, non. Ils ne sont pas rentrés. Malheureusement, ils ne vont pas pouvoir planter. Ils n'ont pas le temps. Ils n'ont pas le temps, ils n'ont pas le temps. Ça a trop duré. Point pris par Sanctuary. Sentinel n'a pas pu planter le spike. Je pense que cette fois-ci, ils ont un peu trop attendu.
Late you can bring the round and who's going to be watching those hard angles towards site.
The thing is they have to be wary if they're moving towards this A site, trying to avoid the op. There's always the Nightfall from EU that can really slow them down, and they're always leading heavy towards this A site.
Okay, 4-3.
Sentinel has to be ready for that. And even look at the change out for 100 Thieves. The op is actually moving towards the A main as well, so it'll be 4 players getting ready to push through.
Ooh, that relay bolt. Just about clocking everybody, but they still get the retaliation onto Asuna.
Asuna qui est tombé. Asuna qui attaque un peu trop là au lieu de défendre.
That's thanks to Narrate with that haunt. Got the ping, sees some players towards the boxes, allows a free kill onto Asuna. TP is still up here for Cryo, so you could TP across towards the B site if needed be. But the rotate is actually going to be EU instead. This is a huge window of opportunity for Sentinels to take advantage of this B site.
A new look here from Sentinels right after that A hit instantly down street. Sight is clear and not even a problem.
Zeken est sur site. Ils sont rentrés. Ok. Ils n'ont pas planté depuis. Ils ont la position. Spike planté. Oui, c'est le moment. C'est le moment. On reste pas là. Z6. Oh! Et Z6 qui prend le kill. Super. 5v2. 5v2. Ils vont safe. Là, ils vont safe l'opérateur. C'est la chose à faire. Voilà. Ils vont juste safe l'opérateur et puis voilà. Mais Z6 qui en veut, il en veut. Z6 qui est déterminé à faire tomber les armes. Est-ce qu'il va pouvoir faire tomber une arme? Z6. Proche. Eh ben non, il n'a pas pu. Nice. Bien joué. Très belle attaque de Sentinel. Très belle attaque de Sentinel. C'était très bien joué ça. Flash Euro, Ultero, tu ne vois rien, tu ne sais pas où aller. Bien joué.
Absolutely executing off of that first push and not really giving a pull, just pushing on the other side too, throwing 100 Thieves off and catching them in the loop between sites. The op is still there for Cryo here.
Yeah, heavy lean towards the A side at the very beginning, maybe to try to get the Vice
Ok, Sentinel retente une attaque par le A. Un orbe. Ok, ça va ult. Oui.
making sure the damage goes through. They're seeing maybe if they can get a few more bits of alt, or util out rather.
Yeah.
Non, au final, ils ont décidé de ne pas aller sur site. Ils ont décidé de ne pas aller et de faire une rota. Pourtant, je pense que ça aurait été un bon moment. Mais F6, lui, il attend. Il attend. Je pense que les autres vont aller tenter de faire du bruit ailleurs. Et si les joueurs de Sanctuary essayent de prendre par le bas, Z6, il y aura moyen, ils prennent des kills à ce moment-là. Ok, jusque-là c'est bon. Ok, Z6 à ult. Ok, piège détruit. Wall. Non, 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 non. 2v1, il reste que Z6. Dans cette situation de 4v1. C'est pas évident qu'il le fasse. Narat et Z6. Là, joli. Joli. 2v2. Oui. Narat il plante. Sur le moment. Et oui. Très très bien joué. Il a son ult. Ok. Très bien joué, ult. La position. Ok, il va. Carry. Narat qui carry. GG, 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 GG. Narat qui carry.
Wins the shot, gets to the site, everything stays cool right after. But this position right here to start, again, was a beautiful setup for 100 Thieves. It almost seems like the tides have turned here, where we're going back to what Zekian was mentioning before. Adaptability is there right now for Sentinels, but it's not really there for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, if you were ever looking at a round where a team had to adapt that.
GG de la part des Sentinels. Ils ont. Ok, ok, nice, ils ont la position. John Cutie, vas-y. Bien, ils ont fait tomber Neon. Le Spike, bien. Zeken, oui, Zeken. Cover. Ils ont la position. Bien, Zeken. Un ace, un ace, un ace. Il va ace, est-ce que Zeken va ace? Est-ce que Zeken va ace? Il est rentré sur site. Ok, il a l'info, il a l'info. Il a l'info du top. Et il a ace! GG, GG. GG. Zeken est dans la zone.
This round was perfect. The small change coming through here from 100 Thieves was that they added more players to push behind Arsenal so they could fight towards that top.
Yeah.
But there was just so many players left for Sentinels.
Remember each ace giving you the $100 gift card.
Oui, très cher, Maître Panda. Vous êtes très bien entendu.
Le ace de Zeken, incroyable.
Man, we've got quite a few this week. They're being
Ouais,
gracious.
ouais. Et là, Sentinelle qui prend une très bonne avance parce que là, il mène 7-3. On sait que sur cette map, ils sont très forts offensivement. Donc, ce sont des très bons points en plus pour eux. Ok. John qui avance. Prendre l'info. Ok, il a l'info. Ils ont l'info. Zeken est là. Zeken. Bien, 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 bien. Il a pris l'info, il a back. Ok, ils ont back. Bien joué, ça attend. C'est le moment. Il n'y avait pas de cover sur Narat pendant qu'il se repliait. Il n'y avait pas de cover, mais ça a permis à Zeken et à ZF6 de rentrer sur site. Ok, ils sont sur site. Ok. Ok, Z6,
bien joué, Bang.
Prends des kills. Prends des kills, et quand la Néon en nul, 3v2, 3v1. Mais.
John Cutie et Bang, bien joué.
C'est carré.
Bang.
GG, 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 Sentinelle.
Dude, they were so separated for 100 Thieves when Arsenal went in.
Sinon, Turc, j'ai l'impression que Bang est en train de prendre le comportement de John QT. Hein. Même quand il clutch, il ne fait pas de voilà, il jubile pas.
Oui, il faut pas trop jubiler dans Valo parce que le karma, ça peut, voilà, ça peut. Donc, il faut pas trop, voilà. On apprécie le beau jeu, mais sans pour autant provoquer le karma.
Effectivement, effectivement.
Sur la game, 8-3, c'est bien parti. S'ils peuvent terminer ça en 9-3, ce sera encore mieux pour eux pour la suite. Vont-ils tenter?
Just how fast they went to after 100 Thieves decided to surprise them on top middle.
Ils n'ont
Sentinels are
pas
looking
vu. Du côté de Sanctuary, il y a Lult Yoru qui est là. Ils pourront à tout moment aller prendre l'info. Il y a de fortes chances que Bang prenne l'orbe normalement. Lui, il lui manque une orbe pour pouvoir ult. Ce serait très avantageux pour... Aïe!
Là, va falloir...
Aïe, bon. C'est quand il a raté. Il faut pas.
You are
Ouais,
divided.
Bang a pris effectivement l'orbe. Son ult est prêt. Ont-ils fait gros tas? G6 va-t-il essayer d'aller? Ok, voilà. Rio qui ult pour prendre l'info, pour voir leur position. Il a pris la position.
Pendant ce temps, Sentinelle qui back.
Ouais. Ok, ZL6 est très haut du côté des défenseurs. John QT, oui. Il passera bien. Je pense qu'ils vont fake le A pour aller au B. Ouais, c'est effectivement ça. Ils ont envoyé ça. Ok, ils ont l'info, C'est le moment, Bien.
Dommage.
Z6 en 1v4, c'est évident.
La première partie termine en 8-4.
Bien joué. Sanctuary qui parvient à prendre ce point et on se retrouve dans une situation de 8-4 à la fin de la première rotation.
They find a silver lining as well on the attack. They're closing that gap. 8-4 going into the half. I think we're into a very good game here going back into the second.
Can't wait to see what that double duelist comp does on the attack side. I'm also excited to see what Dryad's doing over in the streamer booth. What's going on?
I'm joined by two very special guests, Nicewick and Ilum. Can we hear it for them? They are supporting 100 Thieves today, just like a bunch of people in the audience too. And Nicewick, I want to ask you, you said you've been on the esports grind.
Et on peut voir ici la présence de Nicewick, un très grand influenceur Apex, un très grand caster de la scène compétitive d'Apex. C'est aussi un très grand fan, déjà qu'il est créateur de contenu pour Sanctuary, présent à cet moment de VCT Valorant.
Yeah, you're already so passionate. We know that for sure, especially for this matchup. And Ilum, you just got signed to 100 Thieves 3 days ago. So tell me, why should everybody support 100 Thieves on
Quoi,
this
c'est un nouveau à Sanctuary, le gars à côté, je le connais pas.
Non, le gars à côté là, c'est Nicewick en fait. Lui, c'est un créateur
celui avec l'écharpe bleue.
Oh, celui avec l'écharpe bleue, non, lui, je le connais pas. Mais vu qu'ils sont là à la zone des casters, ce sont sûrement des créateurs de contenu en fait.
It's not going great for us right now. I think we could all see that. But I'm expecting a little bit of a bounce back. So, 13-9 us.
13-9?
What about you?
You know what? I could see a 13-9. I could see a 13-9. We'll take that. Yeah, I'll agree.
Yeah, I think I'm also going 13-9. We're in the same wavelength here, right?
Wait, 100 Thieves?
Yeah, of course. And with that, we're gonna send it back to the casters. Yeah.
One round for Sen on the second. All right. I mean,
de ce que j'ai compris d'après leur dire, ils disent que Sanctuary va gagner 13-9. Voyons voir.
That's exactly it. Having double duelists on the side of 100 Thieves on the attack now. And Xander, potentially the one that's going to help open things up to support.
On va voir comment cette game va évoluer. Panda, quels sont vos pronostics pour ce match opposant Sanctuary?
Allez, on va être gentil, on va dire 13 quoi? Je dirais 13-8. 13-8, vas-y, 13-8.
Ok, 13-8.
Même si vos influenceurs d'APEC ont dit que Sanchez va gagner 13-9.
Oh.
Ok.
Smoke goes up. It was going to be a dismiss, but they're going to fight through it here.
Zelsis qui a pris le kill sur Bostio. Zander qui fait tomber Zeken.
Zelsis qui prend Cryo.
Ok. Nice. 4-2-3.
Nice, qui fait tomber Zander.
Ok. Nice.
Oh,
Mais
NT.
Zelsis est chaud.
Ok. Bien. Ok, Bang et n'arrête pas ça, Asuna.
Ok,
2v1. Il reste Asuna debout. Le spike est tombé ici. Donc, que vont-ils faire?
Mais ils n'ont pas vérifié le spike.
Donc, ils ne courent pas. Ouais, eux, ils soupçonnent une rota, donc ils n'ont pas vérifié le spike. C'est, je dirais pas le problème, mais souvent, les
en
pros
fait,
réfléchissent
je
trop.
pense que celui qui a fait tomber le spike n'a pas donné l'info.
Ils ont entendu?
Ils l'ont vu.
Ok,
allez.
ils savent, c'est bon.
Bien joué, Narat.
GG. Let's go, Sensitive. Let's go.
Nice and healthy to get the final frag and get the pistol round for Sentinels.
Narek continues to be super solid for Sentinels right now for these crucial kills. Now winning another pistol. Although the last time they won the pistol in the first half, they got thrifty right away. So now they want to keep it clean.
I mean,
9-4 pour
quick buy from Asuna too. Can't wait to see if that sticks when we get back. This was crazy from Zelsis.
Yeah. It makes sense. You get a plant, sometimes you want to gamble for a stinger buy. It has worked out for some teams, as we know. But this time it's Asuna. Looks like he's just going to keep a bucky.
Okay.
Sheriff onto Busio, but it has to be fairly quick somewhere, and it'll be towards Art.
Okay. The dive in, also giving Cryo a chance to get out safe on that right side.
Par le mid. Ils ont tenté un mid A. Ok.
He doesn't even think twice about that.
Backflipped out of that one.
Oh my gosh, they're all so low, just trying to get into the site too. Vulnerable down here, and it's not going to help. Quick cleanup from Sentinels as they just go back and forth on the members entering the site of 100 Thieves.
Sentinel qui cook ce round, bien joué.
Yeah, looks like Asuna was just really counting on some player playing towards that double box just down towards Art. So he's slotting just for that one kill to hopefully allow some spacing for 100 Thieves to close through, but Sentinels did a great job playing so passively when he hurt the high gear, the sprint coming through from top middle. Which allow here just Sentinels to play further back.
Aurais-je
10-4 en faveur
aurais-je été un peu trop optimiste en faveur de Sanchez?
Mais non, la partie n'est pas encore finie, donc voilà.
Ah, ils sont allés très haut.
Rinse and repeat, a little bit stronger at A, like you said. They get a quick kill coming out of Zekin and start to push back. Man. So there's Art control. They just keep pressuring and flexing to get mid, and now they can insert so easily.
Thing is, they lost control towards the A side, so Boostio is already down. So no lurks, no inserts. Now it's just bear fighting, trying to close that gap right here onto Narrate. But it looks like Cryo doesn't want to push down towards Art. Just try to meet up with Asuna. It's about to come.
So sketchy. Having a Neon this far back behind the lines, they're trying to figure out how to guard it. At least 2 or 3 people looking this way. You can see John Cutie still wondering if he'll come out the backside there. And now Xander playing with danger here. Zelsis is just on the other side of the smoke.
Bien joué, Zelsis. Dommage, Zelsis qui tombe par Cryo. Mais Cryo est quand même très low. Ah, je pense que ce round est pour Sanchez. Ouais, ce round était pour Sanchez, mais bien joué, Narat.
Gets the Vandal to end the round, a 5th one now for 100 Thieves, and they may be able to start something now after the bonus.
There's a nice little play right here from Xander, catching Zekin. If it wasn't for him here, it wouldn't allow 100 Thieves to get that split into the B side, especially when it lost Brucio so early into the round. So the continuous lurks of the Astra towards Long B is a bane right now to a lot of teams on the defense, and it seems as though this time Zelsis doesn't want to let that happen. So playing back to his position where he...
Ouh, le kill de Zeken à la outlaw, bien joué. Ils sont allés les chercher très tôt. Sanchev qui perd un dueliste. Ils perdent Cryo.
And what a thoughtful buy too, with all the low armors here. Sentinels really thinking about the entirety, the state of the game, as they're taking this one round by round and looking to make it happen again.
Mais non, Zel6, pourquoi tu sprays comme ça? Wesh, qu'est-ce qui se passe avec la connexion?
Here, Sentinels really thinking about the entirety.
We had a chance for 100 Thieves to eat
one round by round and looking to make it happen again. Oh, EU actually fires back on a Zelsis, a little wayward there with the
continuous lurks of the
to find a way to get the spike out. EU's not in a great spot, and they're going to be able to take this one down as Sentinels just pressure 100 Thieves
Ah, c'était pas évident pour toi, Zender. Bien joué, Zender.
Grab a 3K now. 11 to 5.
Et bon,
just two rival gangs fighting on the streets. And Sentinel stands up and steps out of that fight, only losing a couple of players in the process. I do respect what they were doing here from the crossfire setup from both Narrate and Zelsis here. He went for the jump spot just to see if there was one tethered, so he could actually swing out to go for that fight. Then we went back and forth. Narrate found a perfect timing on that spray through the smoke. Did not reel it out here. The flank to come through from the back lines. Now Sentinels are only 2 rounds away from closing it.
Mais ça fait 3-4 rounds depuis la rota. Sanchev essaye la même attaque. Mais ça marche pas. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il continue? C'est ce que j'aimerais comprendre. Ah. Bien joué, John.
Peut-être ils n'ont pas trop.
T'as vu?
Ils n'ont pas trop de stratégie.
Et ils se sont bien fait la veille.
Nice.
4 rounds, 5 rounds, on vous lave de la même manière. Mais changer de strat. Bon, après, faut pas se mentir, Pearl, c'est pas une map facile. Hein.
C'est pas une map facile. Et là, Sentinel, ils sont. Dès le début, ils sont clairement rentrés dans le match.
Très bien rentrés dans le match.
Ils sont clairement.
Et là, ça joue sur le moral.
Ouais.
Bah, vous avez besoin d'une pause. D'une pause.
Ouais. Ah, il faut une pause
pour que le coach parle avec eux, les gars. Wake up, vous affrontez Sentinel. Même si c'est vrai qu'il est comparable au Real de Madrid, réveillez-vous. 12-5.
Who actually plays towards the A side, any type of pressure coming out from Sentinels, that could be a nice little surprise that the defense could bring just to shut down the first map.
Non, c'est chez moi.
Man. Just looking at the alts and what can happen. There's going to be a lot up the next round. Won't even go over them, but it's going to have to be something 100 Thieves uses to get through this. We haven't seen the double duelist get off online because Sentinels keeps it offline. Just about every round they're taking out one of those duelists and making it tougher for 100 Thieves to get into the site.
Yeah, you'd think with the double duelist or cryo playing onto this Yoru, you have like the clone pop flashes trying to come through, but it seems as though it's a lot of Prowlers and Asuna slotting towards the art side, but not too much to support the second wave of util needed to enter towards these sites. And Sentinels are doing a great job here. Maybe it's just the fact that they're playing so much further back. And 100 Thieves are playing for the close range fights with the initiator here of EU. And the close flashes from Cryo, and it catches them a little bit off.
Le coach leur a dit de changer de tactique.
A little flash presence from Boostio, quick rose over towards the right side. So just so
Au d'un moment, il fallait vraiment changer là. En tout cas, ils ont ult Fake, ult Astra et ult Yoru. Donc là, normalement, ils peuvent tenter un truc.
Stop the clone, so he can't even activate the wall too. So that wall is going to stay up.
Bah en face aussi. En face aussi, on a ult Yoru, ult Fade.
Ah ouais, j'avais même pas check. Effectivement, en face aussi, on a ult Yoru. Ult un Vice et Ult Astra. Et il y a aussi Fade qui a son Ult.
Et notre
Il y a
Astra
moyen
a
aussi
aussi son
Sentinelle
ult.
plie.
Allez, Zeken qui part en ult.
Oui, oui.
Ouais.
Histoire de prendre l'info. Ok, il est venu, il a check, il a vu.
Ok,
1,
3.
2. Ok, 200
Ok. Tous les ults, seulement de tout balancer.
Ok. Oui, là, c'est vraiment le moment d'y aller, là. Là, il faut...
Oh, les covers. Oh, les covers. Oh, les covers. Oh, j'ai toujours su. Sentinelle, CD.
Oh, c'était bien joué, ça. C'est hyper bien joué, ça. GG et Sentinelle qui remporte la première map. C'est aller vite, cette première game, c'est aller vite. Sentinelle est très vite rentré dans son match, ils ont très vite pris l'ascendant. Que ce soit au niveau du jeu ou au niveau de la psychologie, c'était vraiment très wow. Wow.
Compositional change on the side of Sentinels. You know, coming back from Bangkok, having a little bit less time to practice or change comps, but it was still good enough to come up against a brand new comp.
Oh, mais ça a été très bien cook. En fait, cette cover n'avait pas de nom.
That play was crazy. The amount of 3Ks, 4Ks, Zekin coming up with the 5, that ace right there in the round. Boop. Gets it on to Boostio. Incredible stuff for Sentinels coming out in their first game.
Il faut souligner que Bang a travaillé pour l'association anti-néon. Il nous a fait honneur.
Oui, effectivement. Il a, à 2 reprises, si je dis pas de bêtises, il a calmé Néon. C'est très bien ça. Sentinelle a géré. Ils ont géré. Là,
je sais pas dire comment tu vas faire pour voir. Mais cette action de la fin, elle a été très bien cover. Lorsque
ça a été une très bonne
diffuse, le Yoru sort à travers l'ult d'Astra, John prend le kill. La néon pique, John prend la néon, Zelsis prend la Astra. Fade pique, John prend la Fade. Et pendant ce temps, Narat fait les fake diffuse pour les attirer derrière l'ult d'Astra. Ah, ça a été trop bien cook. Ils ont trop bien cook.
Non, ils ont trop bien géré.
Et si on voit bien sur la fin, il s'appelle comment? Zelsis n'avait plus de munitions sur sa fantôme. Du coup, il a piqué à la sortie. Il a pris la vice d'en face à la shorty. Non, mais ce round a été très bien clean. Ils montrent que c'est leur map. Ils ont très bien montré que c'était leur map.
Oui. Là, ils ont montré que c'était leur map. Une très belle victoire, 13-5. C'est toujours bon pour le moral. On attend voir comment ils vont gérer sur la map à Saint-Yves dans quelques minutes. Je ne pronostiquerai pas un 2-0 pour Sentinelle, même si j'aimerais que ce soit le cas, parce que Saint-Yves aussi, c'est une équipe qui sait mettre à mal Sentinelle. Donc, voilà. On verra comment la deuxième game va commencer. Et en plus, juste parce que j'aime la map split, j'aimerais bien qu'il y ait une troisième map. Donc, j'aimerais bien que Sentinelle gagne cette... Que Saint-Yves gagne cette map. Donc, voilà. Exactement.
Mais ça fait à 2 reprises, ils nous empêchent d'aller en troisième game. Hein, parce que EG, ils ont coupé aussi 2-0 tout à l'heure.
Oui. EG, vraiment, ils ont géré la game. EG était assez serré. C'était assez serré, mais bon. EG a dominé.
Non, c'était bien. Bah, on revient.
Et avec ce nouveau format expéditif, les équipes sont déterminées à gagner le plus de matchs possible pour éviter d'aller en loser et ne pas se qualifier en fait.
Du coup, tu es obligé de win toutes tes games si tu veux pas aller en loser. Parce que défaite, loser, bracket. hyper expéditif. Du coup, on se retrouve dans quelques minutes pour la deuxième map sur Even. A tout de suite.
To heaven, maybe this timing to be taken, but the flashes are picture perfect. Everybody blinded up.
So they are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Bustio capitalizes on two more.
It's a statement map for Sentinels. On their map pick of Pearl and Kaplan, something that we saw during Bangkok and after Bangkok on those blocks was a little bit of frustration for the team, the things that the team was doing or not doing. So how do you make sure that everything is fixed for the stage 1 to make sure you make it to the end?
Yeah, I mean, it all started with just taking a break after Bangkok, and we've really emphasized both letting our frustrations out more directly to each other, makes us a closer team, but also knowing how to be a little bit more patient, right? You know, we're a new team. We got second in kickoff. We should be proud of where we're at. We should realize it takes time and go a little easy on ourselves. Not forget to enjoy it. And I think that the gameplay benefits of that are already shown so far.
And the Sentinels fans were absolutely enjoying that map. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
And Sentinels continue their winning ways in this rivalry against 100 Thieves. They're up 1-0 right now in this series. And dare I say, pretty dominating performance. 13-5 on Pearl. GB here along with Bren and Wyatt. And yeah, I mean, Wyatt, this was... Look, you guys were selling me on 100 Thieves, and I'm still on board. I'm still on board. I'm not off of the train yet, but what happened?
Don't get rid of the dividends just yet. Okay? When I'm taking a look at the map pool, I don't want to exaggerate and say that this was necessarily must win for the series for Sen, but there was a lot of importance on Pearl because when we go to Haven next, it was a map that they were banning in kickoff, then they finally had to play because they were in a BO5 against G2, looked lost, then they played it once at Bangkok, couldn't beat DRX on that map. So I think Pearl was very important for them to win, and they didn't just win, they completely dominated 100 Thieves.
I mean, showcasing everything that the coach and the players have kind of been talking about that they needed to work on off the back of Bangkok. And Kaplan said it there in the interview about, you know, just remembering to have fun in the moment, not take it too seriously if the going gets rough for them. I think there's nothing that indicates that better than winning the pistol, immediately losing it, and not just letting that kind of crumble. And
this was so stupid.
Yeah, take control. This was a silly moment.
Stupid. He messed up the razor vine trying to throw it onto the spike, but it actually worked out perfectly because Cryo had to push into him. Zelsis was a menace on the Vice. He has really taken to this agent after a little bit of a slow start in kickoff, but now it's looking like one of the best Vice players in the world. He consistently is top fragging for the team when he's playing the Sentinel role.
Yeah, it's massive that Zelsis has found himself an agent that he most certainly can make himself at home with here, but really did not expect that. Now, can he keep that going in the rest of the series here?
And potentially, honestly, the thing that I was really impressed with, other than obviously Zelsis' individual performance, was that the one thing I highlighted about 100 Thieves having really good preset ideas on like pistol rounds, bonus rounds, if they get that conversion going. Now, 100 Thieves had a really cool idea where they were like fighting B main on the opening pistol. They were like deep pushed up with a multitude of players, and Sen were able to just navigate all of these really tricky, chaotic situations over and over again. They were not doing that at Bangkok. Nats was just running a mockery over them, man. I mean, he was like in the walls against them on blind. That was their last moment at Bangkok, and they were suffering from communication problems. You could see it made manifest in the way that they weren't clearing corners. They were not communicating properly. Yeah. This time, that was a very chaotic first half of Valorant that we witnessed between these two teams, but Sentinels navigated it really, really well. I think they didn't get pulled into the chaos and get, you know, let lost and loose. I think just not making sure that they had a handle in the moments when it was really getting messy.
I think some of the numbers prove that point, are a testament to thriving in the chaos. Despite winning 13-5, 100 Thieves actually had 9 first kills. They converted several rounds where they were down a man like that. Really impressive, and it was in scrappy situations that they were able to pull those, you know, advantages 100 Thieves had back, evening things up.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But let's go ahead and hear what Coach Zix has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm here with Coach 6 ahead of that second map that we're going to see your map pick up Haven. And this first map doesn't go your way, but what are some of the things that you're telling the team to make sure that you win your map pick? And what can we expect from Haven? Can you tell us?
I mean, to be honest, like, it's easy to look at that and kind of feel like we got steamrolled given the score, but I think the reality of the situation was, I mean, if you're watching the game, you kind of saw, like, we found so many man advantages throughout, like, the entire defensive half. And to me, that is definitely a good sign. Like, even though we ended up losing a lot of the rounds and didn't end up converting, it's really important that you are a proactive team, that you're able to find advantages. A lot of it for us is just making sure that we kind of clean it up and make sure that we're able to close. I definitely think, you know, Haven's not one of the maps that they really like to play. I think they're 1-4 over the course of this year. So we're definitely feeling confident, and we're not really like shaken at all, even though it was 13-5.
I really do want to see that third map, so best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys, we're gosh darn geniuses. We literally said the same thing. We were saying the same thing. They were winning those rounds. It actually is pretty big, though, right? Coach 6 saying that is like, hey, I was taking a positive. I'll make sure I take a positive from this result.
He seemed genuinely very positive. That was not, you know, inauthentic. Yeah. No. It was so close.
Yeah. Only a few battles could have went our way.
To map 2. Like, you know, he actually seemed like, no, there's some positive takeaways, and now we're going on to the map where Sen have been historically pretty poor, and we can get back to 1-1, take this thing to split.
There's a real chance, though, that that's a potential trap, though, that Sentinels have just kind of laid out open.
That's what I keep thinking here.
There's been a long time since they last played Haven, and yes, they were bad at it, and they didn't really know what compositions they wanted to run.
That is true.
But they've had a long time to prep and cook on it.
Yeah.
I think it's dangerous to expect like the same old that you were watching from Sentinels in kickoff and Bangkok and expecting the same kind of value. And yes, there's only so much you can do with the time that you have, but it was a weak spot for Sentinels. They knew it was a weak spot. They were 100% going to be working on it once they got back from Bangkok. So the fact that we're going into Haven now and he's still got that some level of confidence, you need hope still, right? You can't just be thinking, oh man, well, it's all going to go wrong for us. But genuinely, there's a chance here that Sentinels have just kind of laid out the trap and 100 Thieves have walked straight into it.
You convinced me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were too easily convinced.
What do you mean?
You're too easily swayed.
What? I've been steadfast in the most horrendous takes at the beginning of stage 1. No one has swayed me off of getting every single prediction horrendously correct.
Dare I say diabolical, Wyatt, huh?
Listen. You can never say I'm not a free thinker. The lone 2G predictor.
Hey, but you know what?
In this case, I'm not free thinking. I'm just going with Brent. I think that's really
You're just sheep. Just go to Lemming.
Didn't add that one up, but makes sense to me.
Et voilà la team, on est reparti. Let's go pour la deuxième game. Les joueurs se mettent en place, ils font les réglages et tout, ça discute un peu stratégie. Et on y retourne. Sentinelle contre Centième. Le gun de la Sentinelle. L6. La première game était une très belle game. Très belle game avec un ace de Zeken. Ce soir, on a eu 2 aces. C'est très nice. Ça se passe bien. On espère qu'elle va se terminer. Les fans de Sentinelle toujours présents. Toute la communauté Valorant toujours présent lors de ce genre d'événement. Bang et Narad, oui, aujourd'hui ils sont rentrés dans la zone. Et j'ai l'impression que le ace des Zeken y est pour beaucoup. Parce que dès lors où il a ace, la team a, voilà, tout le monde est rentré dans la zone. C'était vraiment très bien. Et on attend voir comment ils vont gérer désormais cette deuxième map.
I don't know. Well, for one, Haven is a great time to bring out once more the stuff that I was kind of detailing that they were really good at on splits to try and get those opening advantages. What I want to see them fix from that first map is actually converting the first kills they're getting into round wins. Because letting them slip, as much as Zeke was talking about positives and being like, well, we getting all the first kills. If you're not converting it when you're in a 5v4, that is an even wider problem, I think, in itself, that you need to start correcting into this mid-round. It doesn't matter about your ideas. We know that they're going to be coming in with an absolute Google Doc spreadsheet. Okay, round 1, round 3, here's what the plan is. guys, round 13, round 15, this is what we're going to do. We know that they're going to be able to convert and get opening kills with their ideas, because that's something that 100 Thieves have always excelled at. But, you know, previously, I was crediting them because they were able to convert that into round wins. So far in this game, in that first map, I didn't see any evidence of that. They were getting the first kills, and it wasn't manifesting in round wins.
See all the players getting ready
range,
to go.
bro.
Well, you're seeing Busio go to the range, so I think that's a good opportunity for us to talk about just a quick delay on that stage, obviously, as you guys can obviously tell. So once we're ready to go, we'll be jumping back in. Why?
Yeah. Oh, I was looking something up because you made me think, when was the last time the 100 Thieves actually played Haven? Because I didn't think they played it in kickoff. And that's correct. The last time they played it off-season against Trust and Plug.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
That was the one map they won in that BO3, though.
Like,
they won hit. That's a good sign.
I'm taking a massive grain of salt with any off-season results as well, because, dude, in my eyes, who the hell knows what we're going to be seeing, man? Who the hell knows?
Yeah, anything is possible in Valorant. If my time in this game has shown me anything there. But look, folks, Master Bangkok wasn't all doom and gloom for Sentinels. We actually got an opportunity to catch up with Coach Kaplan and Zekin about their favorite memories of the event.
I'd say my favorite memory of Bangkok was our meet and greet. I did not expect the turnout that we got at that meet and greet. There was a ton of people. It was like hours and hours, line out the door. And just the amount of like outgoing, friendly energy people had, it definitely caught me off guard.
I thought it was cool. There was a lot of Filipino fans. Like, it felt like one in every like maybe 4 or 5 people would come up and be like, we actually flew in from the Philippines, came to watch.
I think it was my favorite meet and greet to date. Just tons of people showed up. They brought gifts. They were just super. I just loved our Thai fans and like really lifted our spirits after getting knocked out.
Bangkok, Thailand was a great time for everyone out there, for sure. Lots of awesome fans. Got to see some of the really sick activations that were there at the arena, too. It was a really, really cool time. Seriously, if you get an opportunity to come out to a VCT Americas event, heck, even, you know, look at all these beautiful people out there enjoying VCT Americas at the Riot Games Arena. Ain't that right, people? They're looking good, cheering, enjoying themselves. But of course, folks, we do want to let everyone know, little delay on that stage. So we're going to be waiting just for a little bit longer. Once we're good to go, we will be jumping into the action. But, you know, yeah, it was a fun time out there for sure.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty good. I was expecting them to say something like, yeah, well, I really enjoyed the food, but the fans worked. Yeah. Like if they enjoyed the fan meeting.
Dude, the fans were awesome. I actually got to go out and like walk around for a little bit and meet some folks. It was really cool. Good time, good time. Go to a Masters event if you get a chance to. It's a super fun time. But yeah, folks, we're getting ready for this matchup here, and we're talking about what we were hoping to see coming into Haven. And the last time we were talking about, was it 100 Thieves? And you were talking about Haven. They played, what was it?
Oh, that was Trust and Plug.
Trust and Plug. So not a lot really to go off of here.
I see them loading into the map. I don't want to get everybody's hopes up, but I'm seeing Agent Select.
Oh my God, I'm seeing an Agent Select. Oh my God, there's a...
I heard in my ear. Guys, we got to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to jump into the game. Oh, it's pandemonium.
flashes are picture perfect. Everybody blinded up.
So they are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Bustio capitalizes on two more. Welcome back to VCT Americas. The players are heading into Haven. It is our second map, and 100 Thieves are hoping to get the win so we can head on to Split.
Yeah, I have big question marks of what 100 Thieves will be pulling out here on Haven, because as the Desk mentioned, they haven't played it since November during the offseason.
Yeah.
And that's when it came out with a Neon and a Breach. But going into a conversation with Asuna before going into this tournament with Sage Jatween, he was mentioning that they've been workshopping a lot of Wele and Tejo during their off time. So
yeah.
I wonder if there's going to be something new coming out of that in terms of, hey, will we see a bit of Tejo moving through? Will they want to follow the meta a little bit? Or do they want to try to potentially continue the double duelist range that they've been testing out here on the first map?
C'est la compo de Sentinelle. Et celle de Santievst aussi qui est partie sur double du
Je tiens juste à dire que Zelsis est le best cypher on split après moi. Allez.
Les équipes sont prêtes. Ça va bientôt commencer. Ce sera ultra offensif. Ça. Ce sera ultra offensif. C'est Even qui va commencer en attaque, qui va commencer en défense. Ok, et c'est Sanchez qui va commencer à défendre. D'accord. Eux, ils ont tout misé sur leur attaque.
And getting into sight. A little bit of a C work here to start, and a push up on A-Long.
Not even a recon at the beginning here on the defensive side. So they want to be way more reactive for 100 Thieves, but they're turtled a little bit too much. Big space.
Ok, ils ont la position.
Potentially was there here for Sentinels to overtake, but Nary just tried to walk in.
Rota immédiate. Ouais. Le point C sur cette map qu'on n'a pas réussi à rentrer, c'est mort. Surtout par ce couloir qui peut être très punitif pour certaines équipes.
You can see the insert here coming in from Zelsis to get the audio cues.
Yeah, right now Zelsis, as you mentioned, just with the camera too to look back. If anybody's going to try to move down towards sewers. And he's in a safe spot where he could actually take care of like a lurk or a flank in the in the later round.
Attention.
Breaking this camera here, it's going to be difficult for him to fall back. The rest of Sentinels though still able to walk in, but stopped by Cryo.
Oh, save!
Oh.
The teamwork coming up huge there.
Qui prend 2 et fait tomber le spike.
But he's got 4 standing in his way, and the spike is very far away.
Yeah, he had a nice clutch on the first map, but this time at half HP and no razor vines will be a little bit more difficult.
Non, là, il ne pourra pas trop, là. Il y a moyen, il prend un kill, mais pas plus. Ok. Voilà. GG, TNT. Ah, Sanchez, ils sont hyper focus. Ils ne doivent pas laisser Sentinelle prendre trop d'avance.
Exactly, but now it's just a lot of what contact that happened in that pistol round here. 400 Thieves, but, or sorry, 4 Sentinels, but it doesn't seem like they were ready for the positioning out for 100 Thieves.
The one tap.
At the very start here, Xander was playing out open towards that C site. Caught one off guard, but at least from this pistol, Sentinels knows a little bit of the initial setups that 100 Thieves may be exploring.
Okay, ça commence bien pour Sanchez.
In this round, we talk about that double duelist pressure.
Full écho, full écho, écho complète.
The TP, the chaos. Oh,
nice.
bad spot here.
Nice.
Gets the quick shield up, and the push from EU is going to be huge. They clean up the rest.
Ok, dans leur back. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Waouh, 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 waouh. Trio a fait le ménage. Il a fait le ménage dans le bac. Ouais. Et là, c'est le round décisif. Pour le Vandal, pour les deux équipes.
Oh my god, I have a stinger.
I got 4 kills with it. But yeah, at least whenever they caught Asuna down, thankfully here, Kraus still had the double tap in the shield to save him. Now in this round, though, as you have Somewhat of a bonus for 100 Thieves are walking down
Bon
again. Another one
frein.
of those moments where it's a great read.
Wow, wow, wow.
Gigantic. The follow-up there from everybody, and nothing Sentinels can do on their bonus.
Wow.
What an anti-bonus.
Sanctuary qui est ultra offensif. Et c'est là leur point fort, mettre à mal.
Last two, thankfully, at least a spike is dropped towards the spawn.
L'équipe
You wait up the
ultra
clock. You're trying to see if
offensif.
anybody overextends. You might have a chance to turn it back into your favor if you've done this before. On a 2 versus 4 on Pearl.
Ne
But this
bouge
time,
pas,
100 Thieves are
Bang.
making sure here that they're playing a cleaner round. Where they don't have initiators to find utility, you're playing more passively and watching angles and then now using the drone to clear up towards middle. They haven't seen anything
Là,
yet. And it might be
normalement,
until now
l'idéal serait de save
that the
leur
last two
arme.
players of Sentinels are pretty much going to save their weapons going into the next round. So a nice little look at the very beginning here from the Thieves to continue to surprise their opponents in these rush moments.
I think it's something we missed from the first map with 100 Thieves is the double duelist wasn't ever really able to double duel. They were just kind of sitting back. They were playing defensive duelist the whole time.
Yeah.
Here they seem so much
Cinq
more
T2.
activated on Haven already.
Plus que 25 secondes à tenir, c'est pas évident.
I think that's the other layer that's being added by 100 Thieves, and I like that. I mean, you've heard the conversation from Zix and Dan Dryde in between the
Je pense
maps.
que
Even though
Sanctuary
they've
ne
got
va pas tenter.
smashed 13 of 5
Ils
on
vont
Pearl,
jouer
they're
et
still quite
miser sur la
confident in the results
prudence.
here, and that's also oozing the
Ouais,
discussions
si
in the EU
Sentinel arrive à
on
save, c'est
their
déjà une bonne
podcast.
chose.
100 Thieves who are saying that, we're not results oriented. There's moments where we're going to win against Sentinels or we lose against Sentinels, get dropped into the lower
Effectivement,
rankings
ils
of
ont
kickoff,
juste save
but we're
leur
still going to be
arme.
very confident playing against Energy because we know what we have to fix right away.
Right.
So technically, right now, it looks like they fixed
Okay.
a few things right away in between the maps. And they're able to have a strong start here on the defense, coming out again with a slightly new comp.
It's pretty easy to identify.
3-0
Does it
pour
not work or
Sanctuary.
did we play it wrong? He's like, no, we played it wrong.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Just do this, and we right as rain. 6-1 for EU, 4-0 Cryo. Really great kills across the board as all start to come online.
And now we're juggling their hero rifles
Le
over
fort
to the
pense
double
que
duelists here on the
Sanctuary
side of Sentinels. The second and
attaque
Mary
encore
working
cette
together.
fois-ci.
Down Diplomacy again!
Oui.
The same
Merde,
strategy, and
elle a fait la même chose, ok.
EU's been firing the Hunter's Fury from spawn.
Wow, wow.
Round 4 goes to 100 Thieves.
We had to wait 50 seconds for a 5-second round.
Il a même pas fait 5 secondes. Là, Sentinel est mal. 4-0, l'écart se creuse.
100 Thieves just delivered there to Sentinels pushing down that area. Dude, don't tell me they're going to do it a third time.
Why not? I mean, it's unstoppable. You just throw that relay bolt, and that's at least your alt orb every time, so Sen can't get that.
The thing is also once they push down and maybe there's no pressure and you see something from middle, maybe Crow can start a gulag, right? Because he has the kill contract to work with. That could maybe isolate an early 4v4. It's a wall contact instead for 100 Thieves, so they don't want to give this tell that they've actually pushed down C for a third time, inserting Austin in a great spot.
And Sentinels is saying, we'll take the right side of the map. We don't want any of that. Still going to be a little bit of an adventure, though, for Zelsis. You see Zekin right there in mid as they're taking a little bit of space and exchanging who is inserted in that area. But what's the move? Spike is still down. It looks like they're just trying to give 100 Thieves an idea that they're all around the map.
That's a suppress, so the drone's not going to get any information out towards garage.
Iso, c'est trop fort.
Yet Zelsis still wants to walk in.
Trop fort. En une attaque qui cancelle directement les compétences des autres, c'est vraiment trop fort.
Right on the trips into the site. Man, 100 Thieves is in such weird positions. It'll be interesting to see how they get together. Looks like 3 actually coming from the flank and 2 from spawn. Sentinels is going to have to adjust for this big time, and that might be Zelsis coming from the flank.
Both teams are unaware. I mean, they know there's a flank, but they
Ils
know there's 3 players
vont
for 100
pouvoir
Thieves who have to
tenir.
fight behind. John Cuda gets a dink.
They're finding it. ISO'd out. It's going to be the kill contract over here.
Purée, mais même s'il sort de là, il va être pris. Nice, John.
Is now known in lower. A great distraction with the gate from Zelsis to get himself to safety, to get inside the site so they can drop Boostio and just set up a
4v2,
defense that is
ok.
impossible for EU to penetrate.
Ils ont la position.
By the IGL of John Cudy winning the 1v1 fight against Cryocells. And that just wasted enough time to give a chance here for Zelsis to get great value out of his own flank. In the back of the spawn. A clean
Et
round
voilà,
again for
premier
Sentinels.
round de win
It
pour
seems as though the position was great
Sentinel.
from the beginning here from
4-1.
100 Thieves. The player incident towards long C.
C'était
They
très
saw
bien
the
joué de
players
la part
playing
de
towards
Sentinel.
garage.
Donc, qui est sorti de... qui a géré son duel face à Ivo. Et là, Zeken, il a son ulti de prêt pour ce round. Donc, il pourra facilement aller prendre l'info sur site avant que la team ne rentre.
Now this round, it's Asuna solo here towards the long A with no support in the util. The wall too is going to help.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Sentinels is putting the pressure back on just as hard, too, with those few rounds
Okay,
Thieves had.
Slid out of it. Hit by Paranoia.
Okay.
Oh, just a miss there. EU's going to be able to drop narrate. ISOs aren't having a great day inside the ultimates right now. John Cutie answers back 3v4. Sen on top for this one by 1.
4v3, est-ce que Sentinel va pouvoir gérer? Ok, au top. One top. Nice, ils ont évoqué. Nice. 4v1. 3v1. Ils sont low, les joueurs de Sentinelle. C'est très dangereux ça. Ils sont low. Bien joué. 4-2. Là, ils ont...
But when they tried to cross her and fight from heaven, we still didn't have the recon dart available here from EU. They didn't want to wait the extra 5 seconds because they wanted to catch Sentinels off guard in the post plant, where they could get situated, running back into position to potentially get caught off guard by Cryo. But in the end, it's Sentinels having a great crossfire setup from Graffiti and from Hell, and slowly catching up here and closing that gap in this first half. More utility to help out this time around, almost grabbing Narrate, but this time with the wall bang because a nice recon dart pings him. Now Sentinels have to react in a different part of the map. At least we have Zekin activated in the front.
I love the aggression trades already in this Haven matchup. A lot at C. Now we're getting this jockeying position for A. Mid's taken again by Sentinels. And now 1 down. They got to figure out a way in.
They heard drone in garage. The camera spotted Zelsis. So lean towards garage. The fight back is beautiful again for 100 Thieves.
That double swing.
But Zelsis one more time has made his way through the enemy line of defense. Yeah, he's losing players in the process, but this is a big fight now that he could win.
Last player standing.
So quick on the shots. 100 Thieves knowing their numbers up, able to play these back angles far away from the enemies of Sentinels, far away from the trades that they could have, and it is 100 Thieves slowing down that pressure Sentinels just brought in and taking around for themselves. Now 5-2 on the scoreboard.
It's not too bad so far as you're looking from the style here of 100 Thieves. They're going for the right click to push the wall a little bit more slowly towards the very beginning here, so they're actually timing that decently well with how aggressive Asuna could be by high gearing up towards the long A side. So instead of going for the fast wall and the timing is a little bit off for the players that want to follow behind that wall, I like the idea of that. But there was still a gap that Asuna was able to overtake here and overcome. And now the timeout might be an opportunity for them to figure out the right way here to really stop Asuna in his tracks, because even for Sentinel's side, they're not playing any type of breach either that could really stun back against Asuna.
Right. He's happy to just run by that wall. I mean, you got to think that it's super annoying. If Sentinels is going to throw that every time, you have to wait for it to come down long. Are they behind it? What's happening? He just doesn't want to deal with it. It's too much time. He needs the now, the info right away. And we'll see if he keeps doing it. Once we get back on the mini-map, where they're positioned, how aggressive they're going to go. It really hasn't even been too much of the mid-map control anymore. They keep flexing to the extremities, and that's where we're getting these really early fights. All right, the setup. Looks like they will be assisting Asuna once again towards this long A.
But Hunter's Fury to work with this time around too, that could just blast through the wall and do some damage towards long if Asuna tries to run down again. And so far that high gear is activated. Looks like they will try to go for it.
He's itching to get out.
No undercut this time around. A high-low. I love the TP on the top here of the bricks. Plays above the smoke, but nobody pushing forward. They'll potentially now have a re-clear, a double swing instead.
Safety to get out, walls up. And yeah, this is Sentinels trying to source out what kind of trickery 100 Thieves will do, right? We just had the spike picked up on that attacker side. And they realize, okay, Austin is going to be over here. There's a bit of utility that covers him. Let's hit C. They know they'll get the softer site right away.
Trying to get a drone Hunter's Fury into the site potentially here. Camera is up. Lucio just got pinged.
Sentinelle qui tente de rentrer sur le point C là. Ok. Aïe aïe aïe. Prendre le kill. Jean qui prend le kill. Bien. 3v3. C'est le moment là. C'est le moment. Oui. 3v2. Ils ont planté Spike. Bien. Dans leur bac. Bien. 3v1. Bien joué, Sentinelle. GG, GG, GG.
Every single time Asuna, we've seen him pull out the overdrive. Unfortunately, hasn't gotten too much value in this series so far, where potentially with that rifle, the players are kind of swinging in a tangle line, if I can put it that way, or a train line. It was an easy lineup potentially if he had the Vandal here. But if anything, it's more to praise on the fact that Sentinels wanted to continue to fight as a group, flipping the map at the very beginning towards the back C. They get opposed here by an Omen, they get flashed by the Paranoia, so they swing towards the front.
Sentinelle, on dirait qu'ils sont en focus, ils sont revenus dans la game là.
Quick thinking coming out from Sentinels camp. Closing their gap now by 2, fighting towards long.
They missed the flash. It didn't go around the corner.
No.
Second was just seeing clear on that one, and they get out with 2 frags. Easy to start this round out and make sure they
3v5 pour Sentinelle.
Now Boostio still peeking man up and takes the rate like he was never
La
there.
one tap.
Those rounds again, losing 3 players so early. When the barriers come up, the last 2 potentially no choice now, especially with John Cutie's HP. To save their weapons.
Cutie Coronami, je pense que ce sera le moment de safe là. John Cutie est low.
And it's not the best here for 100 Thieves' side, so if they could actually knock some weapons down, maybe turn it around as well. 100 Thieves in this moment are not looking to stack sites either. They're trying to play numbers, but also making sure that they're playing good defense. First contact would be Asuna here.
Quick tag.
Attention.
Dart safety. John Cutie very low. You know, Austin is going to hunt this one down.
Aïe aïe aïe. Non là.
Already for him on the Neon. That's actually just Cryo grabbing that one. 6-3 here. The flawless coming in for 100 Thieves.
TNT 6-3 pour Saint-Yef.
See if they can take another one back
Sentinelle qui a vraiment du mal.
Yeah, that seems like it could have been a flash that would have heavily hurt Austin in that moment and surprised him in that spot. Maybe the best thing he could have gone was at least a 1-for-1 and a little bit of map space, map control. So the idea was still there on the side of Sentinels. They just need to, unfortunately, throw a different type of flash here to get better control. But for this round now, Sentinels, you were mentioning this buy that they have an ult available for Bang as well. So I want to use a TP back towards the spawn.
Ok, Sentinelle, bien, bien, ils ont fait tomber. Ils ont fait tomber, je viens de dérober.
We're not expecting the dry peaks right now. There's been so much utility used before everything happening. Easily catching someone on autopilot for a moment there. Oh. Almost getting a nice trade back through that ping as we get a cross map trade there. B, they're still trying to pressure in. The shield comes up big, and it is not. A double tap the boost.
Très joli ça. 4v2. Très joli, Sentinelle, c'est le moment. Dans leur bac. Oh purée, dans leur bac. Dans leur bac. 3v2. Bien.
As the paranoia comes through, they know exactly where this is coming from.
And with the paranoia hitting the recon dart now, the
nice combo.
have to go in with 0
Paranoia de Omen suivi de la flèche à Sova pour que les ennemis ne puissent pas détruire la flèche.
Will be a 3-2-1 swing, but there's still good players to help out here.
Ok, Bang, ne tourne pas la tête. Reste focus, Bang à l'info. Ça peut venir sur lui, ils sont là. Bien! GG, Bang, GG!
100 Thieves now have a Hunter's Fury going into the next round. Yeah, this peak was really nice. Coming out from second to start. And again, positioning very good for Sentinels in the post plant. Bang, who gets the last 2 kills here. Saying that he tweeted out with a victory he had previously in kickoff against 100 Thieves that picked the right camp to play for. But the Hunter's Fury available for 100 Thieves, they've done a big trap play in the very beginning, fairly aggressive from the start. But this time around, holding it back to be more reactive, and Asuna gets a nice pick.
They've been there every time. You have to expect this
6-4, oh là là. Asuna qui est vraiment ultra offensif. Vraiment ultra offensif. Et il prend un deuxième kill. Voilà. Ok, Asuna est tombé. 3v4. Ok, Bang est là. Il a... Oh, le timing. Bien, Bang. Ok.
Just on the other side of the
Ils ont
wall,
l'info.
danger. He's going to make it out to teammates though. The 3v3, 3
Belle
outside,
escape de Bang.
3 inside on B. Oh, the spam. The spam starts them off just to whittle down the numbers. They're going to go ahead and isolate one.
Bien joué, Narad. Bien joué. GG. Ben, GG. Et Sentinelle qui revient à 6-5. Très très bien joué. Ce round qui partait contre eux, ils ont su retourner la situation et le remporter. C'est vraiment très 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 bien joué.
And he dies, he forces players to rotate over to cover that spot and the map control that they've lost. Yeah. And that gave the perfect gap here for Sentinels to be able to move in and go for the plant. So it looked like very confident play, but that should not have been around for 100 Thieves to lose when they had such great openers from punishing the Zelsis lurk towards the A side first and the double kill towards the back.
That is one of the big things, I think, for Sentinels here. We saw it on Pearl 2. They could lose a few members, and they still adjust. They're getting that adaptation in the round that they have practiced so much, and we see it there again. And they get the 100 Thieves timeout here. Could very much make this a 6-6 first half with the momentum that Sentinels have.
Yeah. And I was trying to say, too, the idea of Asuna playing back towards the spawn earlier, before the overextension, you saw that EU is kind of just still staying towards that back of the spawn, trying to see where, if Asuna's closing that gap and he doesn't find anybody, and they're trying to pivot up towards the B side, he has the Hunter's Fury to work with to fight back towards the front B, or maybe even assist Asuna if he's getting pushed back towards the sewers. But again, losing that player doesn't allow any of that plan to really come into fruition for the side of the defense. But the silver lining is that they have 5 ults to work with on the defense for the last round.
All 5 will be used, no doubt about it. And it looks like that Stinger and Sheriff will be there for the fight too. Spike's down, in spawn still. It looks like Sentinels is saying, which ults will you use maybe? Oh my gosh, not gonna get anything out of Zek in this round.
Ok. Qui Zeken est tombé. Ok. Ok. Bien. Bien calmé. 3v3. Ils ont 3v2. 2v2. Situation renversée. Attends la position du Spike à Sentinelle.
The one clutching each of these for Sentinels.
So the 4th ult and last one available for 100 Thieves allows to get the information and a free upgrade of a weapon for Boostio. Giving a chance now for both players to work together. Quick tempo towards the C-side retake.
Il met la cam, ils sont ici, il a l'info. Il a l'info, les deux sont là. Bien, 1v1. Oh, bien joué, Ben. Bang, il carry cette game. Il carry cette game. Purée de patates. Bang, il carry cette game. Ah ouais, il fait les kills importants. Bang, il fait les kills importants.
It is
C'est nice. Et la première rotation se termine sur le score de 6-6. Toutes les cartes sont remises au centre et rebattues là.
Le nom de Bang. Grâce à lui, il fait passer Sentinelle à 6-6.
On espère que du côté des Sentinelles, ils restent focus comme en fin de game et puis voilà, ils gardent la même lancée pour reprendre les points. Parce que Néon en attaque, c'est hyper difficile à gérer. C'est hyper difficile à gérer.
And we are back. I think the players just want to get back into the game after that tied first half here on Haven. Split looking like it could be on the cards here. We got 100 Thieves now on the attack side to see how much of this aggression they'll continue to bring.
It's definitely been back and forth towards the tail end of the half with how Sentinels have had some really good hero plays with the gaps that they were able to exploit into 100 Thieves' defense. And now on Sentinel's side of the defense, they kind of want to do the same kind of thing 100 Thieves
On
did.
y retourne, let's go. Et voici Néon qui est déjà prête à courir. Ça va pas être facile. Ok, Sentinelle qui adopte la même stratégie. Ok, ok.
Relay boat says later. I got one stun for you, but they get A. It doesn't matter.
Ok, ils sont sur site, Santi fait sur site. John a temporisé. Ils sont en train de planter Spike.
Was a similar scenario. They break the trip. There's two players flanking instead of three this time for Sentinels, but they're also faking it out. They want to add more players back towards the A. I think they're waiting potentially for John Q to have the refresh of the recon guard. That's up in 8 seconds. Now getting positioned.
I think it's the right choice.
Aucun kill encore.
Just having that late flank is the one where the power is going to come. A few members pushing through. Zekin's going to be able to get right into sight and start really causing some chaos.
Nice, Zeken qui a fait l'équipe, 3v3. 1v2, John Cutie, non il n'a pas pu, il n'a pas pu. Et ce round au pistol, c'est remporté par Sanctuary. Décidément là, ils vont aller en full attaque.
Oh, but that was a nice one though from Austin with the slide with the last kill. Big pistol that was needed out here for 100 Thieves.
That was a good sight, take good sight, hold the post plants. Successful there from what we see so far, but it's not full utility guns yet. We got a long way to go in this second half. But orb control is an idea here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that they're giving it to Cryo, because already from the first round, EU had plants. He's already got 4. They don't want to bring up the Hunter's Fury right away. The main thing is to try to probably leverage a kill contract to open up a site.
And they choose right again. 100 Thieves waltz right in for the plant, and they will have that Phantom up. As long as they can protect that Nasa, they should be good. Just grab the other guns if they fall. There's the hide. Yeah, it's just right next to the smoke.
Ils ont pas check. Oh non. 2v3. Oui, voilà. Ils rentrent sur site sans check les angles morts. Ça commence à devenir difficile pour Sentinelle là.
See it again. Yes. It's just pure white on the screen for a moment there.
But 100 Thieves have given a lot of tells now in that anti-eco. So already an early alert coming out from Busio towards middle. The hits that they have staying within the sights. Playing close into smokes as well to play the anti-flood. These are going for a bonus pick into the bonus round, into a plant towards B.
It's like they have both had a second look at that one to really, is it happening? Yeah, it is. Wall comes in, but they're still in front of it. Cryo a step ahead. Cryo a flick ahead here with Xander just over the shoulder on the second as well.
Mais non, Sentinelle.
Acrobatic shot.
Purée.
It was an A,
Sentinelle se fait dominer depuis cette rotation.
Get that bonus.
This is what you want to start seeing from the side of 100 Thieves. Sometimes most of the times we've been praising how good they've been in the fundamentals, trade capabilities, buddy system, but now this was all individual plays. Flake after flake from both duelists to start.
Nice! I was going to say, that's not a celebration. Oh, okay, there it is.
We're just trying to answer back. This is an eco from Sentinels. Recon shares through walls, but Cryo's
non, je vois la dégâts là, donc. Parce que là... No way!
The walls drop for Sentinels, and they're seeing 100 Thieves members just about every round. A search out here for John Cutie for an alt point as he's looking to go down to the spike, but this is kind of what you wanted to see out of Pearl when they got the double duel. As mentioned in the break, we're like, what if 100 Thieves started on attack on that one? Well, at a half, they can start on attack feeling pretty comfortable here. They come out with 4 straight.
That's nice. Everybody trying to stay alive as well so that EU could move in towards the back of the spawn and capitalize on that kill and get the Hunter's Fury for the next round. So now that's 2 big ults. When we were just questioning before, how come we didn't give the orb to EU? Well, towards the end, they're able now to cycle 2 big ults here on their attack signs. 400 Thieves.
Yo, he pulled out his knife and he was walking towards you guys.
Like I said, these guys have the vibes. Never flustered, even though losing a 13-5 on the first map.
Yeah. 3 away from taking Haven now. Crazy stuff. We just started the second half, Vans.
True. A quicker pace back into control of Garage, realizing here that there's no Cypher trips. So potentially a weaker side on the A site. A 4-1 setup is what we currently see here on the minimap for Sentinels on the defense. And by prodding inside Garage and realizing its utility, to counter smokes coming in the very beginning on the side of C. They're reading correctly now to choose to work towards this weak side. But the trips could be good. Depends here if they're able to clear on the side of the attack. If not, Zelsis can maybe get 1 or 2 here from his reposition on top of Heaven.
EU on the solo mission to dart and drone the left side. They go for the isolation here. Cryo looking to get the win. Nice damage by Zelsis, but it's not going to be enough. Cryo does get the kill, they get A, they have the soft side as Zekin tries to identify and ping for the team what the possible protocol should be. Kill onto Asuna very quick as they enter back into the site. Zekin is unknown as he goes towards long A, but found by EU on that late flank. Oh my gosh, the ping, the hit through the wall. Looks like it's a finish. Pucio gets the sheriff kill on John Cutie, and that is a flawless second half so far for 100 Thieves.
Very good read coming out from 100 Thieves. Again, we're just mentioning the what-ifs here. If you could get a couple of kills with the trips, from the kill trips of Zelsis right in this moment. But then, it's known by 100 Thieves that Cyphers like to play on the top, trying to get those spray kills so they get him into the gulag. And finally, Carousel wins an important 1v1. But I love the little protocols as well. Even if they took Zelsis into the kill contract, you saw the TP from Xander going up on top of Heaven so that they could guarantee the trade no matter what and still get map control, space control towards the A site and not give a chance here for Sentinels to rotate across, although twice Zekin has done a good job here TPing in the back lines and finding a couple of kills. Unfortunately, not enough to allow the other players to rotate back from the spawn here to close in for a victory. So a timeout called by Sentinels in the last one of this map.
It's time to patch the hull.
Yep.
The hull indeed needs patching right now for Sentinels. 5 in a row for 100 Thieves. And what do you do against a team that is just relentlessly pressing W, right?
It's difficult. It seems like a very difficult answer for the side of Sentinels, but the story continues. I think it's very similar. Both of them looking very strong on their map pick so far. Sentinels on Pearl.
Très mal pour
It seems as though
Sentinelle.
100 Thieves couldn't
Est-ce
really
que
find an
Panda est
answer
encore
going to
là?
that one either. But manipulation around the map, the three-sided map of Haven here is looking pretty good in terms of calling for Boostio. All 5 of them trying to work together off the timeout. And I'm loving this because off timeouts, 100 Thieves have always been quite aggressive.
Oh, yeah. It's like a power-up.
And they're looking to close 6 rounds in a row now on the attack. But this is a good read on the rifle round of Sentinels.
These long C anti-plays that come out here. Beautifully executed by the defensive squad. This time, Sentinels.
Ok, Sentinelle.
Very, very strong in their force. They have eyes on
On
the
fait tomber
spike, and
Spike.
they should be able to clean this up.
The lineup here, Crowd's just trying to dance around.
Yeah.
Can't do any delays. Shock darts across the corner.
Doesn't bounce off, actually hits that window, the doorway. And yeah, the last few kills come in for Sentinels. The timeout is effective. And the long C push is exactly where 100 Thieves was going.
Almost felt like the right click allowed for them to swing across to at least pick up the spike.
Right.
Looks like they really just wanted to try to brute force their way back for 100 Thieves in this scenario where they're at a
Bien joué pour
disadvantage.
Sentinelle.
Beautiful undercut as well.
Ah ouais, ils ont géré.
Bring this shit back.
Il y a moyen ils clean ça, mais il faut qu'ils se wake up. Ils ont trop perdu les points.
That's all we needed to do. Refocus. But yeah, this is send out. They break out into that regular signature default strat.
Ils gagnent le round là, il y a moyen ils brisent les co.
They do
Ah
have a different position
oui.
for trips.
Ah Neon,
Looking now
no.
towards the garage and towards that front B, so they do want to play a little bit more aggressive informational game on the defensive side. And it works out because Zekin's able to move up towards sewers and take down Boostio.
Taking a lot of solo fights on some fronts here. Damage definitely done to 100 Thieves as Sentinels can now rest back a bit. John's still going to make sure A is clear and let the rest of the map know that they can continue to hold their positions. Because, yeah, focus should be mid and C.
And the elevation from the sewers made it difficult here for John Cutie to get good value out of pinging a player inside garage. Allows 100 Thieves to just re-hit into the site. Camera's still up, though. That'll spot Asuna moving in.
Make sure long is clear, and then the rest of the site. A beautiful paranoia just in time. Stops Bang, or sorry, yeah, Bang from doing any damage there up top.
3v5.
And
Ok.
Sentinels just have an
4v2.
answer for
3v1.
everything now.
Nice, nice,
The higher
Sentinelle.
camera was really everything that helped.
Nice, nice, nice.
Sentinels to get
11-8
that
pour
second layer of
Sentinelle.
information from losing
Ils
control
peuvent
of garage.
revenir, ils peuvent revenir. Ils peuvent... Il suffit qu'ils gagnent 3 prochaines manches, ils remontent à égalité.
Able to find good value off these rounds. Still 3 ults available though for 100 Thieves. Grouping up once again towards at least the A site this time around.
They only need 2 more. This could be one of them on the buy. Bang's already pushed up.
Okay.
Paranoia goes, so he's gonna play off it as well.
Asuna qui rentre sur site.
They're still ready to
Qui
defend A
avance
with
avec...
3 here.
Bien joué. Bien joué, Bang.
Double tap comes up quick.
Bang qui prend un, il prend le deuxième.
From Sentinels, and it's
Bien.
100 Thieves falling like flies as they try to get into the site.
4v1, ils ont le spike.
So good for Sentinels. Xander
Ça cover juste spike.
He's broke.
Ils sont prêts.
Still peeks to his death.
Bang est là, il bouge pas, il garde la ligne. Nice. GG Sentinelle, ça c'était un round maîtrisé. Bang, vraiment, il est dans son match là. Il est dans son match.
There are some pings coming out, at least before we get into this replay, on position where players could be on the C site. There could be a finish on that side, but you can see now, not enough here that really blocks the vision or repositions of the defense on the A side, or at least on the defense in general here for Sentinels. So 100 Thieves needs to add a little bit more util into these hits.
Speed is definitely going to go along with that util. Hand in hand here for 100 Thieves. Dashed right under it. He dashed under it. That was so sick. Gets into the site. Overdrive is on. And he is causing chaos because they did not expect this timing.
Ok, Neon, c'est fort. Ok. Là, Asuna en avait marre.
Keeps pushing. Flash to help. Support coming through. John Cutie, last player meyer standing down by Cryo.
Vans, that was gross.
12.
Insane what Asuna just did there.
Ok. Bien joué pour son essentiel qui a bien géré aussi cette attaque. Ils sont allés direct.
The undercut also got thrown here that disabled some of that util, so maybe that was the one that allows for him to get that pick.
And he shot it so fast it didn't even ping him. I thought he went straight under it. It's just different. Built different. And I'm sure he'll do it again. You gotta imagine Celsius just doesn't even feel prected on those, and you gotta feel protected in the isolation. There's the shot. Cryo, he takes it down.
Most important one potentially of this map.
Another one falls. 4 de 5.
Bang's gotta drop into the site. He's just trying to do some acrobatics here to bring the
4
team
de
back into this one.
3 de 2. Est-ce qu'ils vont pouvoir? Ils ont tombé le spike.
It's pinged. They know about this. Zels is watching it.
Oh, it's still going to be Boostio this time. Coming around for the shot. They're looking to finalize the map. Zekin staves it off for one more kill, but he's got work to do.
Ok, Zekin.
Goes into dimensional
Il a
drift.
son ult.
And now he just has
Il
to
va
be
aller.
otherworldly.
I love that they're sticking together here. He can't get value out of a shorty.
There it is. 13 to 9. 100 Thieves will push us all the way to a third map.
Les 600 qui win ça. 13 à 9. Et on aura une troisième game sur split.
Sentinels did have some fight still no matter what. Being able to tie things up on a 6-6, but as soon as they took the attack, or took the defense rather, couldn't really stop here the manipulation that was coming out from 100 Thieves towards the end. And now we get to see split. This is actually going into a third map that we saw 100 Thieves just dominate Sentinels on during kickoff. A 13-4 Sage that came out, a composition that even Kaplan mentioned that they weren't ready for when they played against 100 Thieves in the first place. So if that composition still comes out again, hopefully they finally have something prepared.
He said the Sage threw us for a loop. We didn't know what to do. Well, they seem to be in adaptability mode, so they're adapting to a lot. We saw them get 3 quick rounds there, like you were mentioning. The jockey back and forth at the end was so good, and it's only going to mean split is a hot matchup between these two. It's 1-1 as we head to our third map. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
To heaven, maybe there's timing to be taken, but the flashes are picture perfect. Everybody lines it up.
So they are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Boostio capitalizes on 2 more.
And we're going to map as 100 Thieves managed to keep the drive alive here, and they managed to win Haven 13-9. There you can see the Sentinels guys getting ready, as well as 100 Thieves as they prep for this third and final map on Split. Welcome back, everyone. Goldenboy here alongside Bren and Wyatt. It seems like the Stuffies are raving with the Red Bulls, having a good time. How could you not? We're going to a map 3, last match of the week. 2 clouded teams, and well, I think we saw some damn good gameplay from 100 Thieves out of that one, particularly a cryo on that ISO, Brent.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, this is the second time, I think, that he's brought it out ever in terms of VCT. And compared to the last time he brought it out, which was against Sentinels in 2024 Stage 2, it was night and day still. This guy was unleashed at the beginning of this. He's setting his team up in terms of just the vulnerables, the undercuts he's throwing out for these aggro fights, which we're going to go into pretty much across the board, because that was a large portion as to why 100 Thieves were even getting a semblance of success, really. These ideas that they consistently bring out over and over again, the preparation difference.
Absolutely. And against Narrate, who's also on the ISO, he diffed that man.
Yeah.
He absolutely put him in his back pocket, a deep back pocket. Some Jinko jeans. He had them all the way down. It was freelo for him.
Yeah.
With a 276 ACS, 3.1 KDA. I'm going to read numbers that are on the screen.
Yeah, but
that's what I get paid to do.
I was going to say, like, man, I don't know when's the last time I saw Cryo play that agent, but
that was the only other time.
Yeah,
versus Sen.
Yeah, and it turns out this time around went into the hyperbolic time chamber and came out a new man. Love to see it there, but you know that kind of goes to what we were talking about before with that aggression that we were seeing from 100 Thieves. It was really cool to see, but also great to see, as we had highlighted, those set plays, right? That we had highlighted earlier on. That right there, that's the recipe for success for this 100 Thieves.
Same story, different day. This time actually getting these opening kills. Hyper aggro plays, either fighting down C long or fighting out through a lobby, and actually converting them as well into round wins, which was the major difference. Doesn't matter if you get the first kills if you don't actually convert it into the round wins. That was a major struggle for them on Pearl. This time around, not so much. I mean, Sentinels, don't get me wrong, did a very decent job of dragging this one to what, like 6-6 in terms of that first half. So they did a decent job of managing to round it out overall, but this identity that 100 Thieves have just been forming over the course of like the last essentially 2 years, I would really say, where they come out with some very clear set ideas, constantly relentless with the aggression and getting these opening fights to try and snowball the advantages.
I loved it. And you did the Telestrator segment while we were getting into this match, highlighting the emphasis that they put on pre-prepping strats for those really important rounds when you're on the pistol or when you're on your bonus. And that first one we saw, that was on round 3. They just immediately, they're on their bonus round, bet we're sending it down C with 3-4 players, wave of util. The attackers on Sen, they're getting hit by the suppress from Cryo into the stun. There's a recon. It's like, you're cooked. Yeah, like, those plays were fantastic. Something that turned the tide.
I was really concerned though, because for a moment there, it felt like Sentinels were going to start making that comeback happen. They were, you know, creeping round after round after round. But it was great to see that 100 Thieves, the thing that cursed them in that last map, not the case here this time around. They were able to finish this one out.
Yeah, and Sen are a dangerous team as well, because they do have enough experience totaled up where they know how to come back into maps, into series, even when they're just getting blown out like that. And there was that one moment, round 18, where it was like, oh, they got a round win, and I was saying it, and Wyatt was like, no, don't worry, it's the classic thing gonna happen. 100 Thieves build up 5 ultimates, they're all gonna press the same button at the same time, and they're gonna win the round. And that's what ended up happening. Like, they ended up getting over that hurdle that way, because this composition that they're playing on Haven is so damn good at generating the ults and turning it into round wins.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love the way that they played this comp, and again, you know, this map seems to be a sore spot for Sentinels in their pool. They continue to struggle here on Haven in 2025.
Yeah, no, well, now let's go ahead and set the stage for map 3. We go to Split. This tried and true map for both teams, I would say. I feel like both teams.
Sen have looked really good at it recently, I would say.
The only terrible result they had on it recently was when they got stepped on by 100 Thieves in their first matchup in kickoff. Yeah. 100 Thieves debuted just the full util tsunami comp with the Sage, with the Astra, with the Tejo, with the Breach, with the Raze, and everything syncs up. And if you get caught by literally any piece of util, you die.
Do you think we're going to see that again here?
They need to add a bit more, I think, 100 Thieves, because the reason why they weren't able to get off on a running start in kickoff is because once you reveal those ideas and once you reveal your hand, everybody else is going to know about it later on. And in a tournament system where you're playing the games back to back on the days, you can't rely on that. But in this format, you have the opportunity, like we said, you've been given a month to essentially cook up new ideas, new plans to try and generate those opening kills. So I want to see some more additions to it. And for Sentinels themselves, I think that they might come into this, at least I'm hoping at least, with a bit more caution at the beginning of these rounds, given the tendency so far from 100 Thieves to be going for these aggro fights constantly when 100 Thieves are on the defense, fighting for extremity control, always trying to just essentially take it with pace. For Sentinels to just slow it down a moment, first 20 seconds, take it nice and easy, a nice slow default, wouldn't go amiss for me.
All right, well, let's see. Map 3, it's coming up right after this, folks. It's 100 Thieves and Sentinels. Who is going to take the win in this El Clasico? We'll be right back, folks, after this.
We are back, and we are ready for the final and third map. It is split, and these teams are ready to get in. I think looking at the compositions when we get in is going to be big. We're going to have to see if anything has changed because it's been a while since we've seen it split for 100 Thieves.
Exactly, because if you're looking from the Thieves side, they've only played it once during kickoff, and it was against Sentinels. And it was also them starting off on a defense, and that's where we saw so many of those trap plays, how the Sage was so good with the double initiator and the raise that came out from the side of 100 Thieves. But now, if you're looking at it, they're starting off on the attack. And the Sage maybe might not be enough to activate here for the side of 100 Thieves.
True.
Especially if you're looking at their comp, it makes it a little bit difficult for them to lurk around, especially when you don't have like a Cypher or a Viper to lurk on the A side for the control. But we'll have to wait and find out if anything changes out of that one, and looks like no. And it also makes sense because the victory that they got against Sentinels on the attack side, I think they got 5 rounds in total. They won pistol, they won anti-eco, and then they won bonus. So you could kind of just snowball a lot without having to giving a lot of your strategy on the attack side. So I'm expecting to see a continuous playbook that deepens out here on the attack side of 100 Thieves.
It is an interesting one where your comfort feels like, hey, if we get 5, that's actually pretty great. We get 6, oh yeah. You know, it's one of those games for how 100 Thieves can play it. But for Sentinels, it's an every round thing. They're going to be coming at you hard. Obviously, Zekken on this Yoru is not going to be stopping, and I'm sure they know the vibe of the game after we just got out of Haven and saw both teams throwing haymakers towards the end of that map.
Yeah. One thing that was really strong too for 100 Thieves is just how Cryo was able to move around with the team and also put these walls that makes it very difficult for Sentinels to get any value, especially on the piss around. So for this defense, will Sentinel want to try to move a little bit more aggressively in front of enemy lines in order to not allow Cryo cells to get these walls across? It's a recall smoke to try to pop into the A site, and looks like Sentinels, they want to play the retake.
Oh. Asuna starting already, just being tricky, and he plays his life too, just to be annoying. These little protocols they have to give him just a bit of an inch. They take a mile, and that's going to be a kill from Bang. A very nice answer there. They're going to drop in from the top of the site after the util hits, but you can see Narrate ready to answer back and delay.
Nice flash too. They can start flooding in now for Sentinels.
All right, drops are in. Everything is heard here. 100 Thieves now have to decide which way is the best to shoot. The defuse is going to go down, adding more pressure onto the site. It's only up now to EU rather. Top side, and he's not going to have enough time, not going to have enough arms and eyeballs to figure out where everything is. Sentinels get the first round, and they leave him to run around. That's unfortunate.
The discipline from Sentinels was huge on that pistol. They gave a chance here for Cryocells to put up that wall up towards that spawn. And you know how good those walls are on pistol rounds.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the beautiful paranoia and flash for them to retake towards that front of the site. You saw the reflank coming up on the top of the A ramp, but Celsius just stayed very patient inside the vents, and he was the most important position, a key piece here to allow Sentinels to crossfire setup, not give a chance for 100 Thieves to play the pulse plant on the top when it's planted.
Let's go pour la dernière game.
Allez,
la
Dernière game opposant Sentinelle à Saint-Pierre. Sentinelle vient de remporter le pistol round. Oh, ça attaque fort, oh. Oui. Oui, ce match-là, non. Bro. C'est quoi cette game? Ça attaque trop fort, là.
He's jumping around feeling like Artson today here.
Hyper fort.
Gets his own 4K.
Exactly. I was just about to mention Artson with judges
Là,
on this map.
Bien, Zelsis, bien. Ça, on aime. Purée, Sentinelle commence très focus. Il y a moyen, ils prennent cette game pour eux. S'ils entrent bien dans la game, ça pourra donner quelque chose.
Potentially get space here for your raise to move up, and she's just going to satchel right into your judge. And even if you're getting stunned, I mean, still a wide spread. You can still do a lot of damage.
Yeah. You see Boostio prepared if the team catches anything. Now moving the fault line up to the top of ramp. Finally hits. Asuna's space. No rounds for 100 Thieves yet, but each one has consisted of Asuna just consistently breaking the defensive line and the team following very fast.
Even a smoke that was thrown onto defense to try to block off vision. Cycling up with the wall wasn't enough. All of 100 Thieves already made it through. Trying to find information is the counter.
Pourquoi Narat, tu es encore en train de courir?
Off the stairwell, didn't bounce the way he wanted. EU gets that one through the smoke. Narrate's actually pretty low, or another pretty low actually goes down.
Bien, bien joué, très bien joué de la part des Sentinelles, ça. Très bien joué, ils ont réussi à faire tomber le spike, 4v3, bien, 2v1, 3v1 autant pour moi, désolé. Il reste EI. Oui, ils check top, ils sont les trois là-bas au top, en train de cover spike. Il va essayer de les back. Ok, et lui qui va essayer de les back. Ok, il a pris un kill dans le back. Restez focus Sentinelle, ne paniquez pas. Ok, lui qui revient. Bien, bang, GG, 3-0 pour Sentinelle. Ah oui, Sentinelle démarre cette dernière game très fort. Ils ont envie de vite terminer avec. Ils sont tous très focus. C'est une bonne chose, ça. C'est une très bonne chose. Okay. La Saint-Thief n'a pas le choix, ils sont obligés de passer en éco-round. C'est une bonne chose pour Sentinelle. Gagner les 3 premiers rounds. Au moyen, il gagne celui-ci.
Quick 1-2 from Zekin. They've still tried to take A over and over again, so we have to consider this is being conditioned a bit without 100 using it. The rest of the map is still there for
il a pris 2 kills.
them to use.
Très bien joué.
Man, if Sentinels lock this down, time.
Et ils ont le spike, si je dis pas de bêtises, oui, ils ont le spike.
There's the cleanup. John Cutie keeps the spam coming and collects Cryo and EU.
Bien, bien. 1v4.
Zealous is still coming up the rope there. There's too much to look at
for
Xander once again. 4 for Sentinels in some very clean rounds here.
Exactly, a great start for Sentinels.
Bien joué, 4-0 pour Sentinelle. Bien joué, Sentinelle. Là, c'est du bon. Ils sont bien partis. On rebascule en Vandal pour tout le monde.
Gambles in terms of the veto, thinking that 100 Thieves are going to get a lot of value off the bind pick, something they were so good in the past, but faltered towards the end of last year. But now another series, another banger class that goes into a 3-map series. 100 Thieves back into a buy and trying to delay a push into the B main.
Ok, Sanctuary qui va maintenant tenter de passer par le B.
So at least taking that control to start is great, but nobody from
une
100 Thieves has
attaque
moved
sur
for even
le
any
point B.
map control.
Yeah,
Even
we
the
passons
drone
par le
stop a
mid.
bit, sorry, Riv, the drone stop a bit, so you're not going to get the max value in terms of how much you could clear.
Va falloir
See,
prendre
I'm considering
l'info.
the state of the game, right? With that ult, with what can be stopped, but the control is slow. The A line for Sentinels lets them know nothing's happening, and Zekin's going to go on a fact-finding mission and figure out the rest of what's going on.
Qui a son ult.
Jeez. They're setting themselves up so well in these rounds.
Ok, et il part au mid. Quelqu'un qui court au mid, histoire de voir, il a vu un.
But it would be in a good spot here to assist John Cunin on top of Heaven. Because right now, Asuna is just keeping everybody at bay. Look at the amount of utility it takes just to try to push him back. And he won't have too much on a retake. So now the anchors towards the A side have to come up huge.
Oh, Zekin still clears though from the site. They didn't know he was just down towards elbow still. Being able to be very mobile around the map with these gate crashes. And now, another moment of
John QT prend un kill, c'est qu'elle en prend deux. Bien. 2v4.
Now, Wall, it was just a ruse here for Cryo to try to get the pick off a rotate of a player into Heaven.
Très bien joué, Narat. Très bien joué. GG. 5-0 pour Sentinelle. Santiago qui est obligé de rebasculer en éco-round. Waouh, waouh, waouh.
Wild start. Both teams have come up off a map loss and just came out firing. The Sentinels here doing it on the third map may be just the time they needed to do it again. Zick speaking with the team to figure out what macro can be done now, seeing the plays not working. It seems like 100 Thieves is, getting mid, getting towards A, but out of those positions, it seems so closed in by Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're just passing the line of scrimmage on the defense. Able to take control of vent, B Heaven, but never really getting eye into the B site yet. And also towards the A side, they're kind of stalled towards the top of Heaven and can't really get into the site itself on A either. And I think, again, it's off the passive plays that you currently see from Sentinels, allowing for 100 Thieves to gain a little bit of that space, but not a little bit more towards the extremities of the sites.
Right.
And I think here for 100 Thieves, they got to start potentially fighting even more towards that spawn. Knowing the position that Sentinels have, the double initiator, one's going to be in an iPad, the other one's going to be in a asphalt line. There's opportunities to kind of catch them off guard if you have good counter utility towards the end, and you do so, because EU has his own salvos, Busio has his own fault line. You need to activate Asuna here.
Have to. Zekin and Zalsis are both at 6 frags, hardly dying. You need someone to clear them off the map. It's been absolutely wild.
Okay.
So where do they go from here? Spike's going to be towards mid, and still Sentinels feel like keeping all this initiator utility together so they can either retake or delay a site. So smart.
One thing they could really do right now is try to play contact in the very beginning, but both initiators are looking to allow the 3 players to push up towards B Heaven. There's that util to push through. Nice opening by Asuna.
Push off. Salvo comes through to give them quite a bit of room, but they're still, it doesn't seem like they're confident to take it. It's just giving them baby steps here. They need more than baby steps to get into the site. That's a quick kill from Narrate. More delay in the aftershock. Cryo could really get some big space here, but no, Sentinel is very ready for the situation. And even an
donc, à moyen il tombe. Ok, il est tombé. Bien.
6-0 for Sentinels.
Ok, pour le forcer à bouger. Bien. Très bien. Très bien, Sentinelle. Waouh, 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 waouh. Sentinelle défend, mais sérieusement là.
That doesn't allow for 100 Thieves to flood after the gap that was actually produced by the first blood from Asuna.
Time to kill the handsome cologne.
Thought he had a safe passage right there, or a safe corner to hide from, but unfortunately not.
Très bien défendu sur site. Bon, il a trop bien défendu.
They're feeling comfortable. They're feeling rich right now. Zekin's going to hold the B line.
Là,
That
c'est
just
bon.
gives everybody on the
Santiago
map
a du mal.
to watch everything else if he isn't seeing anything, which his vision's going to be flooded in a second.
Ok, Asuna prend le kill.
The quick pick from Boostio. The drone's
très
going to
bien
push
joué de
just
sa part.
offline, and they're going to have freedom on this one. Nicely played, not going in dry on that peak, and the util's flooding into the site with a cosmic divide for protection.
The wall doesn't really allow for them to plant. They have to actually
That's
fight
a little
through
weird.
Okay, thankfully nobody's
Avec
fighting
le
back.
fond. Oui.
Whoops.
Ultastra.
They'll be able to get out here. 2 left.
Deuxième, attends.
Oh.
Il a...
Face doesn't go
Oh.
for the spike, obviously, but they still have the avenues to
Bien
shoot
vu.
through. 100 Thieves get
Mal
themselves
parti
around.
pour...
Nicely played. It's going to be that teamwork that gets them into B together here on good util usage as well.
And I loved a little switch up from 100 Thieves to take control of middle. Instead of trying to pull Osna with a double satchel all the way up towards heaven, all the way to the vents, he goes for a satchel to stop right here out in the open. So the second smoke that was thrown towards the middle right here where he gets the kill was a recall. So the idea was just to...
Good chat. Okay, let's get 6.
The idea was just to really try to take down Zelsis right there in that moment, because he's been playing such good positions with judges or at the ropes.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little thing that Zix has seen on the type of positioning that Sentinels have been doing at the very beginning of these rounds.
Kaplan calls the timeout after one. Says, nah, slow down, 100 Thieves. Just takes it right away. Wants to chat with the team and let him know what's going on. As you can see, he's doing most of the talking right now. And I wouldn't think this is anything of a worry. Just really repositioning, understanding what might have affected them there after the 100 Thieves conditioning, which was mainly the right side of the map in mid for a long time.
Yeah, the counter timeout from Kaplan now is, will we try to get more support
right
for Zelsis around this spot? Because it hasn't really been tested, and when they did, Zelsis did an incredible job just holding up the area. That kill that he just got, or he received here from Osna, was actually his first death in this map so far.
Yeah.
So he was currently 7-0-1 until he finally got dropped. So despite him being so hot in these moments in his position, I like the fact that 100 Thieves still wanted to disrespect the plays here from Zelsis and drop him down.
And even with that 100 Thieves win, that was just the Cosmic Divide used for ultimates still ready. And Armageddon right off the rip coming through.
He's stunned, slow, low HP. Still alive somehow.
Yeah, that was very close. Zelsis going to be limping around the rest of the round on this, and they're going to see if they actually got any follow-up damage to look at here.
And do you want support on mid? Yeah, let's bring the whole team.
Ooh, they support very well. Crossfire coming in more so from the side of Sentinels. 100 Thieves feeling the pain on this, but EU's quickly able to answer back and even out the numbers. Wow, Xander's moving forward here aggressively on the Astra takes down Narrate. A huge frag for the squad as they continue to take space. A little ahead of themselves.
Especially when Narrate has his own Rolling Thunder to counter back. Beautifully done for Busio, and also by EU, not to give a chance here for Zelsis to get that pit out. But this push from Bang, spotted now by EU. But this will potentially get John Cutie ready.
Still have the util.
There's going to be an overcook now, because he TP'd towards that spawn. Now the players are going to walk back towards A Heaven. They're walking for contact.
30 seconds left.
No sound made. And this is up to John Cutie here. He's actually figuring they're going to go both sides. And just keeping 1-1 in sight. Xander about to walk into the crosshair, the double up! And he sees the Teos elbows. He gets the Teos shot as well! John Cutie with the 3K in an unstoppable moment.
That's what I was talking about. You thought you had a spot. You had a good read to move towards that B site, but as soon as you slow things down and you have no information run after on the initial fight from EU onto Bang, down towards the bottom middle, you walk for contact and you get caught off guard by incredible positioning and shots here from John Cutie. Lining up 2 easy kills, but punishing that jump shot was huge.
Disgusting stuff. The timeout snuffed from 100 Thieves. They try to re-rotate.
Il a
tactics read it as it is. EU starts off with a very nice first blood, though. Taking Zekin down is going to slow things down quite a bit here.
Zekin looks like it was tunnel vision to try to take down Cryo. EU wide swings and picks him off, and that now gives another gap towards middle that 100 Thieves could start taking advantage of.
Allison on the stinger. Expect him to go into that showstopper form at some point and continue to use that in the face of Sentinels. Both initiators still, though, for Sen here, ready to delay it. Deep in sight, though. Actually, close in sight, I should say. They're in some pretty dangerous spots if they do hit with Asana's ult.
Cryo was actually anchored up on that B side, so calls out that there was a smoke and paranoia, so the Omen is still on that side. They should now be ready for the initiators playing towards this A site here.
He looked at him.
Should, right?
Maybe thought he was dead or something, but he did not die. He stands tall. His shoot him is the question. Zelsis is doing just that. Comes up with some big retaliation frags there. Drops into sight to help the team after that line. And a third one for Zelsis. And it's already sourced out where Cryo's coming from. Bang with a sixth sense.
Ils ont le spike.
For Sentinels.
And that's unfortunate timing there for Cryo. Again, he's seen the flash and the smoke coming out from Bang from the B. So he's looking back towards the spot.
GG. Sentinel est on fire, la team.
It's Zelsis moving through with a beautiful multi-kill.
Sentinel et Wake Up. Là, ils sont tous Wake Up là.
To try to get the res.
Zelsis is on one today.
Cette game. Pause demandée par Santief, lui là, l'écart se creuse de plus en plus, il n'arrive à rien. C'est normal de prendre une pause. Là, ça va pas, ils n'ont pas le moral, ils n'ont pas la game, ils sont en pistol round. Rien n'est bon là, rien n'est bon.
You gotta give praise here to Zelsis so far because although Wide has mentioned here that Zelsis has been quite consistent going into the Vice role, and even on today, looking like one of the best Vice in the world. Going into the grand finals of Kickoff versus G2, he actually did calm down for a bit, and then you saw what happened in Bangkok. But it wasn't only on Zelsis, it was the whole team kind of just shutting down and not getting the best results that they wanted to. So you're going back into week 1 of Kickoff, a chip on the shoulder, as mentioned by Zekin in other interviews, wanting to prove here to the Sentinels fans that they're much more than what they've shown towards Bangkok.
Yeah.
And they're definitely showing it here. It's 8-1 now and a half on the third map.
The Vibe Merchant evolving into the Kill Merchant here for map 3, bringing everything for the squad.
Yeah, Vibe Merchant turning into like a black market.
It's scary. Anytime,
all arsenals.
Anytime somebody sees them, they go down here. Zekin with the Outlaw. They still have a lot of money to work with. 100 Thieves continue to work with these low
Ok, la team, on retourne 8-1 pour Sentinelle. Dixième manche, on y va.
The default continues to be the same, so you see a timeout coming out from Zix, but they're still going for the same type of approach. But I feel that at this point, they have to be a little bit more confident on these pace. Look at this fault line to try to open up on that side. Yes, they'll take a little bit of mail, and now I want to see
Ben qui garde la ligne.
fight back towards the top of B.
Garde la ligne sur le mid. Ok, ça vient sur Bank. Ok, ils bougent, ils sont passés.
And they hear Spike too, so the idea of what's going down on the map is also kind of pointed out in this mid push.
Bostio, ok, Zekin qui a eu Bostio.
So Bang has not turned his
Nice.
eyes away from it. He knows something is coming from Mailroom.
Ok, bien. Jones qui les fait reculer. Très bien joué. Ben qui revient prendre la ligne. Ok, il écoute. Ok, il a écouté. Bien. Naret qui est prêt à ult bridge pour les faire bouger. Il attend d'avoir l'info du top. Ok, il a l'info. Ult bridge. Bien joué pour les faire reculer. Bien. Il est stun encore avec bien. Ben qui garde toujours la ligne, qui ne bouge pas. Il prend. Il prend deux. Il prend deux. Nice. 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 Ok. Zekin ult. Ok. Ok. Ult. Ok. Ils ont la position. Bien. Ça permet. Bien. Bien. GG. GG. Sentinelle. 9-1 pour Sentinelle. GG. C'était très bien joué. L'attente d'avoir l'info du top pour ult bridge. Et stun.
I feel like he's been holding on to this res the whole half.
Yeah, you're almost forced with the way that Sentinels is playing. It's a battle res, one of the most dangerous. You just gotta have the wall for it almost.
It's just such good reaction coming out from Sentinels. The Hail Mary of the Rocket on the previous round was going to be the win con for 100 Thieves, and he gets stopped right away by the Rolling Thunder. So the reads are so good from Sentinels on the defense.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Ok. Santief en Vandal. Ok, Bang est hyper low. Hyper low là. Mais bon. On peut
trying to punish Zelsis inside male.
I mean, in this, you just go for a fodder res, right? Have somebody run up, take that male, res him up. Like you said, it's been hard for them to find a reason for them to use it, so make a reason to use it.
Exactly. They're playing solo male a lot of these times.
Bienvenue a pris l'info, il n'y a personne de leur côté. Ça va à peu près où ça se situe. Ok. Il n'y a rien là toujours. A pris l'info. Zeken qui garde la ligne toujours. Oh, et Bang est tombé, il était hyper low. Là, il y a moyen. Oui. Zeken qui prend le kill. Bien. 4G4. Le timing. Ok, nice. Narat. Bien. Bien pour les empêcher d'avancer. Bien, très bien joué. Bien. Narat. Mais cette équipe, elle a clean. Elle a clean. 10-1. Dernière manche avant la rotation et Sentinelle même distance. C'est juste wow.
State of the game lost on 100 Thieves right now as Sentinels focusing on them. They have control of it all, Van Silly. They've only lost that one coming into the second half, or the map, I should say, as they're looking for just 3 more to close this one out.
Oh, and a walk contact to try to take down Zelsis. Unstoppable once again. No util to really.
Ok, dernière manche avant la rotation. Sentinelle a eu ses en face. Ok. Zelsis a pris un kill. Il back. Bien joué. Bien joué. Un kill pris très rapidement. Très rapidement. Mais bon, il y a ulti sage. Donc, ils vont peut-être tenter une réa. Ok, Zeken escape. Zelsis qui tombe. Okay. Bien. Ben qui fait TP. Ok. Il est là. Il garde la ligne. Ben qui tombe. 3v3. Bien. Bien joué. Ils sont bienvenus tous ensemble. Et voilà. Vous ne pouvez pas faire grand chose. 3v2. John Cutie et Narat. Qui vont réussir à clutch ça. John qui envoie son code. Ok, il a l'info. Narat aussi a l'info. Narat prend un. Il stun. Bien. John qui va faire bouger. Narat gagne son duel. Bien joué, il en fait. J'ai Sentinelle.
Guarantees the stun to go with the aftershock to push him out of position while stunned. To win a 1v2 on that side, convert a 2v3 for Sentinels, and they cannot do any wrong on this map.
A very fast first half. We'll have to see how quick it can be for Sentinels when we come back from the break. 11 for Sentinels and 1 round for 100 Thieves to run with here in the second half. They'll be on defense where they usually find their footing with the Sage composition on split, but I feel like the rug has already been pulled out from underneath them.
Yeah, the copium now for 100 Thieves is that they actually had a very strong defensive side as well against Sentinels. Although, I like to say that Sentinels probably knows what to expect.
Yeah.
So it'll definitely be a difficult run for 100 Thieves.
Pistol round is imperative for any kind of cushion for 100 Thieves here to have a life in the second half. They're playing the initiators as well towards A. We saw this from Sen. It's just so good for the retake or the delay. And Sen's focus is going to be mid here to get some util out before they commit with the spike anywhere.
Also looks like Cryo is trying to move forward. Nice shot by Asuna start though.
Another? Oh, bang with the trade. All right, already getting spicy. The 1-for-1 here. And Busio is going to answer as well. Now it's up for Sen to make that 3v5 conversion happen.
So what I was going to mention, it didn't look like here that Cryo was looking to react and wall up towards middle. They wanted to wall up here towards the top of B Heaven just to try to stall a little bit more. Nice little drone though to allow Sentinels to move down.
Just identified and taken out. Xander and Cryo fall immediately, and Sentinels know they have sight. Setting up high-low here, and they still have John Cutie in mail to deliver.
Tides have turned.
Fault line there.
Talked about that position so good there for John Cutie inside mail. He has to be cleared.
Sentinelle qui a planté, 3v2.
They don't check enough. He does, he jumps back again. John Cutie's always ready. He's had those flicks.
Ok, 3v1.
All game, EU has to deal with the
Ils
mailman, and he
ont
does.
l'info,
Cutie's
ils
down.
ont
Low
l'info.
health on narrate, low
Ok.
health on bang. John Cutie moves in and
2v1.
narrate only needs
Ils
one
savent,
shot
ils
with
savent.
his
Ok.
classic to bring it to 12 and bring it to game point for Sentinels.
GG.
Of Sentinels here. And yeah, map series point 12
Et là, ça oblige Sanctuary à écho. Pendant que Sentinelle sera en bulldog ou en spec. C'est très bien joué. Voilà, à la scène classique. C'est très bien joué. Let's go. Ouais, voilà. C'est ça. Sentinelle qui... Voilà. Lui, ils n'ont plus le choix, Sanctuary, mais voilà. Asuna qui tombe vite, parce que là, comme ils sont dos au mur, ils ne peuvent pas attendre que Sentinelle impose le rythme du jeu, donc ils sont obligés d'aller et d'attaquer. Ils sont obligés d'aller et d'attaquer, mais malheureusement, ce sont des décisions pas toujours bonnes. Ok, ils ont la position du Sage.
Look at that. They know where
Bien.
Cryo is. They know where the wall could be potentially in a slow that would stop them. Everything else here, they can run by, except for the fault line. It looks like they are going to try to initiate. Oh, Zekin already tempting back at the site with a gate crash here.
We're flashing high for A, but nobody's fighting for Heaven.
Yep.
Et voilà, Zekin qui prend le kill sur Kiro. Ok, Zekin qui... 4v2, ok. Ok, 4v1, il ne reste que EI. Et ok, EI prend un kill. Ok, Zepsi est là. Ok, ils ont l'info, ils ont sa position. Ouais. Là, il est quitte. GG Sentinelle qui l'emporte sur le score de 13-1. GG la team, ce match était voilà. Voilà. C'était juste waouh. GG. Il n'y a rien à dire là. Ils ont géré la game. Voilà. Sur ce, la team, merci d'avoir été là avec nous ce soir. Et puis, on se dit à demain pour d'autres matchs. Bonne soirée à tous. GG Sentinelle.
for 100 Thieves to be able to capitalize on the game plan, and Sentinels took advantage of that for sure. And that, again, a hot start, big smile for a lot of these players.
You hear the crowd behind them as well. They felt it today. Seeing Zelsis pop off again, the Kaplan timeouts absolutely patching the hole. That was the question. They were doing good, and Kaplan has found a way. Zekin chatting with the team as we saw before, letting them know what needed to be changed inside and outside the game. And man, it looks like all of those changes happened because of how strong they were inside the game. It couldn't just be the strats. It's not just the macro. That's a whole upgrade.
Yeah. And again, if it's not on the macro, look at the individual skill from a lot of these players. Zelsis has popped off today. Even Narrate, again, an emotional player that they were mentioning at the desk, and he was all smiles for sure. He had so many good hero moments, as well as Zelsis. Bang just dismantling in these rounds against his own teammates.
Oh, the Bang clutches.
John Cutie's position on a 1 versus 3 on the top of A Heaven. Like, all of these guys are firing. So when you have the macro and you have the individual skill, you're back into a Sentinels that's unstoppable.
They did so well this game, and it looks great for the season as well. They come out this strong on maps that people had questions about, and now the Sentinel fans, I'm sure, can be happy with those results. 100 Thieves have things they can look at to work on. We saw them kind of, as we talked about, Bind being one of the maps that people figured out that comp they use, so now Split might be one of those as well. It's, however, time to talk to more Sentinels as we send it down to Dryad for the Verizon post-match interview with Zelsis.
Good job.
Thank you, guys. Sin City gets the win today against 100 Thieves 2-1, and I'm here with Zelsis. Zelsis, congratulations. The first thing that I want to ask you, something that we talked about with Kaplan after Bangkok, the team looked a little frustrated. We heard the vlogs, we heard everything that the team was talking about. So how do you make sure that you recover as a player to be in the best shape for Split 1?
I think in Bangkok we tried to work too hard. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but you know, when you're just screaming every day, practicing every day for like long hours, you're just kind of like hitting your head against a wall when things aren't working. And I think coming back, we made it a point to kind of relax a little bit and not play as much as we were. And I think it's kind of showing now, like we're having more fun. You know, the Bang IGL in the middle was fun. Yeah, we're just like doing more fun and like trying not to think so hard.
Yeah, there's always a little pressure for Sentinels, but something that you've talked about as well is how you want to build a dynasty with this team. So how is it looking? Because when we see that split, that 13-1, we start to feel it. How is the process to make sure that it can turn into a reality?
I mean, I feel like having a dynasty in this game is really hard, but like we all want to win. Every competitor wants to win, and I think like we're trying to chase as many trophies as we can, especially with the organization we have. Like they treat us very nicely, so shout out Sentinels. And we just want to do right by them for giving us the life we have, and I think we're just going to keep working hard to chase trophies.
For sure, and going more into details about what we saw today, and that map number 1, and I think throughout the series we saw a lot of moments where 100 Thieves had the advantage, had the first kill, and you guys were recovering really fast. Is that some of the things that you were working since you got eliminated from Bangkok to once again come back stronger for stage 1?
Yeah, I think like a big thing is we learn to save more. When we're in disadvantages, we slow down the round and we kind of just walk around the map. And like, I think our communication that game was really on point when we came down in the disadvantages. And I think, like you said, we had a lot of rounds that went our way when maybe they shouldn't have. But I just think we played really well as like a team.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are looking pretty good. Again, that split was insane. But my last question, that next match is going to be against Crew. Any thoughts about going against them?
I mean, no thoughts. Like, I think everyone in Americas is really good, and I think you have to take every match by match by week. But I think Crew's always been kind of like a wild card team, so I'm hoping they don't just come out and farm us. That would be great. But it should be a fun match.
It should be a fun match for sure. Can we hear it for Zelsis one more time? And this is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Now we're going to send it to match point with Second and Kaplan.
Yes, thank you, Dan. I am here with Zekin and Coach Kaplan from Sentinels, who just absolutely destroyed 100 Thieves over on Split. First question I wanted to ask you guys about that before we get into the round breakdown is, did you expect them to come out with this comp again? Because they ran it against you guys in kickoff. They had a dominant win there. Was that something you expected to see?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they could have changed it up, but this comp worked really well for them. They 13-4'd us last time, and we didn't like
we got some okay wins on split since, but like it was kind of one-dimensional. It was a little bit like they have a lot of footage on us, so to me it made sense from their point of view to play the same comp. And
for sure.
So
I wanted to start this off. This is actually just the first round on the pistol. Before we even get into it, I am curious about you guys' just setup, how you wanted to approach the opening of this game. What's the idea here?
This is kind of just a big picture idea, right? Like last time we played them, Jordan got punished in mid a lot, got caught out a lot. We played more in the extremities, so just from the get-go, we're calling this, you know, I'm just calling it in the pistol freeze time, saying, hey, I think we can play this style, and the idea is we just make it look like Jordan's alone, but we punish him if they try to go heavy mid. Zach's there, we got a stun ready, and catch him out.
Got you, cool. So 100 Thieves in this instance, they're just trying to go for a straight up A play. You guys have left the site open, just playing for a retake. As they're getting in off this flash, sadly there is one casualty. Who is it that goes down?
I think I played this run really well.
Anything to break down?
I thought I played it great.
Good job, Zach.
So from there, Asuna gets that one kill, falls back, and at this point, this is where I really want to get into what's going through the team's minds. If we're going to expand the mini-map here, because they do plant for heaven, they have the wall for screens, which I'm assuming you guys fully expect to be the case. So what's the approach now, playing for retake against this like really util-heavy comp that they've got?
I mean, I think we did a pretty good job staying calm. Like, it's pistol round, you have less utility on a pistol round. I think we do a good job recognizing they pretty much used all the util they had to exec, so even though unlucky Zach dies, like even in a 4v5, they feel like they have to push because they don't have anything to really work with in a post play otherwise. And I'm not sure if you remember the comms. You were probably dead common like an animal.
Are you
a dead calmer?
I'm a big dead calmer. I mean, we were calling to refight ramp and take some space back ramp, and I don't think we fully commit to it. I think we take some fights and they use a bit more util and they're pretty much out of it, and then we go back through heaven. But,
yeah, so Nared's kind of jiggling there, and then you guys double up. Yeah, Bang finally kills Asuna, and then from there, you guys just completely circumvent the wall and screens. Everybody just pours out of heaven off the flash. And then, what are the comms like in a situation like this? Are you continuing to dead comm at all for people, or?
I don't think it was. I think it was Marshall who said it. We saw that they had Teo and Astro ramp, so we called to wall up and just ignore them completely and isolate the two guys on site. And then from there, I'm not talking anymore, and it's just all up to them to calm their scaling and how they're going to take these fights on the guy's site.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I thought this. The refight in was really cool. That flash, then you guys push back side. You already have someone on the spike as well. And then, is this something, to go slightly back, that you had kind of thought of prior for this retake situation, where you can see like Zelsis is playing over there, back by vents. So when they rewrap, you know, up a ramp here to fight when it's planted for heaven, is that, it's like, all right, we'll just leave Zelsis, he'll shoot him in the back when they come up there, everybody else go in the site?
Pretty much, yeah. When we saw that it was planted for heaven, we knew we had to keep one there. He could have been, Jordan could have mixed up his positioning, he could have been here or deeper or on the rafter even looking back, but just keeping one guy there in general so they don't have heaven control for free is really valuable.
For sure, and then, yeah, from there, I mean, it just works perfectly. Even though you were down 1 second to start the round, you dead commed, you pulled your weight with the dead comms and ended up winning that out. Just aside from this pistol, just one last question, then I'm going to throw you to the Golden Boy interrogation. Just going up against this comp from your point of view in this server as the Yoru, what was an adjustment for you as an individual this time compared to when you went up against 100 Thieves with this in kickoff?
For me, it was just being even more ready for their fast plays. They have a ton of like breach stun, Astra stun, sage slow, like trying to very quickly take space. So I was playing around that and just trying to position myself right outside of their util so I could punish, or if I was on a different side of the map TPing to the other side and being able to punish that as well after they blew out their util.
Gotcha. Well, listen, you guys obviously showed out. You played great. I'm going to send you to Golden Boy over on the comfy chairs, but thank you for joining me.
Of course, man.
Well played today.
Appreciate it.
Come to me. Just walk. You can just walk. Trust me. Don't worry. If you trip on anything, it'll explode. But outside of that, it's all good.
Noted.
It's good to have you guys. Good to have you guys. Cappy, Zach, you can join me over here at the edge. Yeah, feel free to grab the mustachio mosh pit there. Congratulations, fellas. That must have felt good. Right, it must have felt like after what happened in Bangkok. Let's start with you, Zach. And how does it feel pulling off that win, especially the way that you guys did on Split was quite the dominant victory?
It feels great. I'm really happy to be 1-0 to start the split.